Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Shit, man. Okay, so what's up? There's a really interesting video series I was gonna start, and it's by a guy named Don Shipley that I watched a lot, and like I knew of him in like 2010, but he did this like I want to say a few years ago, but now he's put it on YouTube, so I was just gonna see if I could go through it. Hmm. So I already am like familiar with like parts 1 through 3. I watched like I said, I watched it years ago. He has a website you can go and become a part of if you so choose, if that's what you're into. Or I thought it was a really cool place to go and a lot of cool people to hang out with. It's $10. Um, yeah, but let's get into this. I'm gonna start out at part 4. To give a little context, Don Shipley, he's a retired Navy SEAL. Now, the term retired Navy SEAL only goes to people who spent at least a decade in the SEAL teams. Okay, so I understand maybe you don't know that. He was at Team 1 and 2, I believe, for a majority of his career. He has a son named DJ who was on the Sean Ryan show about 2 years ago or 3 years ago. And in a way, it's kind of like his, I guess, like his answering in a way. But it's a very cool video. From what I remember. It was really awesome to watch, so I was going to share that here.
So when I go through SEAL training in the Navy, the commanding officer at Buds was Captain Steffens, and Steffens was a really big man. Big features, big everything on him, but
This guy is like one of the best storytellers I've ever heard in my entire life. Um, he used to let people come out to his old house before he turned it into like a. Now it's kind of more like a veteran sanctuary kind of thing where veterans will go and they'll go hunting and stuff. They'll do things with wounded vets and stuff. And really cool dude. But man, for like $800 or something. He'd let you come out for like like a couple days and just like do some really cool stuff, you know, and like for example, you could like shoot a 50 cal sniper rifle, jump out of a helicopter, like into a river, like it was so awesome. And yeah, like one of those rounds is like anywhere now from like 30 to $50. So it like wasn't about like oh, I need money for the fuel in my helicopter. No, he was just awesome, and he would just let people come out, and they did this thing called Hell Night, where it was like a 24-hour thing where they would just like do these killer workouts, and yeah.
His voice was the biggest thing about him. It always seemed like he was yelling at you when he was talking to you. He was a very intimidating guy who could make the decision you're either staying or we're throwing your ass out of buds. And I had to go to a board because I failed dive physics. And they're going to decide whether to keep me.
So I think he's talking about when he was at Buds, and I think he's talking about back then. So back then it was still Buds, but then after they graduated Buds, they would go to something called Steel Tactical Training. It was called STT. Now it's called SQT, Steel Qualification Training, and it's a little bit different, but yeah. I'm assuming that he's talking about second phase, I think, because I believe that's where what is it? Pool comp is, or the diving thing he's talking about, but I'm not positive, so.
So I go in with my proctor, who's a very respected SEAL, class proctor, and me and Steffens is just berating the shit out of me for doing this stuff. I'm just sweating bullets over there. And he looks at the proctor and he goes, "What in the hell is wrong with Shipley?" And he goes, "Sir, Shipley's just stupid." And he goes, "Is that right, Shipley? You're just stupid." He goes, "He's just too stupid to take this test, sir. I recommend we give him a verbal." And he looks back and he goes, "Is that right, Shipley? You're just too stupid to take a written test." And I was like, oh my God. Oh. When I get to Naval Special Warfare Group 2 in Little Creek, Virginia, who's the commanding officer there? After these years had passed, it was Tom Steffens again.
Here, let me move my thing out of the way.
And now you're treated like a SEAL. I mean, now you get it. You're not that guy in Buds anymore. And he was just warm and welcoming, and we talking about Buds and SEAL stories and what he'd been up to and stuff. And when he was done with that, the command master chief was there. He was escorting me through, checking me in. He goes, "Master Chief, put him in charge of something." And he left. I spent 25 months at Naval Special Warfare Group 2 and had a pretty doggone good time up there. I only did two things as a SEAL, and only two, my entire career in Naval Special Warfare. I carried a gun and I taught others how to carry a gun. That's it. And Naval Special Warfare Group 2 in Little Creek, Virginia, where I transferred to, was supposed to be shore duty. It was a shore duty billet. 25 months I was there. 25 months I was there. But it turned into a party for me because I just loved it. I found guns and I found demolitions, and I found it in the form of combined STT, combined SEAL tactical training. So when you went to SEAL Team 1 like I did, I was very fortunate that they started up a SEAL Basic INDOC course of instruction immediately. A guy would go from Team 3, and they might not run one as a new guy for 3-4 months. Now you're over, it's going on 8-10 months before you can get your trident. It was terrible. The timing had to be perfect. And the East Coast was no exception to that too. Team 2 guys reporting to Buds would go through Team 2's training program. But if they only sent 5 or 6 guys from Buds, from that, you had to wait for more Buds classes to graduate. Team 4, everything was no exception. So it made a lot of sense to combine the STTs. So all these new guys showing up to Team 8, Team 4, Team 2, they'd combine them all, get them all together, and then one of the teams would run it. Team 8 would run it this time, Team 4 would run it the next time, Team 2. And I just had a great time. I had got so much experience dealing with all these fantastic new guy instructors from 2, 4, 8, demolitions, land warfare, some great things. And there were huge differences between the West Coast teams and the East Coast teams as far as training.
So I think the East Coast is your even numbers. So like he's saying 2, 4, 8, with the exception of 6, of course. And then wait, hold on, that's not right. Wait, maybe it is. Fuck. And then I think like 1, 3, 5 are I think those are East Coast. I'm not sure, dude. God, I can't remember, but I just like remember that like 6, I want to say is based out of Virginia, you know, like Dam Neck, Virginia, or Little Creek, Virginia. But like, nah, I want to also say at the same time, it's just like the special thing that like it's like Delta Force in the Army or whatever. So it's like tier 1, but like you can't. It's not like on either coast. I think it's made up of like both sides. But yeah, it's really interesting.
training areas. The West Coast
I
teams
would guess
trained
that
out
it
at
was
the
out of
desert in Niland, California, and I loved every minute of
what the
that.
fuck is it called?
My first night contact drill that I witnessed.
What is it called? Mm, out there in the Silver Strand in San Clemente Island. What is it called? It's place. The fuck, I can't remember right now. It's out there in California though. Like San Diego, like somewhere out there. I don't know. Like,
As a instructor, those guys in those dense woods flipped me out. I'd never seen anything. These dark, deep woods with tracers flying all over the place, and learned a lot from those guys. But when I wasn't running those training things for demolition, land warfare, pitching in with all these other instructors up there, I somehow turned into a hell of a cook. I don't ask me why.
he's like one of the most animated people I think I've ever seen tell a story. I just need to find this book so I can continue doing this. Mm-mm-mm. All right, that was easy. Sweet.
I was always a very good cook, and I could cook for large numbers of groups. So when these STTs would go on, they'd always need some guy to go up there and cook for them. I would just go up there and cook for these guys, and I'd take my son. The training area for East Coast team, or the camp at AP Hill, Fort AP Hill. It was a SEAL camp, we called it, and we were all the way out in the middle of nowhere. There was nobody around this little camp, and it only had 2 buildings on it. This huge outhouse, that just all the holes, you know, no partitions. Everybody was in there, and it had a small chow hall type of run down, you know, with a stove and shit, and a classroom attached to it. And all the guys slept in tents, big GP tents, and I would take a dome tent up there with my little son, with his little sleeping bag, and we would go up there and cook for these guys. So all the meals that I would prepare for these guys, he would eat with them. He'd be right there with all those new guys, and all he wanted was to see their knives. And they loved him back. So he would go from table to table, and they'd all show him their knives that they were carrying, whether it was a pocket knife, a fixed blade knife, all that. I just never forget how much time he spent with these guys and their knives, and he was just infatuated with these guys all in camis. And they're all big personality guys. These are young SEALs. And he relates to these guys in some, or just looks up to them in just awe. You know, because they're all aggressive, they're all loud, they're all laughing, they're all punching each other around. And he just had a great time. While we were also doing that, I grew up as a trapper, fur trapper, and I would run these trap lines up there, beaver, fox, raccoons, and everything. And we would check those traps very early in the morning before I had to make breakfast for these guys. And so DJ started getting involved with me doing that. He became real familiar with these animals and stuff. You know, gets this big thing from nature.
Oh my god, look at that, dude. Thing is almost bigger than he is, dude. Man, that is so incredible. It reminds me of another story that he told once. It was like his son's like first time like going out hunting. Oh man, this was so long ago, but it was so awesome. He was talking about like going squirrel hunting like before school started. I think he said DJ was in like kindergarten or something, and he just like got a squirrel and then like had all the blood on it. And as they're like walking in to take him into school because like they're a little late, he like washed it off in like a mud puddle. And DJ asked if he could bring it in for show and tell. So he did, and all the kids and like the teacher and stuff, they're all like looking at it, passing it around and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, this is so cool! Like, dude, you shot a squirrel, hell yeah!" Man, that was so funny. It was awesome. Wow.
nature, and it was away from
Yeah, I always like, I don't know, thought like DJ stuff was like always cool to like look at too, because you know, growing up, I loved skateboarding, and it was just like, awesome, awesome stuff, man. But people might not like, assume that, right, about somebody else.
for me to make some extra money
Like
because
is in
boy, God, we
special
needed it.
operations.
The guys, the money that they throw at these SEALs today is not so much us, not so much us. And, raising a family like that, we struggled a bit. So anything to make some extra money like that.
Oh yeah.
And we had rented a house in Virginia Beach from another SEAL. It was kind of close to the base. So when I wasn't up running that training, I was home and we were branching out, looking all over Hampton Roads for this perfect little farm that's something that we could afford. Something that we could get DJ out to stretch his little legs and to grow up and raise some small animals and things like that. And we found it. And my real estate agent showed us that property in knee boots. It was completely flooded. And this is a mature woman showing us this. She had knee boots on. And it was a small, dilapidated, 3-bed, 1-bath house. And the only heater in it was in kind of the dining room. The bedrooms were not heated. There wasn't any air conditioning in it. It was rough. And when that guy, the owner of that thing, wanted to dump his trash, he took it out back and just threw it into these enormous piles of just garbage.
Oh God.
And that real estate agent begged us, don't do this, don't do this. We can find something else. We can find something else. And I said, I'll take it. The property across the road was this vast swamp that was never going to be developed, wetlands type of stuff. And on that was the Northwest River. And up through there ran these canals that George Washington himself had surveyed and had dug. I mean, it was right across. I could take a boat, put it right there. Half-mile later, I was out in the Northwest River and to some of the best duck hunting in Virginia, the best fishing in Virginia. And behind us was just this vast woods and farmlands back there. There was plenty of game. And I started my son hunting very early with me.
Yeah, I think his uncle, so like Don's brother, one of them is a Marine, I believe, and the other one is an Army Ranger. So that's pretty cool, dude. Wow. Snakeskin.
Before he could write his own name, I had him out there carrying a gun, shooting. I would take him everywhere up to AP Hill, Fort Pickett, running those things, eating with the guys, and just stretching his little legs, manning him up. And I would take him to all kinds of parties with me. Any kind of little function that had SEALs, I never went up there without him. It was a great time. And we turned that property into something very, very respectable. All the time while maintaining the hunting for him and just trying to show him the way I was raised. We got chickens, we got pigs, we got cows, we got horses, we got turkeys, ducks.
And in a couple of the earlier videos, like parts 1 through 3, he really goes in on how he was raised, and his father was a pilot, I believe, in World War II. And so yeah, if you're interested, I'll put a link below and you can check it out.
Peacocks, guinea hens, quail, pheasants, geese. You can't name a domestic animal,
Pigs.
including an emu, that we had out there to expose him to these things. As a little boy, we started working on him with responsibility of gathering these chicken eggs and bottle feeding these goat. I had a couple of pet deer We taught him to bottle feed. And it was just a fantastic time for him to see all this. And I was quite pleased with myself, quite pleased with Diane. But it was some hard work out there, hard work to maintain that kind of life.
Dude, yeah, absolutely. I had neighbors and stuff that had tons of animals, chickens, cows, horses. Man, anytime you have to take care of animals, it is like nonstop, around the clock. And then the time you lay down, it's just like a matter of hours until you have to like get up and do it all over again. What up, Manda? Thanks for
With it.
coming in, dude.
Been a hell of a lot
How you
easier
doing?
just sitting in
Good
this
to see
city
you.
in an apartment or a house on Elm
Are you guys playing
Street.
Fortnite today?
But I wasn't going to go for that. I meant for you to experience what I did. Experience what I did. So I'll let you guys in on a little something that even my son doesn't know to this day. If he ever sees this video, he's going to go, that son of a bitch. My dad used to be so
You
good
doing
at
all right?
this stuff.
I'm doing all right. How are you?
When we would all go
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I'm just working on bag two of this car and checking out a series that I saw parts of like years ago, but he just uploaded it to YouTube, so I thought I would check it out. But yeah, I'm doing all right.
out fishing,
Thank you.
my dad would go, hey, I got to get something out of the tackle box. Hold my pole for a minute. And when you took his pole from him, you went, hey, I got one. He would always do that. That's how my dad rolled. He wanted you to have the excitement. He had a fish on there and he knew it, but give it to you and make you think that you got it. So the first thing my son ever shot was with this little bolt action 410 that I got him. And from the fur trapping that I had done, catching the raccoons, I used to be able to make
I'm watching
shit out of these
DMC,
furs.
so
I
I'll be
made him
lurking,
a
so I
little
wanted to drop
coonskin
in. Right
hat that
on.
he
Well, thank you for
never
lurking.
took
I
off.
appreciate it. Hell yeah. That's
And
what's
like my
up. That's
dad
what's up.
did for me, my
What's
dad knew
DMC?
where the game was. He knew there was a rabbit in that brush. He'd seen it, or it was always in there, or a pheasant in this, or something like that. He would take me on it. And so I knew where these squirrels were, these rabbits were, all this stuff. And I knew. So I took him down one morning behind the barn. And sure enough, there's this squirrel sitting right on this branch. And he gets that little, get that gun up, get that gun up, get that gun up. And as you're looking at this picture, you can see that my knee is wet. Well, he put that gun up, but I knelt down right behind
Oh,
him.
the
And
show
I
Devil
looked
May
over that
Cry.
barrel
Right
and I
on.
pointed
Cool.
that thing right
That
at
is a
that
great
squirrel
show.
and said,
Hell yeah,
shit.
dude.
He had it all up, but
Yeah,
I
I know.
put
I
a
remember my older
pinpoint
brother
bead on
growing up.
that
He was a
squirrel.
he was a
Out
pretty
of
big
that
fan
tree
of
he came.
that
So
game.
when he shot that squirrel, he
I
was
wonder if he
late for
watches it.
school. And like a lot of times when we would go take him hunting, you're
Hell
going to
yeah.
learn more with me and this experience than you are in that classroom. So he'd often be late for school, out duck hunting or that. So I take him to school, and when we pull up, his whole little class is out front with their teacher. They're
Love the
outside,
Devil May Cry
and
series.
I go
Yeah, hell
wheeling
yeah.
up
Oh
to him,
shit.
and I get these.
Dude, yeah, it's a great show. Oh god. Yeah, his name's Dante, right? Dante? I remember like he made an account one time, I think like on Xbox or something, where he named him, where he like had his name as that dude's name.
DJ out of the truck, and I go to the teacher and I said,
Daddy
I'm real
Dante.
sorry, DJ was hunting with me this morning, and that's why he was late. And she said, did he get anything? And I said, yeah, he shot his first squirrel this morning. And she goes, do you have it? And I said, yes, it's in the truck. And she goes, can we see it? And I took that squirrel out with him. He is beaming with pride as he gets to hold this thing, and all the students in his
Yeah, I'm
class
feeling a little
came
better.
up and touched
And I was feeling like shit
this
earlier,
dead
but
squirrel that he had in
man,
his hand. And the next thing, his teacher
yeah,
said, let's all applaud
I think I
DJ
had too
for
many
his
monsters
first
yesterday.
kill. You couldn't have wiped a smile off his face if you tried. And I knew that decision to get that farm in that area was a
W
good.
feeling better?
This is going to be
Yeah,
great.
hell yeah.
This is going to be great.
Wait, so that was part
I had
four.
a
Okay.
friend at SEAL
Yeah.
Team 2,
So part
a
five.
fellow Chief Petty Officer. He was my age exactly. He went through a couple of BUDS classes later than I did. He was a sniper. He was a very talented guy and a big guy in air operations, the parachuting, the jump master stuff. And Ted was a good guy. He did the same thing I did. It was a pain in the ass, but we used to do it. When new guys would graduate from jump school, BUDS, they had to do 5 jumps in basic airborne. They would get these lead jump wings. To
Hmm.
get their gold jump wings
They
for
have
the
to do a night
Navy,
one. I think they have to do like 5 or like a night
you had to do 5 additional jumps, and one of them had to be a water drop before you
or
could get
in
your
water.
gold wings. And it was not always easy with these
Okay. So that it's not night. It's a water one. Sweet. Okay.
crazy schedules that you had to do. So one of the things Ted and I would often do is when we were having aircraft and we were controlling them as jump masters, you'd put all the static line guys, these new guys, the free fallers on the plane. The plane would take off, go to 1,200 feet typically, drop the static line guys off, seal the plane, and it would slowly start augering up to 12,500 feet.
So like a static line is just like you're just connected. Like you can't see this, but there's like a steel cable up here. It's like if I had like a carabiner and it just like hooked up to that thing and it was connected to me. It's like when they jump out of the plane, it automatically pulls their parachute. But when you're talking about a halo jump or like a lay low jump, which is a low altitude, low opening jump, or a high altitude, low opening jump, the plane has to be way hotter. It's like, or way higher. It's like when you see the guys wearing oxygen masks and stuff because up there it gets so freezing and cold and like, yeah, it's a lot harder to breathe. But they're in control of their parachute. It's not like on a static line at all. They like some of them wear like an altitude meter on their like wristwatch, and they can like accurately determine when to release their parachute. But they teach them all that stuff.
Typically. Then you would drop the free fallers, and then the plane would land, and the free fallers had to pack their parachutes. And it took them a while. Some guys were really quick at it, some guys not so quick at it. In the meantime, these static line dudes are just standing there waiting. So what the plan was, what Ted had done that day, is he had taken the static line guys up, dumped them. He took the free fallers up, dumped them, and he landed with the airplane with his chute on. He didn't have to. He did not jump. He was going to land that airplane, and the next load, it was already briefed, the next load of new guys was going to jump on with their parachutes already on, with all their checks already done. He'd take them up to 1,200 feet, dump them, and land the aircraft. By that time, the free fallers were all packed up, and the new guys got 2 jumps for every one the free fallers did. And they'd pack them up again and take them up. They'd get their 3rd and 4th drop. It was a thing of beauty. So when the plane landed, it was a
As somebody who really cares, because it's like, dude, that's awesome.
brand new plane. It was a C-17 Globe Master. It's a monstrous airplane. So Ted is sitting in there with his parachute on. He doesn't have his helmet on now. And the aircrew guys can't get the door open on this monstrous plane. They're up there forcing, trying to shove this door, get this thing open because, we got to get those new guys on the plane and get them their next jump. So Ted jumps up and pulls a superhuman SEAL thing, and he forces that door open. Turns out the reason the door wouldn't open is the cabin was still pressurized, and when that door, he forced that open, it blew him straight out without his helmet. He fell all the way out of that aircraft and landed straight on the top of his head.
Damn.
Ted got into a sit-up position, looked back up at the aircraft, and he fell over and he died. If Ted would have jumped out of that airplane, he'd be alive today. So I take a bullet. Ted is going to have his viewing memorial, open casket, and I take a bullet and I shine that thing up with Never Dull. I had my son help me. You could have shaved in that bullet. It was so shiny. And I took my son up to that thing. He had never seen a dead body before. He'd never seen anything like that. All the SEALs are in there. And Ted is in this casket, coffin, in his dress blue uniform with his trident, his awards, everything. And I took that bullet with him as he's viewing all this stuff, and with him stuck that bullet right in his dress blue jacket, slid that sucker right in there, paid our respects, and we left. Ted is interned today with that bullet still in there. My son was 11 years old. That was his first experience with death. First one. So after 25 months at Naval Special Warfare Group 2, or what should have been shore duty, I transferred to SEAL Team 2. I transferred to SEAL Team 2 because they are deploying platoons without a chief petty officer in them. So every SEAL platoon has between 14 and 18 guys, depending on what they're doing. There's 2 officers. All the rest are sled dogs, and there's 1 chief in the thing. And a chief then, I took being a chief petty officer so serious. I had all my other platoons, all my other chiefs, my first chief in the Navy, everything were perfect examples, perfect aggressive examples of what a SEAL platoon chief should be, what a fleet chief was, the lessons I learned there. And chiefs ran the training back then. We didn't need this huge production to go out and get any kind of training much done. We didn't need all the cadre guys. The chief would do it. The chief would schedule the training, because when you're in a platoon, you've got to knock out these blocks of training. You got to do your combat swimmer again, land navigation, demolitions, land warfare, over the horizon navigation, all your parachuting, air operations, fast rope rappelling. There's these blocks, and you have got to get them all set and checked off. When you do, you are certified C1 combat ready to deploy overseas. And if you knocked out your land warfare block first, and I've seen it plenty of times, you were in a position to deploy if something happened. So I would always schedule the land warfare block first in all the platoons I was a platoon chief in. Get that land warfare, all the shooting and moving stuff done, the most important block of training, get it done early, first. So if anything comes up, hey, they're already trained up in land warfare. They would bend the rules sometimes for that. And back then, again, chiefs ran all the training. I would run demolitions training. I would run the land nav. You didn't need a big production. You would take the platoon up. You would set up the training, and you would do it. Combat swimmer was a little bit different. You needed some cadre guys, safety boats, and some things like that. Doing that, I did a lot of Arctic warfare. So the Arctic warfare, we would deploy to Alaska for all that Arctic warfare right after New Year's. We would go up there and we would spend January, February, and a big portion of March in Alaska training for Arctic warfare. And during the period of September through November, December, before we went, I scheduled the blocks of training that were local to us. You didn't have to go out of town to run air operations training. You did it right there at Little Creek. Your demolitions training might just be 2 hours away for a week and you would come back. There were blocks of training that you could conduct locally that were easy, that did not require you to deploy out of the area. And I used to make a joke about it, that during that time, from that September through November, I was only temporarily assigned to the Navy because I was duck hunting with my son. I would take my son out duck hunting through those. And I was able to schedule even the broken season, where duck season runs a week here and then it's down for 2 weeks and another week here. I scheduled that, and deer season, just the hunting seasons with him. And in between all this duck hunting stuff, I started taking him to a lot of functions. And one of the functions he received very early on, and the thing that sealed the deal about seals for my son when he was a little boy was me taking him to a party like I always did, and Master Chief Jim Madison laying on his back and could kick his feet and jump up on his feet. My son was so impressed with that. He couldn't get past it. And he was just a little boy. Now he's only like 6. He kept having Jim do it over and over again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. And Jim would do it again. When I wasn't in a platoon, I was running training for the other guys. And I would take him up to Fort Pickett to set up a demolition. I took him on a lot of shit I shouldn't have. Fort Pickett, AP Hill, when he was getting older, and I could let him stretch out just a little bit more. There was a lot of things he should not have been involved in up there. And I'll never forget the one time I took him up. It was setting up a demolition course. It was the summer. It was really hot up there, a lot of ticks and stuff. And we had this we stayed in an army barracks, big communal shower. And he wouldn't take me. He did not want to be in there with all of us with his little peach fuzz wiener. And well, we had a kick out of that, but I worked him through all that. You know, these are things that you're doing now and you're growing up. Even as funny as that sounds, you're wrapping this communal, you know, where everybody else is in these toilets without partitions, and you're taking a shower with a bunch of men in here. You know, it was just things that I exposed him to. So the point I'm trying to make is I had a lot of time with him. While it sounds like, you know, with all the deployments and all the training that I did, that I was just gone all the flipping time. Well, that depends how you look at it. Again, by being that platoon chief, and then this next platoon I did, and the next platoon I did, and the next platoon I did, Chiefs ran SEAL Team 2. Chiefs ran all the teams, and they were responsible for setting up that training. And you could, as a chief petty officer, run 95% of that training without any assistance from anyone else in the team. So, yeah, I would take him on a lot of it. I'd take him up to the team. I'd take him to all the functions, but
There he is. Damn. Man, it's so funny too because like a lot of these guys, I mean, some of them, you know, they look pretty fucking fit, right? But some of these guys just look like normal dudes. Just like wild, you know?
where I really got down was him and
They're
his little
fucking
friends.
commandos.
I started taking them all out duck hunting. And his friends either didn't have fathers or came from broken homes kind of thing, you know, where the father, they were his friends, and we would get them over to the house and they would spend the night. Now, this is where the dogs start going nutty because they see me packing up duck decoys into these bags. They see me prepping the boat. The dogs know what's coming. DJ knows what's coming. And his little buddies would spend the night. They'd have a big sleepover there. Diane would get up the next morning, get everybody some breakfast, make them all big thermos of hot chocolate. We would go down in that ditch to the river, load the boat, and I would take them to the best duck hunting in Virginia. And the
Fuck
thing
yeah.
about duck hunting with boys or hunting with boys is you have to have the action for them. You don't take a boy out marlin fishing when he's little for the first time. You take him out at a lake that's got some bluegills in it. You put a worm on a hook and a bobber and let him see that. You got to get the action. So you have to get the duck action. You have to know where the deer are. You have to scout. And that's what I would do. If I'm not working hard enough already being a good dad, I would scout this out. When I would pull you in and set out those decoys, buddy, you better hang on because here they're going to come. And we would always shoot ducks. Always shooting. I would get a swan permit every year. And these aren't the swans you see in a park in New York City. They're tundra swans.
Damn.
Big, monstrous birds. I always came home and I found time to take him fishing, take him hunting, and also expose all his friends to it. Get them out. You know, you're the father figure. And I will tell you this about that. My son and those boys learned all about the birds and the bees from me in that duck boat. And
Hell
I was
yeah.
entertaining in there, entertaining, putting them on birds, keeping the action going. But you were getting an education with me that you could get nowhere else. We are alone in a duck boat with retrievers and shells flying everywhere and ducks dead all over the water. And that's what we would talk about. We'd talk about all that stuff, man to man type of stuff when they were that little, birds and the bees type of stuff. They'll never forget it, not ever. And that's how I progressed through SEAL Team 2. That's how I did it with him. Every year, I was able to schedule the training, whether I was in a platoon or not. See, I'm in a platoon or I am running platoon training for guys. And every time I was doing any of that, once the deployment was over, I'd start running blocks of demolition training, air operations, land warfare. No matter what I was doing, I would schedule those blocks of training around hunting season. And I'd certainly miss a little bit of that, but the bulk of deer season, duck season, yeah, yeah, I was there. I was there and happy to be there. Educate you, and the photos of him from just a little boy to what he turned into ultimately, getting so big with me running that hunting for him, taking him out. So
I think that's how like a lot of military families work. I definitely remember a lot of hunting, you know, with my dad and our relatives and stuff always coming up, and that was like the one thing that would always like bring our family together, like different parts of our family, you know,
that he could hunt.
making jerky and like watching them field strip a deer, and yeah, really cool. 1 second. Right on. Okay, I'm back. Wait, what's going on with this? Can't hear anything.
Into ultimately getting so big with me running that hunting for him, taking him out so that he could hunt.
Wow. Really
My
cool.
son and I never
Wow.
laid off of the ducks and the geese and the dove and this small game as he was coming up, but we did the deer. I did until he was 12 years old. After the disaster in the junkyard with a single shot 20 gauge, I needed something more accurate, something was more, and I knew I was going to lose him if I didn't to deer hunting. And that gun came in the form of a lever action 35 Remington, a brush gun my father bought and I had grown up with. That was a hard hitting gun. It was a loud gun too, a very pretty gun. And I had scoped out another farm a friend of mine had, and I took him down there, and there were two stands on this property. I was going to put him up in the one, and I was going to the other. I put him up in the best one. And I said, when you get up there, I want you to take your orange hat off. And if you get a deer, I want you to put it on. I'm going to be all the way over on the other side of this field, this soybean field, about 300 yards away, and I'll be able to see that you've got that hat on, and I'll come running. So we get him up in that stand. I go 300 yards away, and I kind of got my back to him. I'm in this shitty stand. I'm not expecting to see much out of there. And it didn't take long before I heard that gun go off. Boom. Loud. And I remember kind of chuckling to myself, laughing, and I said, at least he saw one. At least he saw one. And I reached down in my bag to get my binoculars, and I turned around and put them up, and I went, holy shit, he's got his hat on. He did. He was slung out of that tree stand with that gun up, you know, and I had that hat on. I went, damn, he's got one. And I went tearing off over there to help him. That's the gun he was using, the 35 lever action. And he dobbed the biggest whitetail spike I'd ever seen. It was the biggest bodied whitetail spike. It was huge.
Damn.
And I helped him drag that thing out of the field.
Hell
I
yeah.
went to SEAL Team 2's engraving, and I got that plaque in.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. Thought I was hearing an echo. DJ Shipley, 4th November 1997, Chesapeake, Virginia. One shot, one kill. Shit, he's got his hat on.
Engraved for him. One shot, one kill. Holy shit, he's got his hat on. I took him out the next night to another farm, and I pulled up to pick him up just at the last light, and that gun went off again. Boom, and he got another one. And then he did it again. And I think he got his fourth one. He had never missed. He got so particular with his shots that he would just pass them up. If he didn't know he was going to drop that deer stone dead, he wouldn't shoot it. And I admired that. I admired that. He had a track record that he didn't want to break.
Right, blood on his cheeks for his first kill. Oh, that's cool.
I admired that. He had a track record that he didn't want to break, a winning streak, and he didn't want to break it by going, damn, I missed that one. Holy shit. He's got his hat on. So I transfer after 10 years being at the finest SEAL team in the United States Navy, SEAL Team 2, and I am headed to become a BUDS instructor at Little Creek. for my final Twilight tour. This is it. I've got afforded an opportunity to get all my stuff in orders, all my affair, and leave after 24 great years in the Navy. But to go back to the early days at SEAL Team 2, after about a year when I left Naval Special Warfare Group 2 and went to SEAL Team 2, I was contacted and told to report to the Command Master Chief at Naval Special Warfare Group 2, where I had just left. And this guy, I'd never met this guy before. His name was Master Chief Brian Barry, and he'll come into play a little bit later. But Brian sat me down, and I guess by reputation, or the things I did for other SEALs kids, or just some of the things I did playing Santa Claus and all this other stuff, I don't know. He sat me down and he said, there's a program coming up. It's training young guys to be Navy SEALs. It's a 2-week program, and he said, Don, I don't think other guys are really going to do a good job at this. I think you will, and I'd like you to do it. And basically what he was saying is this really isn't some SEAL thing that a lot of guys are really going to be into, but it's important. I think it's right up your alley. I know you'll do a good job. Will you do this for me? And I said, sure. I loved all that shit. These are 12 to 20-year-old boys in the Navy Sea Cadets. And Sea Cadets in the Navy are Navy Boy Scouts. And every year for 2 weeks, they would do their summer cruise. They'd go to an aircraft carrier, an air wing, whatever interested them in the military. They went through a modified boot camp. They had uniforms, rank, officers, chiefs, enlisted guys, promotions, qualifications, awards, everything. It was a little mini Navy. It was a recruiting tool. And all the branches have them. But this was the first ever SEAL Sea Cadet thing. These are boys that aspire to be Navy SEALs. Go out there and show them what it's like. I ran that program 7 or 8 times. Even out of retirement, I was called back for it. And I just loved every bloody minute of it. We would give these boys something so cool to do. The helicopters, the guns, the operations, the camouflage paints, the special boats. Bloody minute of it. We would give these boys something so cool to do. The helicopters, the guns, the operations, the camouflage paints, the special boats, and then we would kick their little asses. And we'd do it again, and we'd do it again. And they did better at buds. And I started taking...
I'm going to have to plug this in. Guess I could use this. All right, I think that works.
My son to those immediately. Now, he is only half of the age of the youngest guys in there. He's only 6. We're talking 12 years, and he looked up to them. And he would watch Daddy get out there and beat the hell out of these guys and then give them good deals. And he would participate in some of the exercises. You know, they'd snatch him and kidnap him and, you know, just weird stuff. And he really had a good time with that. And we would continue doing that right up until I retired, and even then some at Naval Special Warfare Detachment, Little Creek, the Bud Center. And this is a picture of him. This is me teaching all those young guys prisoner handling and using him for a wind dummy all those years later, just as I'm getting ready to retire, and he is getting ready to enlist in the United States Navy. We still got him doing it out there. A lot of people wrongly believe that BUDS is just for basic underwater demolition, and it's not. There's a whole lot more to BUDS. BUDS is a place where all the SEALs, qualified SEALs, go back to receive additional training in diving supervisor, static line, free fall jump master, breaching. There's all kinds of courses that are taught there for the guys. But the problem was, like I did, I had to fly all the way to San Diego from Team 2 to go through diving supervisor course. It cost a lot of money for the Navy. So the Navy's solution was DET Little Creek, Naval Special Warfare Center Detachment Little Creek. It was an advanced training course right there where we could run all this without sending you all the way out there. And our building, what we developed into, was the old Red Cell building. Old Red Cell from Marcinko, when he left Dev Group, formed Red Cell. We were now in that building when that unit was disbanded. And a lot of it was a dumping ground for the old guys like me and some other guys that were getting ready to get out of the Navy. And we did a great job with the courses that we had to run. But if we weren't running them, if there wasn't anything to do, we weren't even there. We were just non-existent. It was a great place to get a little bit of time before you retired out of the Navy to get it together. But outside of that, just like I always did, I found demolitions in the form of SEAL qualification training. So when you went to a SEAL team, every qualification that you had to be recertified by the next commanding officer that came in. So the commanding officer, when you're at SEAL Team 2, signs off a letter for you that you are qualified to run ranges. And it's on official letterhead. He signs it, and it basically says in there, you will adhere to all the rules and regulations set down by me, the commanding officer, and if you don't, I'm going to have your sorry ass. And it was there for jump master, static line, free fall, diving supervisor, breaching, demolitions, close quarter combat, range safety officer. There's all this list of stuff, and guys had to work to earn those quals. And when the commanding officer left and another one would come in, they basically tear all the old ones up and they'd refile new ones with the commanding officer's name on it now. And I was overly qualified. I had every damn qualification in spec war. And the one I did the most of them, the one that they needed out in San Diego when they started running these new SEAL qualification training courses, I was asked to come out, but the captain out there was to come out, train these guys in demolitions, and also train our instructors to become demolitions instructors. So I started making trips out to San Diego. I'd take a group of my own little snuffies out there with me, and we would just vape.
Damn, dude, look how sweet that is. Nice. Hell yeah. Wow. Demolitions, dude. That is so badass.
Out there with me, and we would just vaporize the desert. In between that, I would be with my son. We got to spend a lot of time together, upgrading the farm, doing new things, getting ready to retire. I built him a skateboard ramp. He was really into skateboarding then. He got into football, karate. We got into modeling, all kinds of stuff that he was doing there. But me and him worked very hard on that skateboarding ramp to
Damn, my dad had such a similar truck to this Ranger. He had a black one. He went to go, he like was working with this lady. I think she was a nurse too. She had a son, and I was like maybe 11, 12. and this lady's son was like 16 or something, like 17. He was trying to get his license, and he had like failed the driving license part of like the test or whatever like 3 times or something. So he asked my dad for $50 so he could take his license test again. So my dad like drove all the way up to Rochester and took me, and yeah, we got like a quarter pipe, this huge like tabletop, and like this like it was just like another transition ramp. It was just like a straight kicker. Yeah, like my whole neighborhood just like skated on those ramps for years.
Get him into that. He had a real passion for that in between our hunting. And in between that, I had a pond dug on our property. We wanted the pond, some water, catch some fish, the old fish, bobbers, and the kids down there. So a guy with an excavator close by came over and he dug a pond. And it was a beautiful, beautiful pond. The next thing we set to do was to take all the trees from that pond that had been cleared and moved and cut them into logs and began to build a log cabin. Diane and my daughter pitched in, but it was me and my son. And I never had any idea how that thing was going to turn out. We just went for it. I had never built anything but a crappy chicken coop in my life.
Dude,
But that thing turned out to be anything
sweet.
but crappy. It was amazing. It was beautiful. And
Hell yeah.
my son had a very, very good time in that cabin. The rules that we had were, you're going to do it somewhere, you might as well do it on the property. But when you and those other dick-headed friends of yours come over here, you're giving up the keys. You will not leave this property. So he would basically have run of that cabin. He had a great time after it was built. He never stopped bitching the entire time we were doing it. I don't think he ever saw the vision of what this thing was going to turn into. But boy, oh boy, when it was done, he put his party hat on and he went to work on my gray hairs and his mother's. He'd always been quite a party boy in his sophomore and junior year, but his junior year, he fucked it up, and he fucked it up royally. And he fucked it up to the point where if this happens, you are never going to get in the military. You're never going to be able to become a police officer. You'll never be a firefighter. You won't even be able to vote or to own a weapon ever for the rest of your life. And Daddy went and found a phone booth to get changed in. And I got some chapstick and smeared my lips at it, and I went after the butthole on a district attorney until that chapstick was gone, and he just got so sick of me, he said, okay, whatever, dude.
Damn, that's a rough one, huh?
Next time. Next time.
Hell yeah, dude. I feel like that was like, a huge deal with like a lot of parents too, who knew nothing but military. It's like they don't want their kids breaking their arms and legs and shit, and getting felonies and shit. Crazy, crazy stuff.
It's getting serious now. Now it's getting serious. So I arrive at my first command, the
Party.
USS Lockwood in Yokosuka, Japan. I was a 17-year-old high school dropout. I was not
Damn, I think he was from New Jersey.
undesignated in the Navy. I was a deck ape. I didn't go to any formal schooling like gunner's mate or something. I just wanted to go to the fleet. I was absolutely the lowest form of life you could be in the Navy. There's nothing lower than what I started out as. And I loved every minute of it. And I loved it because my first chief in the regular Navy on that ship was a decorated combat veteran of the gunboats in Vietnam. Brown water Navy, Apocalypse Now type stuff.
Oh yeah.
He was something. And I learned a lot from him. But the biggest thing I learned is if you were a good sailor that had made a mistake, He wasn't going to stop your career over that. He had done it himself, like all chiefs had done stupid shit before. So I'm going to protect you, and I'm going to keep you going in the Navy. I'm going to develop you into much better, hopefully a chief petty officer, and you can retire, and you can do the same thing. So when I was at SEAL Team 2, I was the Chief Master at Arms, which really means I was like the sheriff there. When trouble happened, I would know about it, and we would figure out in the command what to do about it. I was out of a platoon. I was running training at the same time, and nothing much happened there. It was just a title. Well, we get a report in from overseas is sent in that there was a party. One of the platoons was turning over. There was a party. It got a little out of control, and one of the guys exposed himself to a female officer.
Oh, dude.
So I call him in. He's a big guy. He's a galoot, is what he is. He's a simian, and he never stopped smiling. He was the happiest, monstrous guy, happiest guy ever was. And when you have that attitude, and he had a good reputation, a good record, he was a good SEAL. And I sat him down, and I said, I don't even want to know what happened. You got two options. You can confess to this, and you're going to be court-martialed, and you're going to be discharged. You're going to get a bad conduct discharge out of this deal. Or you can take it to the grave with you and deny everything. When she filed that report, this is months later, now she's offended. She shouldn't have been there to begin with as a young female officer with a bunch of drunks overseas. Fraternization, she should not have been there. But months later, now she's offended. And I said, she's going to have to take time off from her command over this incident and get on a plane and fly all the way back over here and try to time your court-martial so she can testify and then try to get back overseas. Your choice, bro.
Damn.
He went on to become a much better SEAL. And I'm sure he paid that forward. And that was the reputation I had at SEAL Team. I would never rat on you for anything. You could come to me and tell me anything and ask for help, and it would stay in just complete confidence with me. And I would offer you, if you were a good guy, I'd offer you some real solutions to your problem, and I did. But also on the other side, I would show you the door real quick if you weren't that kind of SEAL. And I helped several of those guys go ahead and get on out of SEAL Team. Trident revoked. See you later. Good deals for good SEALs. That was my job in the Navy, to keep your career going. My little daughter had a truck roll over on top of her, and I didn't know what to do. Thank God the paramedics and the Nightingale and everything.
I remember when his wife talked about this. Oh, man, dude. I was like, thank God that, like, the ground that was on there was, like, spongy.
Somehow she survived that thing. And I didn't know what to do for her. I really didn't know what to do. SEAL medicine was you really pick you up and run for the helicopter. That was about it. And they were putting guys through EMT school. So I asked to go to EMT school. And I did. I was good at it. And the next thing I did was they had a program for the corpsmen. There was no 18 Delta where we would send you down to Fort Bragg and you go through this crazy-ass medical course. There was accelerated paramedic. And after I did that, I asked the command, I'd like to go to paramedic school.
It's like the Green Beret.
Good deals for good SEALs. I became the first non-corpsman SEAL to go to paramedic school, and I excelled. And then I paid back my debt running rescue like crazy in Virginia Beach as a released paramedic, fully qualified. The next step was certainly firefighter. Why don't I just do that? So I did the fire academy mainly on the weekends, and I became a qualified, graduated firefighter paramedic. And I thought, this is going to work out. I have got a career when I get out of the Navy. There's not a whole lot of jobs out there for a washed up old commando, but now I've got this paramedic SEAL thing, paramedic firefighter thing that I'm really good at. So that's where I was at Little Creek, and that was the plan.
Nice.
And then all of a sudden 9/11 happened.
Oh, God.
In Blackwater at that point was a training facility for canines, and they made target systems. That's what they did. There was no Blackwater security. Guys started heading for Blackwater. were older guys, were retired guys. They needed it. There was a certain criteria of 10 years in spec war to even get looked at down there. They had one site up, and that was in Kabul, Afghanistan. It was designated Site 1, and there was a group of the Blackwater, the original contractors, in Kabul, Afghanistan. Wow, I got an invitation. And I had done nothing through my career except chase wars. There was no way I was going back to a team after that. I was older. I had had my 24 years in the Navy. I had done all the platoon chiefs and then some. I didn't have to. And what the deal became at that point, see, it was guys like Rudy Bosch, Master Chief Rudy Bosch. You know how many Master Chief SEALs wanted to stab that guy in the back? Because he just wouldn't get out of that Command Master Chief slot at Team 2. He stayed there for like 20 years. And nobody else could get in there. And that's what Master Chiefs want to do. They want to become a Command Master Chief. And at that point, the requirement became, that never was when I was there, that before you make Chief, you have to be a leading petty officer of a platoon, a SEAL platoon, meaning you had to do that platoon slot. And then you had to, if you wanted to progress, you had to do a platoon chief slot. And then an ops chief slot. It just became a much more professional place than what it was. And I had already done the platoons. So like Rudy Bosch, if I was just stayed in them when you needed them, at that point, no, I'm just stabbing you in the back. So that was not going to happen, going to Team 2, back to Team 2 and getting another platoon after 9/11. And I go down to talk to those guys. And you had Eric Prince in charge, and underneath him was another SEAL Master Chief. And the third guy, guess who the third guy is? This is the guy that is sending you, hiring you, and sending you, putting you in positions. And it was Master Chief Brian Barry. Brian Barry from asking me to do the Sea Cadets all those years later. And I was in the club. So the next thing I did was I called Jim Madison, who was the SEAL detailer, Mad Dog, and I said, Jim, what's the fastest you saw anybody retire out of the Navy? I did not want to miss that war. I wanted a gun, and I wanted overseas right then. And he said 30 days. 30 days is the quickest I've ever seen anybody retire. 20 days later, I was out. So my son and I were actually on active duty together for 30 days. I retired on January 31st, 2003. He spoke. He got all misty-eyed. He spoke at my retirement. And then he went off to boot camp while I was trying to put together all this stuff for Blackwater and get this whole project off and get guys deployed to Pakistan. It was tough. And I was still doing it when he finished boot camp. And he came home and he was a white shirt. This is all. He is a white shirt at Det Little Creek with Shipley on his white shirt, and the guys would goon him all around, nug him, talk to him like he was an idiot, and prep him, PT him to go to Buds. So we had a little bit of time together there while I'm going through this training at Blackwater, getting all this stuff set up. And he ships off to San Diego, and I ship off to Pakistan. And all I could get was really infrequent updates from Diane. It was a Iridium phone that we could use over there very sparingly. It was a miserable experience, and I would get updates on DJ. He was 17 years old. They all knew he was coming. They all knew who I was, and you're going to get it really bad for who I am, and you're going to get it really good. They knew SEAL Legacies did not do well at Buds, so you're going to really get tested. And he waves that 17-year-old thing around like I do as a badge of pride. You know, that's how young I was when I went in. And if he was not the youngest to go through, you're playing with months. They don't even allow 17-year-olds to go to Buds anymore. So I don't think there's any way anybody could really claim that title. He was in Buds at 17. And Diane went and picked him up from Hell Week. She flew out there. And I am getting sporadic updates over this Iridium phone in this miserable desert in Pakistan. And he goes on to second phase. He gets through Hell Week and Buds. He goes on to all through first phase, and he goes to second phase. And then he encounters trouble doing pull comp. They get him for pull comp. And he is rolled back now. He's rolled back from 246 into 247. class 247. And so I get this from Diane. I hear this from Pakistan. And she told DJ when he tells her this, see, I'm not talking to her, I'm only talking to Diane. When she tells him that he's been rolled, and this is where you're going to have to wait for the next class to form up, and you're just starting from scratch, man. It really sucks getting rolled back. You're watching your class every day do all the shit that you're supposed to do while they just goon you around and have you picking up trash and doing bitch shit. It's I didn't get rolled, but I know what that is like to see those guys just go on every day without you. You just, it's a kick in the guts. And she said, I told DJ, you stay there and you show him what you're made of. You know, he wanted to come home and take some leave, get away from that place. He said, you stay out there and you show him what you're made of. Don't do that. And I talked to, when Diane said that, I said, Diane, get that boy a plane ticket and get him the hell out of there. There's no reason for him to stay there. You know, I understand what you're saying to him. Get him out of there. Get him a plane ticket and get him home right now. And that's what she did. He formed up with 247, got through pool comp, and went on to graduate buds. This entire time, I am over there in a miserable environment with very few ways out from that insane desert over there. But I somehow get out. I get to San Diego, and I am right there for his graduation. My parents went out with us, and it was just a fantastic time to
Wow.
go back and see all the old guys. One of my favorite instructors, you know, that was there, put me through when I went through training, to catch up with him and to see all my other old friends out there. And the commanding officer there was the same guy that asked me to run his demolition SQT, that captain, Smethers. And I went up and met Smethers. And he had rolled out the red carpet. He had my whole family right in the front row of this thing to see him graduate. There are 3 legacies in this class. Legacy is someone in your family that's, you know, been through buds before. And it was 3 of us. Both fathers, and I had served with both of those guys. It's a small community. One was named Blackwell, one was named Cobber, and then you had Shipley. So in alphabetical order, you are going up, they're calling their sons up, the father gets up, stands in line with the commanding officer, the guest speaker, they're shaking their hands, they're going down, giving you a graduation certificate, you get a picture, and you know it's over. So Blackwell goes up, and his father shakes his hand, you know, and he goes on down the line. And then Cobber gets up and he goes from the commanding officer to his father. His father shakes his hand and he goes on down the line. So it's my turn. I get up, called up, and here comes DJ right down the line. He gets with the commanding officer, shakes his hand, salutes, gets his certificate, and he comes to me. And just like the other dads, I extended my hand all out professionally. He took that thing and went, oop, and I jerked him in and wrapped his ass up to the delight of the audience. And nobody got a bigger kick out of that than the guy to my right. That was Sean Pivus, a former commanding officer of mine. And Sean was a great guy. He really liked me, and he got a huge kick out of that deal. Huge kick.
Damn.
So
look how many ribbons he has.
that was how all that worked
That's
out.
right.
The next stop for him was SEAL qualification training, jump school to a team. I went back home and redeployed again. I went back over, this time to Afghanistan. I was so proud of him. Oh my God, I was just beaming, man. He graduated on February 20th, 2004. I graduated February 22nd, 1985. Virtually 19 years to.
Jesus. It's so strange how that stuff works, you know? These things that are like years apart. Dang, dude.
The day. I was so proud of that clown. I was so proud of him. So proud. This is my legacy here. This is what I have left. This is going to be great. This is going to be great. This is everything I have worked for my whole life. Now, I'm out, and I get to live through you with all your adventures, all the adventures and things that you're going to see and be exposed to. I'm going to get to be a part of that.
Man, that's so incredible. Wow.
And so is your mother. The family, Diane, me, we just couldn't love anything anymore, couldn't be prouder of anyone anymore. This is great. This is just absolutely perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So I joined the Navy about 15 miles from here. And when I was in the Navy,
Part 9. Dude.
and stationed on the East Coast, we'd pack up everybody and we'd come up here to visit my parents and brothers and sisters for all kinds of events, weddings, birthdays, Christmases. So when my son was young, my Marine Corps brother and my Ranger brother were torturing him at Christmas, just like they always did. And that was always the big thing for kids. They want to open a present. I said, the presents are all under the tree. You know, they can see them. They know there's some good stuff in there. And they started screwing around with him about, okay, you can open one. And then they
I remember this story from years ago.
take that back. No, you can't open anything till tomorrow. You know, it was back and forth. They were just driving him crazy. And they finally relented and they said, okay, just one. You can't ask for anything else till tomorrow, just one. And they hand him a little box with a bow on it. And he is just ecstatic. He grabs that thing and rips into it. And those two clowns had put a hunk of dog shit in there. I'll tell you what, he went ballistic. It was like a Poseidon missile being launched out of a submarine. Wow! Oh, they loved torturing him. Loved it.
That was exactly the shit that, like, my relatives would do to me. They would do that same thing.
I was the oldest son, and my father and I were not without some conflicts between us, but nothing I could ever just point my finger at. He was a great father, but I'll tell you what he was better than being a father was a grandfather. It was almost like it was a do-over for him. Any mistakes he had thought he had made raising me and my other two brothers, he had perfected it by the time my son came around. He absolutely loved him. And this is my favorite picture of my son and father.
Wow.
My son spent a lot of time in Maryland when he was growing up around my parents, and my father was the same way. You know, he had taken me hunting. He just no shortage of fishing. You know, with DJ, taking him out on the boat, catching all the crabs, showing him all kinds of stuff, and they would just do things together. As soon as my truck or car pulled up in the driveway at Maryland, my father would run out of the house, rip open the doors, grab my son with all his clothes on, and they would run and jump straight in the pool. And DJ just loved it. He would fly DJ to the Bahamas. My mother would often just fly him down there, or they would fly him down. My father would move his sailboat from over here in Maryland down to the Bahamas every year, and they would always get DJ and take him down there and just play in the sand, dive, and you know, just all kinds of stuff they would do with him. He had a great upbringing with my father, very attentive, and my mother was a big influence on DJ as well. Now, she had raised my father. They were married. They were high school sweethearts. They married before he went into the Air Force as a jet pilot and came all up through that with him. And she raised my Marine Corps brother, my Ranger brother, and me. So my mother had a tremendous influence on my son as well. With
Damn.
all this pro-military, everything was just great with her. And she loved every bit of him, loved every bit of him. The whole house, this whole life of my son was a testosterone,
Oh my goodness, man. That is so wild, dude. Like,
everything was just great with her. And she
wow. That is just incredible. Huh. Wow, dude, look how young him and Mrs. Shipley look, man. That is so wild.
loved every bit of him, loved every bit of him. The whole house, this whole life of my son was a testosterone based alpha male environment. And it did him well. It did him well. So it wasn't all
Oh,
me.
sick, dude. Dude, he's got a sweet black beret, man. Those are like the old school thing, man.
It was a lot of my parents, my brothers, and certainly his mother. His mother served in the Navy. His mother was one of the first women to ever be assigned to a Navy ship, the USS McKee. And I, by
My gosh, man. That is just so sweet. Holy cow.
virtue of that, was one of the first men ever assigned to a ship with women on it. And Diane and I had a great time in the military. She loved everything about the Navy, everything about it, and loved it when she was coming up with me as I was becoming a SEAL and hanging around that environment. And she was a huge, huge influence on DJ. As to where I'd be gone, she was right there. She tough, absolutely tough. And so it was all that type of environment for him as he was coming up. So at this point in the video, I think I should explain that whatever names I have mentioned, whatever events I've covered, accolades, achievements, it's not patting myself on the back. I am explaining this, and you are going to see this all come back full circle. All of it is going to be mentioned again in the future videos. One of the biggest events was certainly toward the end of my time at Det Little Creek, when I was asked to do a Make-A-Wish for a young man who had cancer and was going to die. And he wanted to be exposed to seals. He wanted to be a SEAL for a day. How that all came about, I'm not sure. This is a very good friend of mine. Still, we were in a platoon together, and I took his son hunting. I watched that little boy shoot 2 deer in one night, and I took his oldest son out hunting, and he shot a deer with me. I would take them out swan hunting, and I did that for a lot of guys there. I just kind of had this thing going with the kids and teaching kids, and then certainly the Sea Cadets. I was doing it at SEAL Team 2, and I carried it over to Det Little Creek. For some reason, I became known as the guy that would do these things for those kids. I used to do magic. I'd get on a bus in San Diego and go to a children's hospital and do magic tricks for those guys. It was just weird things of, certainly my upbringing that got me started on that road. And I loved it. I just feel good about myself when I do it. And I had always exposed my son to it in the hopes that that would all rub off on him and that he would pay that forward. And one of that big one was Lee Samblin. Lee was playing a game of baseball and he collapsed. And when they figured it out, the whole side of his face, the bone was gone. And he had just terrible cancer, and it was terminal. So Make-A-Wish, somebody had contacted me and said, hey, would you be interested in doing a Make-A-Wish for a kid? This is just all based off reputation. And I had looked into that, and I said, sure. Then I called the woman, and I said, at Make-A-Wish, I said, how long does a Make-A-Wish last? And she said, oh, it can last an hour, a day. They have people take them to amusement parks, things like that. And I said, what about a week? And there was this pause on the phone. When Lee showed up, we started putting him through the grinder. I just wanted to be a SEAL for a day or something.
Oh my god, that is fucking awesome. See, that's what I was kind of talking about earlier. Like, he had this thing called Extreme SEAL Experience, you know? And like, no matter who you were or whatever you were into, you could just show up at his house and dude, they would show you some really cool shit. I remember one time there was like these old school like phones or like radio systems, like the comm systems. You had to like crank this fucking handles so that you could get like a signal to it. And he had these kids like take these wires and just hold on to it. And he would just like crank the box up and it would just like shock the shit out of them. It was, dude, it's so funny. You gotta find that. Go look for it.
Something. I should have gone to the brig. I absolutely should. If I had been caught doing some of that shit, I'd have gone to the brig. We had him shoot every single gun in the arsenal. We took him to Fort Pickett and exposed him to breaching, blowing the doors,
Dude, that's awesome.
a wide array of explosives.
Yeah, like at one point they had an oil rig like down in Louisiana, I think, like off the coast, where you could like learn how to use like the motorized like rappelling systems, and, like how to like do the right stuff, like going down a wall and like tons of shit, man. Just tons of stuff, man. Just crazy, man.
We taught him how to pick locks. He went through the breaching course, and they showed him how to pick all the locks, and they gave him all these locks to practice on and all the picking tools. Hand-to-hand combat. Every morning for his physical training, he would go in and do all the hand-to-hand combat with the instructors down there.
Awesome.
And we flew him with my son. Now, he was over at my house quite a bit through this because I had taken him hunting with a bunch of local guys, and he would spend a lot of time with DJ. And DJ and him were the same age, and they really got along great together. And the last kind of thing I did was I got a helicopter, a CH-46, and we dressed Lee like a regular SEAL. The they never knew, flight suit on. And I hooked him up to a 120-foot spy rope, and we flew him from Little Creek, Virginia, 30 miles underneath that helicopter down to Blackwater. Blackwater was there, and Blackwater, we got on Blackwater. I got them to get on board with it.
Oh,
And
dude.
Blackwater rolled out the absolute red carpet for him. And we've got him in the Mount facility over there, this kill town, you know, the banks and the hotels and all this stuff, and with the simunitions and him and DJ and the whole, his brother, everybody just went nutty down there with the sim guns. And the last thing I did to him after 7 days was I got with a very talented SEAL Master Chief, and he took him up and tandem dropped Lee from 14,000 feet. So at the end of this week, we have a final graduation for Lee. When he showed up, I had his camouflage uniforms all ready with U.S. Navy and San Blanay on them. When we graduated him, the commanding officer made him an official honorary Navy SEAL. And I had taken his uniforms before that, and I put a trident on him.
That's so fucking sweet.
And the whole Make-A-Wish showed up. Everybody was there. They got a big cake for him.
Damn, man.
And he left. He left. So Lee's cancer just kept coming back, and it got more aggressive every time, and the treatments became more aggressive. And he finally told his mother, after fighting that horrible disease and that horrible treatments for so many years, he said, "Mom, I'm done. I just want to die." So I got my warrant officer buddy, and I did the platoon with, and I took his boys out hunting, and I got Mad Dog. And we took a road trip to Ohio so that I could speak at his funeral. I could give his eulogy. And he was all laid out in the casket up there, open casket, and he was wearing those camis. And Lee was buried in those camis with that trident on. And I was there. I pulled an honors bosun mate thing at his, I spoke and piped him over the side. Whatever the work was I was doing with the kids didn't have dads. I was doing that to expose him. I wanted him to pay it forward. And that wouldn't even be close to the last boy I did with cancer. Something with the cancer with kids. It's just a horrible, horrible thing. People ask me all the time, how do you guys get so mental tough? What's the key? What's the secret to SEALs and mental toughness? And I always answer the same way. I don't know. Why don't you go ask a kid with cancer? What the hell do I know about mental toughness? Well, a little cold water, some long walks. I and every other
Exactly.
SEAL is just lucky. Lucky to be blessed with gifted eyesight, above average intelligence, perfect genes, motivation, drive, but we don't know shit about mental toughness. You ask some kid that wakes up to that every day.
Mm-hmm.
There's your mental toughness.
Damn, part 10.
I'm on my third deployment with Blackwater, and the paychecks were good, and we saved every penny of that money. And I was just doing the same thing I was in the Navy, just deploying all the time. And so I told Diane while I was over there, you need to start buying some rental property. And there was a section of Norfolk very close to the base, very close to the airport, and they were old World War II officer housing. 2 and 3 bedroom houses. They were nice. And she paid $40,000 for our first one. And when she got inside and she got up in the garage attic, it was box after box after box of gay pornography, hardcore gay pornography. Paperbacks, magazines, you name it, it was up there. The old owner had died, she had bought the property. So Diane does not want the Norfolk City trash guys to think that that's hers. So she didn't put it out for the trash guys to pick up all the rest of the stuff they're cleaning up. She brings it home to our little farm in Chesapeake. She douses all of it with gasoline and lights that shit on fire. Well, anybody that's ever burnt a book or a magazine knows that that shit is hard to burn, and the wind was perfect. It blew little wiener pictures and penis pictures all over the neighbor's yard, all over ours. I come home and I am picking up by the pockets full these little burnt wieners everywhere. Diane, quit lighting fires. So by the time DJ comes out from San Diego, we had acquired about 6, 7 properties in this neighborhood, 3 of them on one street. And they were fully furnished. They were rehabbed, new carpet, new paint, new appliances, new everything. Beds, towels, sheets, dishes, silverware. Everything was there. All the tables, the chairs, everything. Your refrigerator was stocked with beer, sandwich meat, Doritos. I mean, this was a good deal. You're right there at the airport. You're right there at the base, and that was the deal. You would come there,
Oh, yeah.
rent those houses. We didn't even make them sign a lease. And you would search around the area in your spare time while they're doing all this aggressive blocks of training and leaving all the time. Find a place that you really want to go, and you can leave any damn time you want to. So we were putting them 2 to a house, and in the meantime, we got to know all those guys very, very well. Not only DJ's class of guys, but classes after that. Just kept word had spread out there.
Man, that dude looks familiar. Yeah, that's his buddy.
After that, just kept word had spread
Mm,
out there. Check out these guys. You can't beat this deal. They get off the airplane anytime, day or night, and flop right into that house and go right to the team. And DJ, it was a constant party at the cabin. Diane mothered every one of those up, and I certainly fathered them up too. We loved having them down. It was a party. You couldn't get in any trouble. There was plenty of bunks and space to live in. We were running the courses later down there. So the deal was Team 10 was going to do its deployment. And then another team would relieve 10, and 10 would come back. And another team would relieve them, and they would come back. It's a thing of beauty. And one platoon was going to Iraq. It was a simple signature. DJ's platoon is going to Iraq. One platoon is going to Afghanistan. It was a simple signature. And in June of '05 is when all hell broke loose with Operation Red Wing, the whole lone survivor bit. A terrible, terrible tragedy with all those guys being killed. Up to that
James Sue. Man, dude. Holy crap, man.
point, there wasn't a whole lot going on for DJ in that
That's
platoon. It
right.
was kind of a mundane deployment over there, but things would ramp up soon enough.
There's like 20
We were
classes
so tight,
in front of
so tight. It was such a great time to be a young SEAL and everything. And all the guys at Team 10 were, all the guys that I knew, all my old buddies are still there on our Master Chief.
I think Latrell was 228, and who was he with? He was with that Brandon Webb guy. Yeah, who I think started Hurricane Media, but now it's SoFrep, I think. I want to say Matt or Mike Ritland. Big Balls Ritland was in there too, man. And then Drago or something. I think Drago was like around the same time, man.
Chiefs and everybody is still there. And DJ was so respectful. He was so well liked. He was so disciplined. He was so well behaved and just so eager. He is 19 now and on his first deployment. He deploys in early 2005. And I'm already buying his Master Chief things. I mean, this is where he is going. He looks the part, he's doing the job, he's aggressive, he's motivated, and he's just happy all the time. We met him off of the deployment. This is just like a Navy ship pulling in with all the folks that are out there greeting the ship, or any of the, the Army or Marine commands that are coming home. All the wives are out there. But it was surprising that Mommy and Daddy are up there with you. And we were just a welcome sight. Everybody knew how close we were. It was beautiful. And he has formed up in his second platoon, and they're just always down at the cabin. We're always doing something. We're always taking them out to sushi or doing something with all the guys.
Dude,
we just loved them all and had just a fantastic time. And DJ deploys again. All in all, he turned 19, 21, and 22 on combat deployments to Iraq with SEAL Team 10.
Damn, dude. Wow. Holy crap. Yeah, I want to say, I remember watching a video a long time ago of his mom saying that she almost named him Sean. I was like, that's a really good name. That's a cool name. And then Don's like, no, Don Jr.
And his second one, he really got in a lot of gunfights. And that's when Jason Redmond was hurt with him. How they got out of that mess, I'll never know. But DJ would call home frequently. He'd always call home. And when he talked to his mom and fill her in on it, some, he would say, pass the phone to the old man, and he'd tell me to go outside. And then, I'd be pacing out in the yard listening to this shit going, God damn, man, be cool, be cool. I was so happy, so proud, so excited. Don't think fear of him getting killed ever really set into me. It was just, and Diane was a flipping basket case, but I don't think it ever really set into me. I knew he was happy. I knew where he wanted to be. And when he came home off of that deployment, he had received a Bronze Star. And I made a huge deal out of that. I mean, we all did. It's a combat decoration. I just taking the pictures. And this is a picture of him back in the cabin with me with that Bronze Star citation with all his old friends and girlfriends there. And I'm making a huge production, and I'm reading what that says behind me, that Bronze Star. He has that thing mounted, professionally mounted, is what's behind me. And people are always asking, what's the story behind that? What's the story with the magazine? Well, that's a bullet in that magazine. A hell of a story where they went into a target one night. All the Iraqis in the heat would sleep up on the roofs of the house at night to kind of keep cool. And as they were making entry, one of them clowns up there dropped a grenade and wounded a couple of guys. And DJ found himself inside the house alone with his officer and a bunch of bad guys. And they just went to work. killed a lot of guys and evacuated a lot of women and children in there. It's a long story, a bloody battle, but he was shot right in the chest by some guy
Pistol.
coming down the stairs firing his pistol blindly at DJ. And
Yeah.
DJ said, I just went to nods and I tapped him. So I'm making a huge production of that. We're so proud of him. And the command asked him, he wanted to go to Dev Group. As I remember how this went, he wanted to go to Dev Group. And the command master chief asked
Development Group is SEAL Team 6, if you don't know.
him to stay and do one more deployment. He talked to me about that. He talked to me about everything. How the leadership works, master chiefs, officers, commanding officers, I was always full of really good, solid advice for him. And I said, you ought to pay attention to him, because when somebody asks you to do a favor for them in spec war like that, as in any other command in the Navy, military in general, when you are asked by someone senior to do a favor, they tend to remember that. And I said, I know it's hard. You can do it, or you can just scream. And he did it. He did it. He did that next deployment. He came home. He was 22 years old and screening for Dev Group. Going to Dev Group.
Jeez.
I can't tell you how fantastic our relationship was. All our friends, all the stories he was hearing, all the guys that were communicating with me, and just everything about your son, your son, your son. And I'm just saying, and it was all true. It was all true. So DJ came to me and Diane one day, and he uttered 6 simple, silly words that just didn't seem very important. But they were about to change a lot of lives. Those 6 words, they were going to change his life for the flipping worst. They were going to completely destroy me and Diane, destroy our daughter, destroy my family, and destroy Diane's family. They were going to cause us endless humiliation and embarrassment with all our friends. And it does to this day. To this very day, those 6 simple, silly words just keep haunting us. Even when we leave the state and we relocate to Maryland, or because of those 6 simple, silly words. And those 6 simple, silly words that son of a bitch said to us were, I'd like you to meet someone. And it completely changed our lives. Our lives, his life, went completely dark. Completely dark. Total nightmare. Total horror story that continues to this day. And that is the reason for these videos. I'm going to tell you how that all unfolded and hopefully get you to recognize
Well,
No, it won't.
part 11.
So in December of 2009, DJ and Patsy are married at the Chrysler Museum of Art in Norfolk. And we had rented a beach house for a follow-on party the next day, so all of Patsy's family was there, all of my family, all of Diane's family was there, and key people from the wedding party. And one of the people there was a guy named Carlos. He was a Cuban guy. He was married to one of Patsy's bridesmaids at the wedding. I don't even remember, not even out of arrogance, even speaking a word to the guy. There was just so much stuff going on. And after the party was over, DJ and Patsy went on their honeymoon to Spain while we watched Danny Dietz's dogs, Knox and Murphy, again, like we always did. And they came home. And now this is early, mid-January of 2010. We're not even running courses until April. We just worked and were consumed with getting the guys there all winter. We just never stopped working. This is just we're only a year into this thing or something.
Oh, hell yeah. Those are rolling ones, man. Sweet.
My name's Don Shipley. I'm a retired Navy SEAL Senior Chief, and I own Extreme SEAL Experience. Men from all over the world, from all walks of life, from all ages, from all backgrounds, come to this training course to test themselves.
Dude, when you go up and shake this guy's hand, man, he's fucking humongous, bro. He's a monster. He's gigantic, bro. You can just, like, grab him and just fucking...
To find out what they have deep inside. Using all veteran Navy SEAL instructors, we teach these men their capabilities. We teach them their limitations. We set them up for success, and we set them up for failure.
Nice.
We teach them that we succeed as a team, or we fail as a team. With each new course comes new challenges, from the predictable to the unpredictable. From the safe to the dangerous, from comfortable to uncomfortable, from calm to complete chaos. There's never a dull day in Extreme SEAL Experience.
Hell yeah.
And DJ calls me out of the blue, like we always did. We're always talking. I pick up the phone and he says, "Can Carlos go through your course?" And I went, "Sure, I'll knock off half price." And he said, "Thanks," and he hung up. If I'd have known what was about to happen with that Cuban guy, I'd have bought him a beachfront house in Miami, a Cadillac, and a generous monthly allotment for the rest of his flippin' life. Shit just goes, I don't know, shit just goes over my head. DJ went completely radio silent. With the exception of his deployments and all the emails that we would get, we never went more than a couple of days, a few days, without some communications with him. His entire life. And he is gone. He is holding his breath like a child in a checkout line that can't get a flippin' Hershey bar. And it was maddening beyond words because we didn't know what happened. So Diane and I are revisiting all this. What's the last thing that happens? He calls me about that Carlos. That can't be it. He's twisted about something. Yeah, there was something else going on. And that is part of the phenomenon of everything I'm trying to teach here, and I will get this out in time. That had nothing, absolutely nothing to do with Carlos, the Cuban guy, and not going through the course. That was what it was called. What it really was is I have to separate DJ from anyone in his life in a decision-making or position of influence. I have to get rid of those people. And that meant me and Diane. This is what it had gone on unseen, just things weren't just making sense, just little bits and bobs here. But that Carlos was the one that would put it right over the top, and it got us. It got us. It was so maddening. And when something is that maddening, that frustrating, that you just go nuts, you start to say and do anything to get that person to respond to you. Regrettably, that's what you do. And when you do that, that plays into that con even more. See, I told you they were nuts. That is something we loved with every breath in our body. We had never gone more than a couple of days. Even the deployments with emails and hearing from him and all these years, just so proud, just so loving. And he's gone. He is gone. And I'll be glad to share with you the events, how all that happened, and what ultimately it was all about. Next time. Fell right into that trap. Fell right into it. Stepped right in.
Hi, Coach Sean here. If you left a narcissist and suddenly you're being labeled as unstable, unsafe, dramatic, abusive, or out to destroy them, listen to me. This isn't a misunderstanding. That's a smear campaign. And the narrative is almost always the same because it's not about truth. It's about control and making you look as bad as possible. Welcome back to my series, Fallout from Narcissistic Divorce.
Fuck, dude.
Where did you immigrate from?
Lebanon.
Hey, me too. I'm Lebanese. My mom too.
Left before the Civil War, but I'm an only child. My mom is a single parent. Never had a father. Let me tell you something. When you lose a father, you become a man. But when you lose a mother, you become an orphan.
Wow.
My mom died in the beginning of the pandemic, and I've been an orphan since then. And I never had a father, never felt the difference.
So if you didn't grow up having a relationship with a father, what are your values as a father, basically?
Well, look, there are two schools of life. Some tell you if you have been abused, you're going to do the same thing in the future. And the other school says if you learned what you were missing, you would make sure you would never miss it. And that's what I made sure for my kids. They would never miss a father. So I coached them when they played baseball for 10 years. I'm always present. I worked hard, but I was always there on the weekend, the trips and all that. And they remember me as always being there. So to me, my reaction was like, don't do what was done to you.
This series of videos that I've made, I shot them in January of 2022 and put them together just like they are.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying at the beginning of this. I remember watching that a long time ago, so I thought it was like 3 years, but I guess it was a little bit more.
But they never saw the light of day on YouTube or any other website out. They were for my private membership website, videos.extremesaleexperience. And it was because of the overwhelming number of my subscribers who we depend on to eat, bringing this stuff up, that they had saw DJ and he said this about us and he said that about us and he wanted to know the truth. And I was just getting overwhelmed by the whole thing. And so I put them up and hoped that he would stop, and he has not. He's only escalated more and more with these because he doesn't think I'll retort. And he'd be wrong about that.
Why don't you do me a favor, put your dad on your back. There you go. Now, we're going to do the interview. We'll see how smart you are. Why is your dad on your back?
Because he's been carrying me for 17 years.
That's right. He's been carrying him for 17 years. It's about time you do. Has he been a good boy?
He's been a very good boy, Senior Chief.
Yeah. And what do you do?
I'm an insurance broker, marine insurance broker.
And what are you aspiring to do?
I'm not 100% sure yet.
Is he already getting too heavy?
Nah, I'm good.
Okay. Okay. And how was the course?
Fun.
Yeah?
A lot of fun, yeah.
Time? What do you, Cecil B. DeMille? Why don't you just fucking stand still over there and get the Cecil?
Making the chief nervous.
Yeah, making me nervous here. And good, you guys did really well, both of you.
Thank you.
It was excellent. And we'll miss you tomorrow.
I'd like to say something, if it's okay, Senior Chief.
Yeah.
Before James headed off to college, this was a special opportunity for us to bond in a very special way. It's something he and I are going to hold for a very, very long time, and I'd like to thank you for that, Don. Really appreciate it, Senior Chief.
Yeah, there's no problem here. I enjoyed doing it.
stop. You all do whatever you all need to do to make a living. You all do, you raise your girls, you all do whatever you need to do. But please leave us out of it. We are old, we are not well, and we're doing the best we can. Please leave us alone and quit lying. Lies always catch up with you. I'm sorry.
So it went on, just this insane beating of Don and Diane Shipley by those two young people, right until about 5 years ago, 6 years ago. And Diane is out by the pool with me cleaning it in Maryland, and she gets a phone call. And it's from a young lady that she buys jewelry from. She never met her. You know, she's from the internet. And she's like, oh, I love your jewelry. I love your jewelry. I'm so glad you called me. And then Diane started in on her about how precious and beautiful her son was. On a roll, flattering her about how beautiful that little boy was. And then she said, that's your grandson. That's how it went. The whole wedding shit over that was to get me away from them, and money, it was all money related, you know, so yeah. And now we've got a grandson. When Patsy found out that we found out, Patsy threatened Diane. She hadn't heard from her all those years. Do you have anything to do with that little boy? If you have anything to do with that evil woman, see how this is all going around? You'll never see your grandkids. Ever, ever, never, never. Well, we already hadn't. You can't take anything more from them. What kind of person deprives the grandchildren out of their grandparents?
That it is all about our grandson. It's about his well-being. It's about giving him a family. It's about giving him love so that he knows he is wanted. What are we supposed to do? We didn't ask for any of this. I don't care how he got here. He is here. And we love him just like we love all of our grandchildren that we've been allowed to see and love. And I don't make any apologies for it. I don't know what should we have done. Should we have just never taken the phone call? Should we have never given anybody the time of day? Maybe that's what the hell I should have done. But I am a yaya. I'm a mama. And he is my grandson. And I love him. And I will never apologize for taking the route that I took. I'm not sorry. It's like looking in a mirror. He has a rack in his bedroom right in there with all of his swords, just like He-Man, in the back of his shirt. He's so close with my granddaughter. They're just like two peas in a pod. And she came running in the other day and she said, oh, he's fell off the bed. He's hurt his neck. And I walked back there and all I could see was him little feet sticking out from underneath the bed. And he said, draw your weapons. Just, you know, how am I supposed to be sorry for that? I think that God has a bigger plan. And I don't think that God's plan was for me to turn my back on that little boy. I'm glad he's here.
Do you see anything wrong with this picture? Yes, someone's missing. And that person is my father. But I learned, just because someone is not in your life doesn't mean that your life is screwed. If anything, their absence can teach you some of the most important lessons. My dad wasn't there to teach me how to be a man, but you know what? I figured it out. You may have to work a little harder, but trust me, it also means you'll come out stronger. And if I can do it, so can you.
And we are great grandparents to that little boy. We are waiting on a pool table to be delivered as I speak because he loves shooting pool. I take him into all the biker bars and he shoots a game of pool and they all fawn over him. And you know who else used to love pool? DJ. He loved it. He'd watch The Hustler with my father over and over and over again. And he is doing everything in his power to destroy that little boy. Everything. And DJ's deadbeat dead. Absolute deadbeat dead. He pays his child support and then he takes it away from her in the form of attorneys that she has to pay for. She is a single mom with all that stuff, and it's hard to watch what he does to her. He has turned his attacks onto her. If you want to meet DJ, he's in Virginia Beach, up there at the courthouse probably as we speak. He's got her back in court, trying to cheat her out of $300 in child support payments. And not because it's because he needs to hurt her. Patsy has put him up to this. Take her back in there. Because she's a single mother, she runs a small business, and she is insanely distracted by these frequent appearances in court. So DJ can hurt her again. And by doing that, he hurts that little boy. It is just a shit show beyond words. And so in that respect, he's an abusive father. Well, he's never going to be in there. He's abusive to the father and the mother. That's got to be some kind of abuse there. And he abuses his senior citizen mother. Disabled, senior citizen. He beats the wings off of her every chance he gets. He's the most horrible son of a bitch out there. And it's all from that little boy. When they found out that we knew about that little boy and had brought him in, oh, Patsy went ugly. Patsy, when DJ did that to Patsy, you don't understand the ego Patsy has, the center of attention, the widowed deets, the belle of the ball. She has to have all this attention around her 24/7. And DJ brings that act onto her and insanely humiliated Patsy with that. And she will never forgive him. She puts a nice smile on that camera there as the two of them go at it. But she'll never forgive him. She is so humiliated still, and she's got that hollow shell, and she has to destroy something. So she takes it out on the mother, she takes it out on the little boy, she takes it out on Diane, she takes it out on me, and her flying monkey DJ is a willing participant in all of it. I wouldn't wish this on anybody. But that's what he's mad about now. Now, after the 10 years, he's gotten to 5, and he's found a new thing to do. To torture us for taking that little boy in. I've had him deer hunting already. He's caught some nice fish. And he's only 6. Now, I will say this about that, of why we're so enraged by DJ's performance. This country is going to absolute shit from the fatherless children in it, the ones that have no guidance, no nothing. They're just left to their own demises without a daddy. But when you look at the statistics, look at them. Little boys born into a single family home with a mother, when they grow older, are more prone to being alcoholics. They're more prone to being drug addicts. They're more prone to using a gun in the commission of a crime. They're more likely to drop out of school. They don't know anything about being a dad, so they struggle with relationships. It's horrible to read that shit, especially the bit about suicide. But we have him now, and we're never going to let any of that happen to him.
Growing up without a father, it doesn't make you stronger at first. It just makes you silent. You don't learn how to be a man. You learn how to survive pretending you are one. No role model, no backup, no one to teach you how to stand up without falling apart. So you fail a lot. You cry in places no one sees. You break in ways no one understands. But over time, pain becomes your mentor. Discipline grows from necessity. Strength becomes your default setting. Not because you're fearless, But because you've run out of choices, they say you're strong. No, you're just done being broken. And somehow, that makes you unbreakable.
And just one final thing before I go. You've all heard the DJ about me screwing him out of being a veterinarian by making him join the Navy. DJ can't even spell veterinarian. It took him 5 tries to pass the driving test. You know who wanted to be a veterinarian? His girlfriend. That was what she wanted to be. And DJ stole that story like he steals mine and he steals so many other people's stories. Veterinarian. I wish could have got him in a seat like on the Sean Ryan show, me and him together, and I'd go, hey, spell veterinarian. What a clown. What a total clown.
Damn. Jeez. Well, that was very interesting. So, yeah. Let's change it up a little bit.
Sorry for the TMI, but I think all hotel rooms need to come standard with a plunger. We're gonna go ahead and close this. And I did let housekeeping know that I will need a plunger because I'm gonna take care of that. I just think all hotel rooms need to come standard, especially for a person like me with a plunger. Sorry. Oh my gosh, it is a little cold out there, but at least it's not raining. Oh my gosh, why does my button keep coming down? I love this shirt, but the buttons just easily pop open. Last episode of the trip, and we're going out with a bang with a food I've never officially tried. Poutine, and if I'm honest, it doesn't look too appetizing in the photo. And yes, I know, it's pronounced Putin. I didn't find that out until later in the episode. Today, we're back in Manchester, New Hampshire's largest city, heading to Chez Vachon for their Grand Putin Challenge, which has been around for over 15 years, and the goal today is to leave New England with one last win. You know, this town does remind me a lot like being in England. It's been a while since I visited, and I'm pretty sure the name was inspired by the town in England, Manchester, but we've made it. Not sure how you pronounce that. I think it's Chez Vachon. We'll find out.
You're here to do the Putin challenge?
Yeah, it's a Putin? Oh, that's how you pronounce it, Putin?
Yes.
Oh, I've been saying it wrong this whole time.
Well, technically it depends on what part of Canada you're from, so you're not that far off.
All right, well, I'm here to do the Putin challenge.
Okay.
Man, videos don't do this thing justice. Wow. It's a lot bigger in person. I mean, this place has been packed for the last hour nonstop. So I'm assuming the food is good, right? Okay, awesome.
You going to eat that?
I am going to eat this. I think I can do it in under an hour. You don't think I can?
I think you can.
I like your attitude. So $29.99 plus tax if I fail. If I beat it, is there a t-shirt?
I prefer not finish this time than fail.
Okay, not finish this time. There is a t-shirt? Okay, awesome.
Best of luck to you. You're going to do awesome. I can feel it. 10, 9, 6,
Long countdown.
5, 2, 1. Woo!
Okay, that was the longest countdown of my
13
life.
seconds ahead of time.
All
I
right.
made it more dramatic.
That's okay. You got a lot of winners here?
Like 3 or 4.
3 or 4? Okay. So this is my first time having Putin.
Want me to dig some, but you digging. Shame on you.
If they allow me to share it, sure, you can have as much as you want. I think he might have been a little upset I didn't share with him. I mean, I do have enough food here to slide him a plate or two, but given this is a solo challenge, I've got to be a little stingy this time. My apologies to the gentleman. Okay, I love the gravy. And there's a lot of it, but maybe I should have asked for another bowl just in case. And along with the fries and gravy, there is these massive cheese curd chunks. Now, I've had plenty of cheese curds in my life, but these are definitely the biggest. This man right here has nothing but doubt in his eyes. He did tell me I wasn't going to finish it, but I have a feeling he might have to retract that statement soon. I think when I get back home, I need to buy another spoon, one of those big spoons, because I have no idea what happened to my set. I must have lost it on one of these trips. This little spoon is not cutting it. Luckily, I'm editing this episode before my next trip because I just reminded myself I need to pick up a new set of utensils. Now, for Chez Vachon's Grand Poutine Challenge, it's pretty simple. All I gotta do is finish 5 pounds of their poutine, which is loaded with fries, gravy, and cheese curds. If I can get everything down within the hour, the $29.99 meal is free, which honestly isn't a bad deal even if you fail. And I'll also earn a t-shirt for the collection. Now, I don't think I'll need too much liquid, since there's enough gravy on the fries. And speaking of the fries, I actually like these ones. They're thick cuts and soft on the inside while holding their structure. Surprisingly, they're not a soggy mess, which makes sense considering this place is famous for having the best poutine in Manchester. I saw a few people order plates of it and they were loaded. How do you pronounce the restaurant's name?
Chez Vachon.
Chez Vachon? So is this like a Canadian restaurant?
French.
French? It's a French restaurant.
That's a French dish.
This is my first time trying poutine. I just found out that's the way you pronounce it too. Poutine. I always said poutine. Now, I understand this is a French dish and the correct pronunciation is poutine, but as an American, is it really wrong if I say poutine? I'm sure somebody in the comments will let me know. I'm just trying not to sound like a complete doofus, which I probably already do. Oh, it seems like these fries aren't going away. It's just never ending.
You better get the big box to go.
There's gonna be no to-go box. I have a flight after this, so whoever's sitting next to me on the plane, I feel sorry for. I know I've made that joke before, but this time it was rough. Thankfully, for the flight home, I had an entire row to myself. I don't have that first class kind of money, and even if I did, I'm not spending a few $100s for a flight that's only a few hours long. I am way too cheap these days. That is going down slow. It's stuck right here. Can I bother you for one more cup of water?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. No ice, please. Yeah, it was starting to get a little rough there. I've done a decent job not drinking too much water, knowing this one glass isn't gonna last.
He's doing well so far, that's for sure.
I'm 99% sure I will do it. I gotta leave that 1%, just in case. Anything could happen. Yeah. Well, I don't say I'm from Utah. I just live in Utah. I'm from Las Vegas. No. When I lived in Vegas, they didn't have a team. They didn't have hockey. They didn't have football. All they had was like the minor league baseball. As much as I enjoy living in Utah, I don't think it's a place I'd call home for the rest of my life. Right now, it's more of a temporary spot since most of my family live here, but the winters here are just too cold for me. Yes, I know, I'm a baby. And honestly, I think Florida might be calling my name again. Just not South Florida, and especially not Miami. Been there, done that. It's just way too bougie for me.
Good luck with you.
You out of here? You have a blessed day.
I'm a crossing guard for elementary school.
Okay, you have a blessed day.
Wear that hat and watch.
I'm going home today, so I'm flying out of Boston.
Wear it proudly.
I salute that man for doing the Lord's work and keeping kids safe out on the streets. And the comment about the Yankees hat, I think next time I'm visiting New England, I might need to invest in a Boston hat just to blend in with the community a little better. However, I will admit I do like the banter. We're 13 minutes and 40 seconds in now. I swear every time I move the poutine over here, it looks like it just doubles. But we're getting there. Almost done.
His page and stuff, and he did like this huge Philly cheesesteak, and he like finished it. So like I have no doubt that he can finish it.
I appreciate your confidence. See, she has confidence. Thank you. I knew eventually he'd come around, but honestly, I treasure these fine gentlemen at the table. I've always had a soft spot for the elderly, and I appreciate how the older generation is unapologetically 100% themselves. Their company made my time here so much more enjoyable, and the back and forth banter just made the whole experience even better. The goal is when I'm older, I can joke around with the younger generation just like they do. Almost 17 minutes in. And of course, since this is the last challenge of the trip, I'm gonna be a lot slower than if it was the beginning. Yeah, I try to be strategic with my trips by filming the bigger, tougher challenges earlier on, and usually saving the easier ones towards the end. Although with my next trip around the Kentucky area, I don't think there's any way to avoid the suffering. And I've got a feeling it's going to get a little rough. Just taking a little breather. Pushing it down. No. Okay, we are now 20 minutes in. We have 40 minutes left, so we have plenty of time. And I don't have to be at the airport for another 2 hours, so we're making good time. Now, I haven't had much poutine in my life. In fact, the first time I tried it was on that burger I had at the Tuckaway Tavern, but I am really enjoying it here. It is a little rich. I mean, eating 5 pounds of anything will do that to you. But as a side with a good burger for a normal meal, it would be killer. Big thank you to everyone here at Chef Echon for hosting me. They were all incredible and made my time here memorable.
Is it okay if we buy you another one?
I appreciate the thought, but after this, I'm good on food for the next few days.
You're gonna remember New Hampshire.
Oh yes. Yes I am. Yes I am. And just a few more bites left to officially call this one a challenge. In the next episode, I'll be in Cincinnati, Ohio, taking on Blue Ash Chili's famous 8-pound no freaking way challenge. This one's been on my bucket list for quite some time, and I don't know whether to be excited or terrified with the amount of cheese loaded onto this thing, but it should make for a fun episode.
You were hungry or what? You didn't even save some for me. Shame on you.
We get to see it, Betty.
Yeah, this is the last bite right here.
Hey.
You got the challenge.
You didn't even...
I'll buy you one if you want one.
Sure, go ahead.
Nice job.
25 minutes, 45 seconds. Thank you. Whew.
Yes, awesome.
That was starting to get rich towards the end.
You give some to some people.
Maybe I snuck some to them over there on this table. Hey, if you want, I'll buy you one, and then you can have leftovers. Thank you so much. Grand Poutine. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I did get a t-shirt for winning the Grand Poutine Challenge, and this is a large, so it is probably gonna go to my wife. And we got a hat. Oh man, I got a food baby. I'm pregnant now. I beat it.
Yeah. We'll see you next year.
I'll be back next year.
Okay, my friend.
Yeah, thank you. I like your jacket as well.
Where are you from?
Utah. I live in Utah.
You have a safe trip back home.
Oh, thank you so much.
You stay healthy and happy.
Thank you. I will.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
You got nice tattoos there.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Yeah, you have a good one.
All right.
I like that grip. Bye-bye, thank you. So we got plenty of time to make it to the airport, and I'm really hoping that I have an entire row to myself. The app says I do, but you never know. It's too early to tell. But that would be awesome. That'd be the cherry on top for this day.
This is the conversation that a lot
Sounds
of you have been waiting
interesting.
on.
Has a million
Updates
views.
from my surgery. Before we get into it, this whole entire video will be rated M for mature audiences only. So I'm gonna give those of you time, to skedaddle. This conversation will not be for you. Dame, how come we couldn't have known sooner about what you went into surgery for? Well, two things. One, everybody talks about everything in their time, right? Being the fact my post-op for my surgery is tomorrow, I can now speak about it. And that's what I wanted to wait. I wanted to wait my 6 weeks. No, I did not get a gastric sleeve, gastric bypass, nothing of that nature. No, I did not get knee surgery, nothing of that nature. But your boy, I got the Superman. Dang, what's the Superman? Well, for those of you that have been following me for a long time and you have watched all and or even some of my health updates, there was one particular video. And a lot of my foodie fam, they're already on it. I saw you guys in the comment section. You knew exactly what I went in for. You knew exactly what I went in for. Salute to every last one of you, because that means your foodie fam that been rocking out the long way, and you make sure that you're tuned in to all of my videos. So love and respect. ED, y'all. Erectile dysfunction. I don't have a problem talking about anything in my life whatsoever. And I did a video that was called Living with ED. I broke everything down in that video, just like I'm going to break everything down and hopefully answer some of the questions that my kings out there may have when it comes to the penile prosthetic. Yes, the implant, baby. This is for individuals living with ED. This is when you go to your doctor, fellas, and a lot of you have strong egos about you. Trust me, I was one of the individuals. Not a lot of men want to admit the fact that they cannot be sexually active, regardless what they do. It happens for various reasons. Diabetes, it happens old age, it happens because you're just not really in the mood, or you may think that you are. There's a multitude of reasons why you cannot perform sexually. So you go to your doctor. Doc, what do you have for me? I need to get back right. I need to get back to myself. Doc is like, listen, let's start with pills. So the doctor, he'll start you off with Viagra or something similar to it in hopes that will help. And maybe in the beginning it does help. But then maybe after that, your body just kind of gets acclimated to it and it's no longer helping. You find yourself not showing up to the occasion when you would love to show up to the occasion, and you can't. And you can't. That does a lot to a man mentally. I'm going to tell you right now, it did a lot to me mentally when there were just a whole lot of times the boy I couldn't rock out. I could do everything else. Show up to the party. Make sure everybody's having a good time up off in the party, right? But when it came time for me and my boy to be at attention, like, hey, we in the building, we ready to get busy, there's nothing I can do. Bet. So now, Viagra's no longer working. What next, Doc? Well, we can always go ahead with the penis injections. Ouch. Doc, I don't even do drugs. You want me to start injecting myself? Come on, Doc. Why are we playing those games? And you want me to inject my boy? The most sensitive of areas. It's one thing when you're injecting your arm, or if you're injecting your stomach, for diabetics, right? It's another thing when you're injecting your boy. Doc. He's like, hey, you want to be sexually active, right? Yeah. Inject yourself. All right, bet. So now, y'all, whoosh, I'm injecting the boy. I'm injecting my business. Maybe I was injecting myself wrong because it hurt. And those little injections right there, it is not for me. I'm going to tell you right now, it is not for me. It might be for you fellas, in all respect if it is, but it was not for me. Couldn't get down, couldn't get busy with it. Doc, what else do you have for me? He was like, well, remember when we were talking about surgery? The prosthetic penis? Yeah. The cylinder. Oh, yeah? He was like, we can always do surgery. If that's my only option left, yeah. And I know there's pumps out there that fellas can take to see if we can go ahead and pump up the business and get you rocking, but excuse me, wasn't for me. And so when I first went to get the surgery done, that's when my A1C was out the roof. If it's too high, they will not do the surgery, fellas. You have to be 7 and below on your A1C in order for them to approve that surgery. If you're up there, they won't do it. There could be possible complications. Doctors do not want that business. They want to make sure that you stay safe. They want to make sure that there's no type of wild infections because your A1C is crazy, or a rejection of the surgery altogether because your A1C is crazy. So it took me a while, y'all. It took me over 1.5 years just to get my numbers back to where they are now, currently, and to get approved for the surgery. All right, now, let's get into the surgery. So with at the time, I was with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and you got to go through a whole process with your insurance company, especially when it comes time to get your boy manufactured. You have to go through a whole entire process, and you got to make sure that there's no kind of exceptions, exclusions, this, that, and the third. And Blue Cross Blue Shield was like, he's A-OK. He's good to go. So I remember leaving a week before the surgery was supposed to take place, right? I remember leaving to Miami on a fella's trip. And 2 days into being in Miami, I get a phone call from the scheduler who said that the insurance denied my surgery that I was supposed to get when I got back from vacation. I was looking forward to the surgery at this point, y'all. I'm like, oh man, they did? What's going on? They're like, don't worry, we're trying to do an appeal, blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh my goodness. So Blue Cross Blue Shield gave me zero love on my surgery when it came time to get my boy manufactured. Again, that's another blow to the ego piece. That's another blow. Like, you've been waiting this long. You've done everything that you needed to do to get your A1C down. Because even when my A1C came down, I still wasn't performing at normal. They're like, you know what I'm saying? Damn, how about you just get your numbers in check? Just eat a little bit differently and your boy will come back. No, he didn't come back nowhere, right? All right, bet. What do we do now? Well, shortly thereafter,
Big
wifey ended
balls,
up
big
changing
balls. Thank you,
from Blue Cross Blue
Bobby.
Shield over to Cigna.
Hell yeah, dude.
And when
Thank
she did
you
that,
for being
I just
subscribed for
kind of
2 months,
reapplied
bro.
to get the
I love
surgery
you,
done.
man.
Cigna, the green
In the
light
words of
again.
Doug, come
I didn't get
inside me.
excited this
Do
time.
it
They
now.
gave the green light. I didn't get excited because I got excited with Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Dude,
Didn't
this
want the
video is about
disappointment.
a
I needed to ride this one all the way until
penile
surgery day. I had
implant.
to ride this one out.
It's at
Then
1.1
surgery
million
day came.
views. So I was like,
Fellas, I
man, let me
hope
check
you're
this
ready
out.
for this next part. Surgery day came, and I was
I used to
scheduled
watch
to
this
go into the
dude do
hospital,
like
y'all.
competitive eating and stuff too.
I was supposed to be there for 5:30. I get there about 4:52
I
a.m.
think.
Nervous. Heart on. The heart was going crazy. I'm there with the wife and our daughter early in the morning. I'm in the admission part where you had to sit and
Hell
speak with the
yeah.
lady behind the desk. She was the only person there.
Imagine
She
not being
broke down how
subbed.
long I'd be in surgery for. She just said 3 hours. I didn't think it was going to take that long, but she said 3 hours. And then she said, we're going to keep you overnight just to watch you to make sure that everything goes well with your surgery. I was like, all right, no problem. And now I'm just kind of signing my life away. And now it's real. Now that green light that Cigna gave me, the thumbs up, your boy is like, yes, thank you, Cigna. Shout out to Cigna. You know what I'm saying? Taking care of the people. So now it's time to get me ready, right? I get my robe on. They take me to the back room. I get the robe on, little hospital
Yeah,
socks.
penile
Little booty
implant. I
cheeks are
think
hanging
it's
out in the
like
back of the gown. Wifey sitting to the right of me. Our daughter
it's
sitting
like
next to her on the phone, more than likely on TikTok.
he has like a
And nurses are
prosthetic
coming in. And doctor
thing.
finally arrives and like, damn, you ready? I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like, nothing really prepares you for the surgery, fellas,
I'm trying to
when it's
reduce
time to
mine
get
from 3
your
to 2
boy manufactured.
centimeters.
Nothing mentally preps you for that. All you know is when it's all said and done, well, we're going to discuss that momentarily too. So now I'm going in. They're wheeling me down the hallway. And if certain hospitals that you
Oh
go
my
to, there's
gosh,
things
man.
all in the hallway, other beds in the hallway, people passing. Sometimes the hospital hallways are small. And I had, just a tiny person actually just, when I say tiny person, I just mean she was a shorter woman actually, just pushing me down the hallway. And I'm like, oh man, I hope she doesn't like destroy my feet because they're hanging off the bed. They don't make them for 6'6" brothers out there, you know what I'm saying? But we get into the operating room, and I saw the operating table, family, and I'm looking at over the table, and the table was floss. It was floss. It was this. This was the operating table. I was like, hold on, let me show you a little bit closer. I'm a big brother. Were you gonna roll me off of my current bed onto an operating table that can't really hold me? Now what if I fall on the table? What if the operation goes wrong? Surgery goes wrong? What am I gonna do?
Oh,
They're
sweet,
like, all
man.
right,
Hell
Mr.
yeah,
Patterson, we
bro.
are now going to
3
roll
straight
you
straight,
over onto the
baby.
cold operating table.
Hell yeah, bro. Thank you, man. I love you, bro. Hell yeah.
They rolled me over. I swear both butt cheeks was hanging off the side of the operating table. I'm a big brother. That's a small little table. Doesn't matter. My doctor's over there cracking jokes. Anesthesia dude come in. talks to me a little bit. Doc's like, hey, listen, you're going to feel just like maybe a little slight discomfort in your hand because that's where they had the IV. And, we're going to pump the fluid in. And then you're going to be out like a light. You won't remember anything. You will wake up a little groggy. Your throat's going to be a little sore from the breathing tube, but you're going to be okay. Okay, that's what I remember him saying. I remember a nurse comes over. I remember her holding my arm, and she was like, now I need for you to breathe deeply 3 times. That's it. Just breathe. I kid y'all not. By the second, gone. Your boy was gone. I was out. I was out like a light, family. I was one and done. It was a wrapperoni.
Hell yeah.
And when I wake up, I think you guys actually remember because I still did a food review with the scratchy throat piece from the hospital. Breathing tube is out. I'm feeling pressure on my boy, and I didn't want to look. I didn't want to look down at it, see what it was. And I looked, I looked, and I had the mummy wrap. It was just thick bandages just all over my boy. And I remember my legs had like compressions on the leg to keep the blood flow maintained in the leg to kind of stop from the swelling of the feet. I remember that laying in the bed and just kind of being out of it and it taking me a minute just to get all of the fluids that were in me, just the anesthesia that was in me, just to have that flushed out and to get back to a quote unquote normal feeling. And the catheter, that was something else. I'm like, eventually the catheter has to come out. Is that going to hurt? I never had a catheter inside my boy before. Like, is that going to hurt when they got to take it out? Ugh. There are like so many things run through your mind and you just want to know how the operation went. That's it. You want to know how the operation went, family. And you're waiting to hear back from your doctor. And then they come in and they're like, oh, everything went great. No complications whatsoever. In and out, boom, boom. We'll give you next steps. We'll be in contact with you. Just relax, rest, and we'll be back. I remember I couldn't leave until I peed. I couldn't leave the hospital until I peed. And when it was time to get that catheter pulled out, y'all, I remember it like it was yesterday. My nurse, she was amazing. So she comes over, she's like, hey, it's time to remove your catheters. It's the following day. And I'm like, oh, man. She's like, don't worry about it. No pain at all. You'll be just fine. No pain at all. Woman, No, woman, no. It's my boy. It's my business. He just got finished getting manufactured. I just got finished getting the Superman. We're going to talk about why I call it Superman. I just got finished getting the Superman. She was like, I need you to breathe. Is this hospital always focused on breathing? They told me the same thing when it was time for me to go night-night. Just breathe deep, Dame. By your third breath, I'm pulling this thing out. Ooh. Pulling it out? What you talking about, Willis? I breathe. Nervous. Nervous. She said, on this last one, Dame, I'm yanking. Just deep. She pulls it out. And she was right. There was no pain, but you feel it. You feel it coming out. You feel like a little bit of pressure coming out. And you don't have to pee right away or anything like that because you're still scared. You're still nervous to urinate, fellas. It's going to happen. Your mind is going to be messing with you the best way it can because all this is brand new to you. All of it is brand new to you. She was like, how was that? I was like, I'm here. I'm fine. I'm good. She's like, all right. Well, she was like, just remember, you can't leave today until you pee. You want some water? Yes, please bring me some water. All right. So she brought me water. I'm drinking the water, but nothing. She did this and was doing this, bringing me water from like 9:45 in the morning until I finally peed, which was probably like closer to 4 in the afternoon. Fine. Let me tell you something. Nerve blockers, family. I had so many nerve blockers in my system to help alleviate the pain, just so you don't feel anything. And Doc was like, listen, Advil, Tylenol, you'll be taking those. You're going to need those. You're going to have slight discomfort at night trying to sleep. Blah, 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 blah. Slight. I was fine for 48 hours. I was like, Advil? Who needs Advil? Tylenol? Who needs Tylenol? I'm good. I'm Superman now, baby. I'm good. I don't feel nothing. I don't feel nothing. I don't know what everybody else, other fellas go through. I don't go through nothing. Day 3. Oh, gotta get the ice pack. Yeah, mama, let me get the ice pack. Let me get the ice pack. Let me get 2 Advil. Let me get 2 of them things. Because let me tell you, while you're icing your boy, the bat and the balls, while you're icing all that because it's all swole, whoo, is it swole? When those nerve blockers wear off, it is something ferocious when them nerve blockers wear off, family. Whew, okay. I got through it. I'm kidding you not, fellas. The doctor says you're going to need about 6 weeks of recovery. Tomorrow is the official day of my 6 weeks of recovery. A strong 3, 4, no, not even 3, a strong 4 weeks before you start feeling as if it doesn't hurt as much, not as uncomfortable to shower, you know what I'm saying, to clean up, to get yourself all the way together, to not have to rock so and rely so heavy on Advil and or Tylenol. It took me a solid 4 weeks. By the 5th week, I'm like, okay, I'm moving about a little more easier. These showers are getting a little more easier. I'm not as swollen. The boy is looking better. The boy looked good before, don't get me wrong, but the boy looking better. Fellas, what you're going to hear from other men who have had this surgery, the Superman, is that if you're used to a particular length, after the surgery, you're not as long, you're not as strong. Tissue rebuilding. You're going to be going through something called cycling. Once it's all said and done, your doctor's going to like, all right, we're going to do the cycle, and now it's time to explain to you exactly how all of this works. It only took about 18 minutes. But I needed to give you the preface, the beginning of all this madness. Let's get into it. Dame, for those who have no idea what's going on, I need to give you visuals, and I'm sorry I do not have the actual miniature pump that's inside of the scrotum. But what I do have, we're going to take this real quick, and we're going to take a little McNiggy. Okay, go. All right, look. This is there. Yeah, this is a little bit larger, which is the pouch that's inside of your abdomen. The pouch. Keep the pouch in mind, all right? A little McNiggy. This is the ball, because it's round, but not like a cap. Just imagine another one of these, but smaller. The ball that's inside of your scrotum. So what's going to happen is you are literally going to, with one hand, kind of hold the ball sack, with the other hand, feel for the ball in your scrotum, and you're going to squeeze it once. Once you squeeze, right, it's going to trigger the pouch that's going to release the fluid out of the other tube. So imagine the tube going from the ball to the pouch that's in your abdomen, and then, of course, another tube coming out into the cylinder device inside of the penis. Okay? So, 3. I'm trying to do it so you can see everything here, y'all. Just give me a minute. I'm trying to improvise with McDonald's. But the last one is the actual device inside of your penis. So you're gonna pump the ball, which is of course gonna activate the liquid that's gonna come from the pouch in your abdomen and go right here into the shaft. Okay? Now, as it's going into the shaft, we're gonna go from a semi-raw ski, and we're slowly gonna start to rise to the occasion. Boop, boop. When you're ready to play. This is you ready to play. You can go here. Don't worry, you cannot overpump. Like, you're gonna feel it empty out. You'll feel it. You're gonna know when it's time to stop pumping the Reebok's pump. But you control your erection. You control it 100%. There is no moments anymore of can I or will I perform. It's you're always ready for every single occasion at any given time of the day. It doesn't matter the hour, it doesn't matter the moment, it doesn't matter who you're with. You are always going to be ready because you controlled it. Boop, 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 boop. You already controlled it. Now, Dame, what happens when I'm done and it's just chilling? Because that's all it's going to do. It's just going to chill. It doesn't go down like a normal erection would after that blood rush and after all the happiness done spilled over, pun intended. and then eventually it just kind of makes its way back down to normal. Your new Superman, Man of Steel, stays Superman, Man of Steel, until you go back to holding the scrotum, and now on the same ball device, the opposite end, there's like a little deflate nodule. That you have to push until your boy's back to chilling again. But until you press that, you're Superman, Man of Steel, the whole entire time. The whole entire time. Fellas, I know what you're thinking. Well, I'm never going to not press it. I'm going to just remain on rock candy. I'm going to remain on rock. I'm going to remain like this. I'm going to chill like... It's going to be discomforting after a while. Just keep in mind, your tissue is being retrained. The tissue inside of your penis is being retrained by you. This is where cycling comes in. Once you're done, however many minutes, however many hours, whatever you want to do, because now you control it, your business, handle your business. But once you're done, once you're back to regular, your doctor's going to recommend that you start cycling. And what cycling is just random times throughout the course of the day, usually for about, let's say, half hour to 45 minutes, sometimes an hour, you just randomly pump this thing up. You just randomly, psst, 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 psst. You know what I'm saying? You can't just, you can't just go from here to, it doesn't work that way. It's little intervals. It's. Psst,
Do you want to watch a movie of your choice this Sunday? Oh, hell yeah, bro.
Like,
Yeah,
it's
hell
going to
yeah.
take you
So
a
you
minute.
literally pump your penis.
However,
Dude, yeah, man. Pretty wild,
cycling,
right?
that's
It's pretty
something that you do
fascinating, man.
every
Hell
single
yeah.
day because
Yeah,
you
I'm
have to
down, bro.
retrain
Absolutely,
the
man.
tissue
I kind of
inside the
screwed up
shaft.
last week, so I thought that it was on Sunday, but yeah, man, I'm down, bro.
You have to retrain it. And
I'm
it
down
will
to watch
help.
anything,
It will
man.
help with, a little bit of girth activity, a little bit of,
Hell yeah, bro. I'm
making
always
it just a
game, man.
little bit longer. You're not going to go from whatever you are
Sorry, I'm
at
getting into this build,
erection for
bro.
the first time. You're not going to go from there and grab up all these extra inches. That ain't going to happen. But while you're retraining the tissue, it is going to start to
Thank you
lengthen just a little bit.
for the
Just
invite.
just a little bit. Might not even be noticeable to you the way it lengthens, but it is because it's being retrained. You might not even get back what you once had. You might have been a 10-incher, a 12-incher, and then you find out after surgery that you 9.5, or you are 11 and a half. And you might not get back to a full 12 raw ski or a full 10 piece. You might not. Who knows? I don't know. All I'm saying, man, my phone blowing up. They must be hearing me talking, doing this to you live. All right, but all I'm saying is you are now in control of your sexual activity. You didn't have this control before. You know what I'm saying to you? You wished upon a star in hopes that you could be sexually active. And sometimes it was a hit or miss. Well, now after you get the prosthetic penis, the implant, the coloplast, the Titan, right? Now that once you get that, family, you're back in control of your life. You get to get that back. You get to get that confidence back. That's a good feeling, fellas. Okay, I actually need you. But that's a good feeling. So thank you for those of you that made it to the end of this long video. I know this was a long video. Again, I do not have any problems talking about this whatsoever. There are individuals that have been close to me that have known I went in for the Superman treatment. Dang, what's the cost, right? What's the out-of-pocket cost? Because the only way the insurance is going to cover it, something has to be wrong with you. For me, the diabetes, me trying everything else and everything else not working, and then insurance giving me the green light. They took care of that bill. What is the cost out of pocket? Real quick, before I end the video, this surgery, from what I hear, could be anywhere between $40,000 to $50,000. 40 to 50 grand. That's the kind of business you're walking around with after it's all said and done. There is a doctor in Virginia, because don't trust and believe, y'all. I had to look up my other options just in case insurance wasn't going to show me love. But there is a doctor in Virginia that is well known for doing a multitude of these surgeries all the time. I got to get his name again, but 20 grand. And he hit you with the lengthening piece too for like an additional 5-piece. Like this, he got some things going on over there. Crazy, crazy. So for those that have to pay out of pocket, you
Nice.
do have an option. You
Hell
do
yeah,
not have to
bro.
spend 40 or 50 grand. You can find this doctor and get it for almost
It'll
half
be
the
Sunday
cost,
this
right?
week.
So, but at the end of the day, just to
Just
get a
let
peace
man
of
into a
mind to get
movie.
you
All
back to
right.
being
Sweet, man. Yo, I'm down. Do you want to make any suggestions, bro? I was thinking, what was that one I said last time? No Country for Old Men or something like that. I don't know. But I'm down. I'm game for anything, whatever people are feeling. Hell yeah, bro. I'm done with bag two, baby. Man, oh man. Hell yeah. All right.
Tonight,
I'm gonna go take a leak real quick though, and then I'll be right back. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, sweet. Hell yeah. Okay, thanks, bro.
The
Hell
most
yeah.
credible alien abduction stories ever. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right campfire because that's all we do, and we upload 2, 3, even 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, the next time you go camping with the like button, wait until they're about to fall asleep, and then just pour a ton of itching powder in their only sleeping bag. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into tonight's
Hell
story.
yeah.
Around 3:30 p.m. on October 25th, 1974, a 41-year-old man named Carl Higdon drove his work truck along a paved road in the Medicine Bow National Forest, which is this huge nature preserve in southern Wyoming. Carl had taken off early from his job on an oil rig to go elk hunting in this preserve, and now he was heading towards this very specific area in the national forest called McMarty Canyon that he had heard was really good for elk hunting. As Carl drove, he found himself looking around at the evergreen trees and the snow-capped mountains in the distance, and he just felt this total sense of calm come over him. He was a very rugged outdoorsman, and there was really nothing he loved more than spending time out in nature all alone. And so for a little while, he was just enjoying himself, driving along, until eventually the paved road he was on gave way to this long, rocky trail. And Carl, he didn't want to damage the truck he was driving, since it actually belonged to the company he worked for. So he wound up pulling over and getting out, and then he just grabbed all his stuff and continued walking on the trail by foot. The hike along this trail was not only, pretty rocky and rough, but it was also predominantly uphill. And so it didn't take long before Carl was having trouble breathing. And not just because it was physically taxing, but also because when he was younger, he had tuberculosis, which had left his lungs really riddled with scar tissue that did make it harder to breathe, especially when he was exerting himself. But, Carl continued on, and every few minutes he would just stop and bend over and catch his breath. But after about 30 minutes or so, he had hiked to the point where the trees had begun to thin out, and then he found himself standing inside what looked like a big bowl in the earth. So this was McMarty Canyon, where he was, intending to go for this elk hunt. And, the reason it sort of felt like a bowl is because it was mostly just flat with some shrubs and grass, a few trees, and these tall hills out on the sides, sort of giving this impression of a bowl. And so Carl, he sort of just stopped and took stock of the area. And wouldn't you know it, when he looked straight across the canyon, the bowl, he saw a group of just 5 elk grazing in the distance. Like, this was unbelievably lucky. Here they are, right away. And so Carl slowly began walking towards them, doing his best not to make any noise. And then when he was within shooting distance, he just stopped, raised his rifle, and he looked through his sights to aim at the first elk he saw, and then he pulled the trigger. But for some reason, when he pulled the trigger, the gun didn't go off. It didn't fire, or at least it didn't appear to. And certainly there wasn't any kickback. It just was like nothing happened. But then he saw something that just didn't make any logical sense. And at the same time he's experiencing this just insane phenomenon, he felt this massive wave of vertigo, and then he just sort of felt himself falling, and then he blacked out. The next thing Carl knew, he felt himself being shaken back and forth. And he sort of slowly began to blink his eyes, feeling very confused and disoriented. His head was pounding, it was clearly dark outside. And then he realized, sort of with horror, that somehow he was back inside of his work truck, but the surroundings outside of the truck definitely looked different, like the truck was parked in a different spot than where he'd left it. He suddenly felt himself getting shaken again, and then he heard someone say his name. And he looked up, and in the darkness, he saw there were 2 men that he didn't recognize who were clearly shaking him, trying to get his attention. And they tried to ask him, like, what was going on? But Carl's mouth sort of felt numb. And when he tried to speak, it's like the words came out garbled and nonsensical. And so at some point, these 2 men sort of gave up trying to talk to Carl, and they just lifted him up, pulled him out of the truck, and they carried him over to their vehicle. And Carl heard them say something about a hospital, and then before long, their car was driving off, and then Carl blacked out again. About 30 minutes later, around midnight on October 26th, so this is 8 hours after Carl first blacked out, his wife Marjorie rushed into a hospital room at the Carbon County Memorial Hospital in Rawlins, Wyoming. And inside, she saw Carl lying on the bed, hooked up to an IV, and there were a bunch of monitors with a nurse standing beside him. And she saw, her husband's eyes were open, but clearly unfocused. And then as Marjorie is just standing there, taking in the initial shock of what she's seeing, the nurse actually pointed at her, at Marjorie, and then asked Carl if he knew who she, his wife, who she was. But Carl, he turned and he looked at Marjorie, but he just kind of stared blankly and then shook his head and said no. So earlier that evening, Marjorie had been at home waiting for Carl to come back from his hunting trip. But when he hadn't shown up on time, she ultimately had called the sheriff's department and asked them to go to McMarty Canyon just to check on him. And so 2 deputies had gone out there and they found him, and he was unconscious in his truck. So those 2 deputies were the ones who obviously shook him awake and took him to the hospital. But interestingly, beyond the fact that the deputies had no idea what happened to him, they reported that his truck had been parked 3 miles away from the main road in this muddy bog, and strangely, there were no tire tracks leading to it. It was almost like it was just dropped in the bog with, Carl inside of it. But, despite this weirdness, the deputies, and Marjorie for that matter, were not concerned about, the weirdness around the truck. They were worried about Carl, who's just laying here unconscious. And so they had rushed him to the hospital, and Marjorie had driven there as fast as she could. A doctor had already explained to Marjorie that her husband was, clearly very disoriented and seemed to be suffering from a case of amnesia. He couldn't even remember his own name, let alone, what had happened to him while he was out in that canyon before the deputies showed up and found him passed out in his truck. Doctors had given Carl x-rays and brain scans and run all kinds of tests on him, but not only did they not find any evidence of some sort of head injury, that likely would have caused his amnesia, but they actually didn't find anything wrong with him at all. He seemed perfectly fine beyond him just showing up basically unconscious and disoriented. And so realistically, the staff told Marjorie that because they couldn't really find anything wrong with him, they didn't really know how to treat him. And so for now, Carl was just being kept in the hospital under constant observation. And so Marjorie just took a seat on the couch next to her husband's bed, sort of not even sure what to think of this whole situation. And she was about to ask the nurse a couple of questions, but then suddenly Carl sort of tensed up and began frantically looking around the room, like he really had something in mind that he was looking for. And then he began saying, where are my pills? Marjorie had no idea what pills her husband was talking about, and it was clear the nurse also didn't know what he was talking about. And so Marjorie, she reached out and just tried to grab her husband's hand to try to calm him down. But the moment she did that, Carl sort of stopped what he was doing and he yanked his hand away and stared at her like she was a total stranger. 2 days later, Carl still could not remember what had happened to him when he had gone hunting. But he had recovered some basic memories, like his own name and also who his wife was. Wow. And so between that and the fact that realistically Carl did not have any signs of any physical injury, they ultimately, the hospital, discharged him and just sent him home with Marjorie and basically told her that he was probably fine and that he probably just needed to be in a familiar place to sort of recover all of his memories and get back to normal. However, when the couple got back home, it very quickly became clear to Marjorie that Carl was not okay and he was not getting better. For the most part, Carl was just unusually quiet at home, like uncharacteristically quiet. And then when he would speak, it often was in that frantic sort of nonsensical way that he had spoken in the hospital when he was, looking for his pills. And in fact, when he was home, he did continue to suddenly start looking for his pills. And then also he began telling Marjorie that, somebody had stolen his elk. Marjorie would try to ask him, what do you mean? What do you mean your pills? What do you mean somebody took your elk? What are you talking about? But Carl didn't even seem to know. He would have moments of recognizing that it's so crazy what he's saying, but he just didn't have the memories to be filled in. It was like Carl was just as confused by his own vague memories as his wife was. However, a few days after they got home from the hospital, Carl suddenly told his wife that he'd actually remembered something really specific about what had happened when he was hunting, like a new memory had popped up in his mind. He told her that when he was in McMarty Canyon and he saw those elk and he raised his rifle and he pulled the trigger, he said there was no sound, there was no kickback, it was like nothing had happened. But then he said something happened that like truly just didn't make logical sense. He said he realized the gun had fired, but it was like the world had slowed down and he could actually literally see the bullet leaving the rifle, but like in slow motion. Like this bullet is trickling out of the gun and slowly making its way, across the canyon, and he's just staring at this bullet. And then the bullet seemed to strike like an invisible wall of sorts, at which point the bullet actually stopped and almost like flipped inside out and sort of flattened and then fell to the ground. And then also as the flattened inside out bullet fell to the ground, Carl said he too fell to the ground and he blacked out. Now, when Marjorie heard this, her first thought was like, this is nonsense. This is not real. This is something maybe Carl's mind has created to fill in the gaps of his memory, because it's got to be really frustrating for him that he's got all these like fragments that he can't put together. And so maybe this is just his mind filling in the gaps with this really specific and weird imagery. But not long after hearing this story, Marjorie was doing the laundry and she was finally washing the clothes her husband had on when this whole thing happened out in the canyon. And when she reached into the pockets of his jacket to make sure they were empty before, washing the jacket, she felt something metallic. And she pulled out this round, like flat disc, this metal disc. And at first she just had no idea what it was. But then she thought about what her husband had said about the bullet from his rifle, flipping inside out and flattening and falling to the ground. She couldn't help but feel like this metallic disc that she's holding in her hand that was in her husband's jacket looks an awful lot like a bullet that has been flipped inside out and flattened. Like she couldn't believe it. Not long after this discovery of the alleged bullet, Marjorie sat next to her husband on a couch inside of an office at the University of Wisconsin. They were both sitting across from a psychology professor named Dr. Leo Sprinkle. Now, Marjorie knew this meeting was sort of a long shot, but she was hopeful that, maybe they would learn something valuable. So by this point, Carl had not recovered any other memories from his hunting trip. But after, recovering the supposed flattened bullet in her husband's jacket, Marjorie became convinced that something truly strange had happened to her husband. I mean, she obviously knew something happened out in the canyon, but now it just seemed like I don't even have any theories for what could have happened, but something really weird must have happened. And so she and Carl were both very determined to try to figure out what happened. And so that's how they ended up in Dr. Sprinkle's office. Dr. Sprinkle was not your average psychologist. He was a really big believer in hypnosis. He practiced hypnosis. And specifically, he believed that hypnosis could potentially allow people to access repressed memories, which is exactly what Marjorie and Dr. Sprinkle, and Carl for that matter, believed was going on with Carl, that he had experienced something that was being repressed, but it was in there, you just need to find a way to access it. So, that day in the professor's office, Marjorie stayed very quiet and just observed, while Dr. Sprinkle told Carl to close his eyes, to relax his head down towards his chest, and just focus on his breathing, in and out, in and out. And after several minutes of this, Dr. Sprinkle told Carl to slowly lift his head back up. And Carl did, but when he looked up, his eyes were actually still closed. And at this point, Dr. Sprinkle asked Carl to tell him what happened on October 25th when he went elk hunting in McMarty Canyon. And Carl, with his eyes still shut, began to speak really fluently. And he began telling just the most insane story Marjorie, or Dr. Sprinkle for that matter, had ever heard. Carl said, again under hypnosis here, that after he had watched that bullet leave his rifle in slow motion and hit this invisible wall and flip inside out and fall to the ground, he said that he too had fallen basically at the same speed as this bullet onto the ground, and basically he passed out. But he only blacked out for like a second. And when he opened his eyes, he said he was still lying on the grass in the middle of this canyon. except now standing over him was this tall, dark figure that was wearing
Oh my
almost
God,
like
thank you.
a very tight-fitting bodysuit, almost like what a scuba diver would wear. And Carl said this figure was vaguely, human-shaped.
Thank you to whoever did
But
that.
it had very yellowish skin and very small eyes and no ears and no lips.
Much love. I appreciate you.
And there were two
And I love you.
antennas sticking out of, its forehead. And one of its arms extended into this flat stump, but the other arm seemed to have almost like a prosthetic attachment at the end of it that almost looked like a power drill. And then, in perfect English, this figure sort of looked down at Carl and just said, "How are you?" And Carl said he was so stunned by this thing speaking to him in perfect English that Carl just sort of blurted out, "Oh, pretty good, pretty good." And the figure seemed satisfied with this answer, and it went on to quickly explain that its name was
Pretty good.
Ozo 1, and it came from a planet 163,000 light years away from Earth.
What?
And it said it had no intention of hurting Carl. In fact, it said it wanted to help Carl. Then, with the hand that sort of resembled a power drill, it reached into what looked like a pocket on its bodysuit, and it pulled out this small packet containing 4 pills. And it told Carl that these pills would heal him. And then this thing offered Carl one of these pills. And Carl, for reasons he couldn't explain, just immediately took the pill and swallowed it. And then after that, Carl said that Oso 1 asked him if he wanted to go for a ride. And Carl just said, sure. So Oso 1 helped Carl off the ground. And then as soon as Carl was standing back up again, he saw there was this cube-shaped vehicle not far away. And a split second later, Carl said he was somehow inside of this vehicle, along with Oso 1, and also 2 other vaguely humanoid figures, and the 5 elk that he'd been out here hunting. They were behind this clear wall like a containment pen within the vehicle. And Carl was seated in a chair, as was Oso 1 and the 2 other humanoids. They were all just sort of sitting there. Then Carl said he felt this powerful force push against his body, like the vehicle was moving so fast that it basically pushed him back into his seat. But less than a minute later, the vehicle just stopped, and Oso 1 said, "We're home." At this point, Carl was just suddenly standing outside of the vehicle. And he said it felt very cold and the sky was jet black. And then around Carl, the landscape was very different from planet Earth. It was very rocky and desolate without any trees or grass or really any organic looking life anywhere. And then in front of Carl, he said he saw this massive metallic looking tower that sort of reminded him of the Seattle Space Needle. And there was this light on the top of it that was actually so bright that Carl said when he looked at it, it sort of hurt his eyes. And so Ozo 1 led Carl, the 2 other humanoid figures, and the elk to a door on the outside of this tower. And once they were standing outside of it, Carl said the door slid open, but instead of it sort of leading into the tower, it just led to what reminded Carl of the inside of a large elevator. And the whole group just got on board and began riding up. And then when this elevator of sorts came to a stop and the door opened again, Carl saw this small room with metal walls and a handful of what looked like platforms on the floor. Ozo 1 led the elk onto one of those platforms and told Carl to get on one too. And so Carl just did as he was told and stood on one of these platforms. And then out of nowhere, some kind of high-tech device emerged from these metallic walls and began sort of circling around Carl. It went from his head all the way to his toes, basically like scanning him. Carl was vaguely aware of the same process taking place to the elk as well. And then when this scanner was done, it made a beeping sound, and then Ozo 1 looked over at Carl and told him, well, the elk are what we needed, but you're not. So we're going to take you back to Earth now. And then Carl said the next thing he knew, he was just magically back inside of his work truck, like he had somehow been transported there instantaneously, and he was being shaken awake by those 2 sheriff's deputies. And so back in Dr. Sprinkle's office, Marjorie is listening, just completely shocked by what her husband is saying, not even sure what to make of it. And then Dr. Sprinkle, at the end of Carl's story, when he got to the point where he's being shaken awake by the deputies, Dr. Sprinkle snapped his finger, and Carl kind of came to. He opened his eyes and sort of refocused, clearly out of hypnosis. And then they all just kind of sat there, like in total silence, really unsure what to say to each other. But as crazy as Carl's story sounded, there were several very strange facts about Carl's case that up to this point, nobody had been able to explain. And the story that Carl told while under hypnosis technically accounted for all of them. The first fact that this story explained was that when Carl woke up in his work truck, like magically just appeared in his work truck, it was not just 3 miles away from the main road, it was actually 3 miles away from where he had originally parked it. And this truck was just sitting in a muddy bog with no tire tracks leading up to it. So it was just totally unclear how it got there. And so if you follow along with Carl's story, perhaps when he was transported back to Earth, they, this other creature and the other humanoids maneuvered the truck with Carl in it into this bog. The second strange fact is that when Marjorie had ballistics experts analyze that flattened presumed bullet that she had found in Carl's jacket, they were just as baffled as she was. Like, they could not come up with any earthly explanation for how a bullet could be flattened and turned inside out. Like, this was not possible. And so again, if you follow Carl's story, perhaps this being is the one that flipped the bullet inside out. And the third and perhaps strangest fact is that when hospital doctors gave Carl x-rays, they found something that should have been medically impossible. All of the tuberculosis scar tissue in Carl's lungs that had plagued him for decades, that had made it so hard to be physical and exercise, they had somehow disappeared.
Oh
it was
God.
as if someone or something had healed him. Despite how unbelievable Carl's story sounded, and despite the fact that hundreds of people have spent decades trying to disprove it, no one has ever found a better explanation for the moving truck, the impossible bullet, and Carl's disappearing scar tissue. Because of that, some researchers believe that Carl Higdon's account could be one of the most credible alien abduction stories ever recorded. All right, thank you all so much for joining me tonight at the campfire. And if you enjoyed this, remember, we actually have a whole playlist of campfire episodes that are ready for you to binge right now. If you want to do that, go ahead and click right here and give them a watch. All right,
Damn,
until
dude,
next time.
That is so crazy, man. Holy crap. Gosh, dude. All right.
Longtime viewers know I have a bit of an obsession with fast food and restaurant-related crimes. In recent years, they've only gotten more bizarre, such as a Chinese restaurant recently caught with roadkill in its freezer. This Taco Bell worker was just arrested for shooting a gun at a customer who asked for a free water cup. And you've got beloved restaurant mascots getting arrested on police body cam in front of children.
Jockey's a little bit busy, ma'am. Jockey, come with me, Jockey. Jockey, stop resisting.
We'll be exploring this ridiculous restaurant crime wave today, and I think a great place to start is the man accused of perpetrating an $80,000 mac and cheese scam at Chick-fil-A.
He rang up 800 trays of mac and cheese.
The Chick-fil-A Mac Daddy scandal. Meet 23-year-old Keyshawn Jones. Back in 2025, this guy worked here. The Chick-fil-A on William D. Tate Avenue in Dallas, Texas. This Chick-fil-A is highly reviewed and has been around for literal decades. We're talking Los Pollos Hermanos levels of customer service here. Minus the meth part.
It's excellent.
You could say it has something of a legacy in the fast food chicken world. This standard of excellence was something Keyshawn seemingly held for a time, but for unspecified reasons, in October of 2025, customers noticed that he mysteriously disappeared from the restaurant. Coinciding with the disappearance of Keyshawn, restaurant visitors noted cashier clerks getting cagey when the subject of mac and cheese was brought up in orders, leading some to believe that Keyshawn's abrupt absence was somehow linked to the delicious side item. Some of you might be thinking this detail is a completely made-up embellishment that I put in solely for storytelling purposes, and my response to that is you're absolutely right.
We made it up.
But in all seriousness, what happened to Keyshawn? Why did he disappear? So Keyshawn didn't actually go missing. Rather, he was fired back in October of 2025. The reason for this firing, we don't know that. But his firing isn't why we're here. It's what happened after he got terminated. In November of 2025, Keyshawn Jones was being accused of perpetrating a multi-$1,000 revenge theft scheme involving hundreds of catering trays of mac and cheese. Over a period of months, the man covertly snuck into the store using prior connections and would steal trays of mac and cheese without anyone knowing. He hoarded these catering trays back at what was ostensibly a trap house and would host secret banquets with other fast food criminals in his network. The men gorged and got fat from their spoils, with Chick-fil-A getting getting totally screwed in the process. And what I just described to you is the fake story that most people online have taken as fact recently. I repeat, do not sue me. What I just said was totally bullshit. However, Keyshawn did allegedly perpetrate a Chick-fil-A mac and cheese scheme, but just not in the way that you might expect. After getting fired, this guy was caught on surveillance camera returning to the store that he used to work at in plain clothes about a month later. While it's unclear exactly how he was able to have unfettered access to this register while being terminated, Keyshawn, aka the Mac Daddy, got to cooking when he saw an opportunity. Keyshawn allegedly used his knowledge of Chick-fil-A's register system to ring up a total of 800 catering trays of mac and cheese, and then subsequently processed a refund for these trays to himself using his own bank cards, netting what is reported to be close to $80,000 in funds. No mac and cheese actually exchanged hands, bro just printed the money out of thin air. He actually thinks he's the Federal Reserve over here. I do want to note that there's some discrepancy in current reports about this story, with some claiming that he did this big refund scheme in one fell swoop, and others say it was done over multiple visits. I have to say the latter option makes more sense, but regardless, Keyshawn wouldn't get away with this nearly six-figure heist. Chick-fil-A store owner Jarvis Boyd was quick to notice the massive mac and cheese debt on his balance sheet, and after shitting his pants, he checked the surveillance cameras and found out why that happened. Boyd notified the Grapevine police on November 29, 2025, telling police Keyshawn had swindled him. He also added that he knew the Mac Daddy had his direct deposit set up with a local credit union when he still worked at Chick-fil-A, suggesting police look there for the stolen funds. From the footage, cops were able to confirm the thief was in fact Keyshawn, and they were also able to cross-reference the location of the pilfered funds, which totaled up to $80,105. Feeling as though they had enough evidence, the police went on a manhunt for the at-large Mac Daddy. Months later, in April of 2026, an arrest warrant was issued, but the cheesy con man was slippery to say the least. As the saying goes, real G's move in silence like lasagna, and the Mac Daddy managed to noodle his way around police for several weeks, evading arrest on multiple occasions. However, on April 17, 2026, on National Cheese Ball Day, police finally managed to arrest this guy. Keyshawn Jones is facing charges including property theft, money laundering, fraud, and evading arrest. He's reportedly being held on a $111,000 bond at the Tarrant County Jail. If convicted, the Chick-fil-A Mac Daddy faces a maximum of 10 years in state prison. Considering the sky-high prices of not just fast food, but literally everything else these days, it's no surprise folks are turning to harebrained criminal schemes to make do. But you don't have to risk prison time to earn real cash. Upside has you covered. So Upside is the first cashback app that, in my opinion, is both seamless and actually useful. How does it work? Before you go out and spend money, open the Upside app and find the spot you're about to spend at. Claim an Upside cashback offer, and when you swipe your card at that gas station, fast food spot, or grocery store, whatever you claimed, you just got back real cash on your purchase that you can actually use. No points or coupon gimmicks, real money that, you can put in your bank account. Upside has given back $1 billion to its users, and to find out how much you could earn, download the free Upside app and use promo code WAVYWebSurf to get an extra 25 cents back for every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's an extra 25 cents back for every gallon on your first tank of gas using promo code WAVYWebSurf. Big thanks to Upside for sponsoring.
Inside this West Palm Beach Taco Bell Monday, an argument, then chaos.
He shot a customer over a water cup. Okay, so a bit of a self-report here, but I, and I'm sure many of you watching, are well aware of the fast food water cup trick. You're at a fast food restaurant, perhaps in a broke degen phase of your life, and you want a soda with your food, but you don't want to pay. So you ask the clerk for one of those free water cups. And what do you do with it? Well, after paying for the food, you make sure nobody's looking and take that free water cup and slink over to the soda dispenser and fill that bitch up with Dr. Pepper or whatever preferred soda you like. It's a relatively victimless crime and virtually no one is inconvenienced by it, but technically, yes, it is stealing. And I guess someone has to refill the syrup dispenser faster, but I mean, come on. Now, as someone who worked in fast food many years ago and also who has just historically been really thirsty when I was younger, I found that it's rare that restaurants actually crack down on folks for exploiting the water cup trick. But just know that when they do, there can be potentially life-threatening consequences for you. This is Florida man Rob Steiner. On April 27th, 2026, he was in the mood for America's favorite Tex-Mex slop and made his way over to the local Taco Bell at the intersection of Military Trail and 45th Street in West Palm Beach, Florida. Guys, I love Taco Bell, but we gotta keep it real. That shit looks like dog food. Anyways, Rob presumably makes his order, but doesn't perform the water cup trick. Rather, he just sits down at a booth and chills. His critical role in this story will become apparent soon enough. Let's meet another player. Manning the register on this day is 20-year-old Damari Jaquan Patterson, and because of his standing as cashier, he, by merit of his position, is on the front line of the water cup defense force at Taco Bell. While most fast food clerks could be described as meek, this guy was anything but that. In fact, this person may have actually been overqualified for his position of soda thief stopper. According to police reports, Patterson had a history of violence, including domestic disputes and also pulling out knives on people during heated arguments. Quite the rowdy rap sheet here. And given his passion for protecting Taco Bell soda fountains, you'd have to have a death wish to pull the water cup trick here. I mean, this is serious business. Taco Bell has Baja Blast, and we find that Patterson is willing to protect it by any means necessary. Now back to Rob's point of view. Shortly after Mr. Steiner sits down, 3 women enter the store, and let's just say they were up to no good. Details here are a bit murky, but apparently one of these women requested a water cup from our violent cashier, Mr. Patterson here. And what did she do after getting the water cup? She filled it up with soda, Damari sees her do it, and he loses his goddamn mind. A verbal altercation explodes as the 3 women get into it with Damari and other staff members, who apparently had called them out over the soda theft. Mr. Rob Steiner, who is off to the side sipping on a NOS energy drink that he hilariously smuggled into the restaurant, he can sense something crazy is about to happen and starts recording. That recording is the video you're seeing on screen now.
I'm not sure if they're echoes or what.
The yelling and bickering continues for some time, and you can start to see customers noping out of the restaurant as the conflict escalates. The feeling of something horribly wrong is about to happen was apparently palpable inside of the Taco Bell. And finally, it happens. What you're about to see is Patterson allegedly attempting to pistol whip one of the customers, and when he does so, he shoots off a round after swinging his gun like a fucking moron. Everybody in the restaurant then flees and runs for cover.
I knew it was a gun. That's when I went into fight or flight and just ran out of the building.
The response time in this area is insane because within the same video recording, we can actually see that police arrive and enter the building as they go in to apprehend the shooter and assess for injuries. So what exactly happened on the inside after the gunshot was fired? Did somebody actually get killed over a water cup? According to reports, Patterson's swinging of the arm during the pistol whip motion knocked the lady directly in front of him down to the ground. The gunshot that happened almost immediately after grazed the eyebrow of one of the other girls. So he literally did like a fucking combo attack here. Bro hit the bullet curve technique like that one dude in the Tubi TV movie. So he literally did like a fucking combo attack here. Bro hit the bullet curve technique like that one dude. After dealing combo damage to 2 of the 3 in the water cup group, Patterson had his eyes on the 3rd, who was a short distance away from him near the door. Patterson allegedly fired a shot at her, but thankfully he missed, resulting in this bullet hole that you're seeing on screen now. You might be surprised to learn that according to affidavits, Patterson himself called 911 soon after the shooting, fully admitting to Baja blasting at the water cup girls, but he claimed it was in response to them jumping on the counter and threatening him. He specifically told authorities that he believed the women were armed. But big surprise, when they searched the women, they had no guns on them at all, and neither the surveillance footage or Rob Steiner's video showed any of the water cup group jumping on the counter. Not that jumping on the counter would justify use of lethal force in any case. Yeah, Patterson totally overreacted here. I mean, I'm all for defending against water cup soda bandits, but attempting to blow someone's shit smooth off is taking it a bit too far, bud. I mean, you're throwing your life away for a 99-cent cup of soda. It's not that serious. Unsurprisingly, police felt this guy had committed a crime. Their affidavit specifically says, quote, Patterson did intentionally and unlawfully threaten by word or act to do violence, which created a well-founded fear in the victims that such violence was imminent, unquote. Because of his passion for protecting soda, Mr. Patterson would be arrested and charged with 3 counts of aggravated assault with a firearm. As for the lady whose eyebrow was grazed, they later drove themselves to the JFK North Medical Hospital. They were treated for minor injuries and released not long after. Damari Patterson would appear in court later on April 28th, and he still remains in custody. His next scheduled court date is May 27th. The Chinese roadkill conspiracy. So, Chinese buffets are like infamously some of the most grotesquely ran establishments. And yes, I know it's not fast food, but there are so many stories from these places, and I think this is the video to talk about the men. I have one that literally got caught with roadkill in its freezer. Welcome to the China Queen Buffet. strip mall Chinese restaurant that you'd find around the United States. Questionable review scores, dated-looking decor with the interior design of a nursing home. If I lived in Pineville, Louisiana, I'd pull up there and load up on some General Tso right now. You know it's gonna slap when it looks like this. I just might have to make sure that my medical insurance premiums are up to date because this place has something of a, let's just say, history to it. As recently as April 1st, 2026, the Pineville China Queen has had some health code infractions during inspection, such as an employee drinking a beverage in a sensitive food prep area and another violation citing toxic cleaning chemicals being stored incorrectly. Another gross one in the context that this place is a buffet is an infraction citing that food wasn't marked with the time that it should be cooked, served, or discarded, implying that there could be, let's just say, some freshness issues at play at this place. But hey, at least these guys aren't storing raw salmon in plastic bags on the floor like that other Chinese buffet was.
I don't know what this is. This is fish on the floor.
So China Queen had a couple of minor oopsies, but by the time their April 8th follow-up inspection came around, they had corrected all of those issues previously mentioned. But there was one other thing going on here that the inspector seemingly missed. On April 21st, 2026, a member of the public shared this image to Facebook, allegedly taken behind the China Queen restaurant. It shows a restaurant worker skinning some sort of four-legged animal in broad daylight outside the building. A Facebook post describing the incident read, quote, "Chinese restaurant between Super One and TJ Maxx in Pineville skinning roadkill behind the restaurant yesterday. They found the skin and head in dumpster out back. Y'all might want to bring a DNA kit to these restaurants to check the status of meat you are eating from these places." God, man. These Chinese restaurants are really doing the most to keep those offensive stereotypes alive about them serving cat and dog meat to customers. Jesus Christ. What the fuck was going on here? The Facebook post exposing the alleged skinning operation eventually caught the attention of the Pineville Police Department. The obvious big fear here is that the restaurant was serving whatever was skinned in the back alley at the buffet. But police were saying that probably wasn't the case, though they were concerned to say the least. Pineville PD suspected this was a case of a roadkill animal being skinned for later consumption by the photographed employee in question, which was not only extremely unhinged, but legally questionable in the state. Louisiana law states that the collection or harvesting of roadkill is illegal without permission from the Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries, and they didn't have any permission to do that. So police set out to China Queen to look around and get to the bottom of this freaky back alley butchering. According to reports, when searching the kitchen, police allegedly discovered a deer carcass stored in a freezer alongside other food, as well as deer and body parts in a box near the dumpster outside. So yeah, not looking good for the restaurant. They allegedly had a fucking roadkill animal hanging out with other food that was to be served to customers. An employee, 44-year-old Jiang Hua Zheng, would claim to officers that he had found the deer carcass along the road the morning of the skinning. He went on to further state that he planned to use the deer to create some sort of meat stew, and that it would be for personal use. Still, the fact that he put the roadkill meat in with the other food, bro, that meat is not up to health code freezer standards. It probably had all kinds of bacteria and slime on it that you potentially cross-contaminated to other items. This dude is out here trying to start a new pandemic.
Breland says the dangers of harvesting roadkill doesn't just stop at the dinner table. You could even face jail time for trying.
You have to contact LDWF and ask for that authorization.
In the wake of the discovery, the butchered roadkill deer was immediately removed from the restaurant, and China Queen staff plastered this haphazardly slapped together notice on their door. And man, this statement is crazy. I'm imagining somebody reading this with no context, thinking that somebody got served human feces or something. Check it out. "We apologize for the recent incident. The item involved was never intended to be served to customers, but it was improperly stored. It has been fully cleaned and sanitized. We are cooperating with health authorities and have corrected our procedures to ensure this does not happen again. Thank you for understanding." As a result of this incident, China Queen reportedly temporarily halted service, and Mr. Zhang was actually charged for his roadkill culinary experiment. On April 26th, Zhang was cited for possession of an illegally taken deer, which can result in fines up to $950 and 120 days in jail. His current employment status at the restaurant, I don't know about that, but you gotta imagine he was fired. As far as I know, China Queen is still in operation, and if I'm ever in the Pineville area, I'm gonna stop by and try it out. The pictures of the food online actually look pretty good. I just reckon I'll be cautious when it comes to soup of the day or anything like that. The Tim Hortons poop thrower. There are few fast food stories that baffle the mind more than what happened at a Tim Hortons on May 14th of 2018 in Langley, British Columbia. At some point during the day, an older woman hurriedly barged into the restaurant. She wasn't after food, she was looking for a bathroom. Prairie dogging and on the verge of exploding, the distraught lady demands the cashier to let her into the restroom. And from what I can tell, it seems the bathroom here was for paying customers only, which she wasn't. The cashier tells her no, and the gassy guest then launches into a tirade against the worker. CCTV footage shows the two squabbling back and forth for some time. The restaurant is packed with customers, and as they argue, you can imagine literally everyone inside is watching this play out. You know, it's like a Waffle House moment. After squabbling for some time, the customer apparently had enough of the shit. She reaches over, grabs a handful of napkins, steps back, and within a matter of seconds expels a massive turd of shit onto the floor, to which she then picks up and throws at the cashier that was trying to block her bowel movement. The woman then takes more napkins, wipes her ass a bit, and then skedaddles out of the restaurant feeling like a brand new bitch. The Tim Hortons turd tosser was almost immediately reported to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who initiated a citywide manhunt for the defecator. She was found later that day and taken to the gulag for her foul crimes. One question many had at the time was, why exactly wouldn't the Tim Hortons let her use the bathroom? I mean, if she was truly about to shit herself, can't you just do a homegirl a favor? Well, Tim Hortons said that the customer in particular had caused problems at that store before, and staff had her on a, so to speak, no shit list. Quote, our current understanding is that the team member used their discretion in this case and denied access to this guest based on past behavior and out of concern for the immediate safety of team members and guests in the restaurant. As matters escalated, the team member contacted local authorities for assistance. The Tim Hortons poop thrower to this day is unnamed by media outlets, so I don't know what happened to her in terms of punishment. If any of you Canadians out there have information about the Tim Hortons shitter, feel free to share it in the comments. I feel like this is such an urban legend for you guys, and there might be developments that aren't as commonly known about it outside of Canada. Beneath his perpetually frozen smile, the soft, fuzzy costume, and those eyes that are always watching, is a cold, calculated criminal waiting for his moment to strike. Hide your purse and hide your wallets. Charles Entertainment Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese actor arrested on police body cam. On June 28, 2025, a mother named Michelle Allen had taken her child to the Chuck E. Cheese location on Scherer Road in Tallahassee, Florida. This visit was nothing out of the ordinary. Games, pizza, mascot meet and greets, typical Chuck E. Cheese visit. Though what was out of the ordinary is what happened after she left. The following day after visiting the restaurant, Michelle realized that not only was her debit card missing, but somebody had been issuing fraudulent charges to it from various stores around town, hitting 6 different businesses and racking up costs in stores that she never went to. Somebody had charged a total of $105.57 on her account. Michelle visited some of the stores that were charging her in an attempt to understand what was happening or who could be behind this. And that's where she made a break in the case. One of the businesses had CCTV footage of an individual using her card to purchase goods. And who was it? Charles Entertainment Cheese. Yep, Chuck E. Cheese himself was behind the card theft. Or, well, to be more specific, it was the guy who played Chuck E. Cheese at that one she visited, 41-year-old Jermel Jones. Michelle had apparently seen this guy uncostumed at Chuck E. Cheese before. She recognized Jermel's face and reported him to police. On July 23, 2025, officers would be dispatched to bust the undercover criminal masquerading as a pizza-loving mouse. They pulled up to the Chuck E. Cheese in no mood to play games. When they got there was indeed a Chuck E. Cheese mascot in the store on that day, working. Now, anybody could have been inside of that costume, but they were pretty sure it was Jermel. The following is police body cam footage showing officers trapping the rat in 4K.
We're gonna detain the mouse, dude. We are. Do it. I want you to. Go around, man. Go around. You're gonna come with the kids. Grab him, quick. Chucky's a little bit busy, man. Chucky. Come with me, Chucky. Come with Chucky. Chucky, stop resisting. Don't let your hands go. Stop resisting. You're being detained. Stop resisting. Let it go. Let it go.
Let it go, Chucky. Let it go.
As the costumed actor is escorted
Let
outside,
it go, dog.
there is much confusion and even
it.
anger from restaurant patrons on the inside, with customers accusing the cops of traumatizing children.
He's a criminal.
Let it go, man. It ain't worth it, dude.
After quieting the scene a bit, the time finally came to unmask the rat, and there was some concern that they could have potentially had the wrong guy. The moment of truth.
Does this come off, man?
Holy shit, dude.
Just come off the top. Oh, it hurt you.
That is so wild.
Yep, it was him, all right. They thankfully detained the right guy. But Jermel seemed to have no recollection of perpetrating any credit card fraud. Well, damn. That's weird. I guess we gotta let him go. I'm all for giving someone the benefit of the doubt, but it's pretty hard when cops subsequently search Jermel and literally find the woman's bank card in his pocket with receipts from where he spent her money. God damn, dude. You gotta lock in.
That's one.
Oh,
Seriously.
I wonder what this one is. Yep. And there's yours too. So you did have your card on you. I thought you told me you didn't have any.
I thought I didn't have it today. I found that today. I found that today.
In light of these findings, Jermel would be arrested and charged with suspicion of larceny, possession of another person's ID without consent, and fraudulent use of a credit card 2 or more times. He was taken to Leon County Jail, where he posted his $6,500 bail on July 24th, 2025. A spokesperson for Chuck E. Cheese put out a statement on the 25th saying, quote, "We are aware of an incident involving a part-time employee arrested at our Tallahassee location on Wednesday. We have taken the appropriate action concerning the subject employee." And by take appropriate action, what they meant is that they put Jermel in a spring-lock Bonnie suit and killed him. Just kidding, they fired him. Jones would later plead not guilty and is being represented by the local public defender's office. I'm pretty sure his lawyer's name is like Jimmy McGill or something like that. Don't quote me. Seriously, bro, what is this Better Call Saul ass criminal case? Guy in a Chuck E. Cheese suit stealing bank cards. You can't make this up. Bro, the way they unmask him, it's so Scooby-Doo. On January 26, 2026, he changed his plea to no contest and was sentenced to 3 years of probation. The Burger King slapper. I often hear people complaining about the service inside of fast food restaurants. You know, like the employees are rude and don't seem to give a shit about their jobs and stuff like that. Well, I mean, when the pay is terrible and you have to go through what the victim in this story did, you can kind of see why the morale isn't so high at these places. In Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, on June 26, 2020, 21-year-old Austin Addison entered a Burger King in a fit of rage. This guy claimed to have had something stolen from him by a woman that worked at this restaurant. This woman was some sort of acquaintance of his, and he demanded she come out so he could confront her. Now, on the receiving end of this manlet's outburst is the cashier on screen here. His name is unknown. And this cashier does his best to maintain order and protect his employees. Austin, the petulant manlet, quickly loses his temper and completely blows up on this cashier who's just doing nothing more than politely refusing him from seeing this employee that this crazy guy is trying to just summon to the front on a whim. And what does he get in return for his patience? A slap to the face.
Get fucking jail for robbery and stealing stuff. So she needs to get the fuck out of here before I get her put in jail for the rest of her life. Sir, you are on camera right now?
After smacking the poor cashier, Austin Addison stormed out of the store. Police were called about the slap, and the person filming the video claims that not long after, they saw the slapper being confronted by a police deputy about a half-mile down the road from the restaurant. Addison would eventually be arrested by police and charged with harassment, disorderly conduct, and criminal mischief. Yes, for slapping a fast food employee, you will get slapped in cuffs. I think that's only fair, right? This Burger King slapping case wound up going quite viral on social media, with many engagement baiting accounts on X creating fake stories for why the slap occurred. The most infamous, of course, being a post that claimed, quote, "Guy slaps Burger King employee because his nuggets were too spicy." Which is just, it's just so fucking stupid. But yeah, guys, you wonder why a lot of fast food workers don't seem all too thrilled when at work? They're getting paid pennies on the dollar to deal with some of the most mentally deficient 80 IQ rage pig crackheads in America on a daily basis. You try to be polite and a pissed off moron with a speech impediment slaps you for no fucking reason. But yeah, cut these workers some slack. They may have just gotten physically assaulted 5 minutes into their shift before you came in. Taco Bell nacho cheese snot rocket incident. If you thought workers putting bodily fluids in food was a thing of the past, I hate to inform you, it's commonly done still. And not only are workers sabotaging customers' orders, they're hawking loogies and co-worker meals to settle grievances too. On May 6, 2025, at a Taco Bell on Highway 90 in Milton, Florida, Kariston Royal, who was a Taco Bell employee, had come by the store while she was off to pick up some fries and a 10-piece nugget, which I have to say first and foremost is insane to order from a Taco Bell. Just go to fucking McDonald's. But when she opened the bag to see her food, she saw something in her nacho cheese container that didn't look right. Inside was a strange mucus-like substance inconsistent with the rest of the food's appearance. And upon closer inspection, this was no guacamole dipping sauce. It was a straight-up loogie, a full-blown snot rocket, described as stringy and disgusting. Kariston notified the assistant manager on duty, who went ahead and reviewed the surveillance footage, where she found that one of their employees, 34-year-old Felicia Archer, had directly spit into the nacho cheese cup that came with the meal before it was served to Kariston. Milton police would be called to the premises where they questioned Felicia, who openly admitted that she had done it, claiming she had a personal grievance against Kariston. The police report about this said, quote, "Archer stated she believed the victim was attempting to engage in a relationship with Archer's boyfriend, which she described as a beef between the two. So it seemed that there was some sort of work-related love triangle going on that ended in biological snot-powered warfare. Subsequently, Felicia Archer was arrested and charged with misdemeanor culpable negligence. She'd be taken to the Santa Rosa County Jail where she was released the following day on a $150 bond. The woman was also banned from from that Taco Bell. And as for Karsten, well, despite being the victim here, she also found herself without a job, as allegedly she posted about this incident to social media, which violated some sort of Taco Bell policy. So as a result, she was reportedly laid off due to bad publicity from the incident being shared, which I have to admit is complete fucking bullshit. The case would be closed pretty quickly, with Archer being in court by May 20th of 2025, and she was found guilty and sentenced to 6 months of probation. And well, you made it to the end of the video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one, and I'm sure many of you are about to go eat a delicious fast food meal after watching it. I know I am. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
Oh man, sweet. Hmm. Oh God. Dudes. Oh gosh. I don't know. Mm-mm-mm. What's up? Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna go get some water. Actually, I'll be right back. Sweet. Okay. What's up? Oh, God. Damn, it's 10 something, dude. All right, let me see what. Okay. I'll have to turn this up or what. Yo, is the volume good, bro? Do 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 do. Man is playing some Fortnite. Sick. Hell yeah, man. Let's see. Check, 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 check. Check. Okay. All right. Wait. I don't know, man. I hope that's loud enough. Do 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 do. All right. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. I don't even know. I just haven't read any of this yet, like at all. So, like very little. So I'm just trying to like force myself to read this because I bought it. Hmm. So this one's called DP. Again, this is Welcome to the Monkey House by Kurt Vonnegut. DP. 81 small sparks of human life were kept in an orphanage set up by Catholic nuns in what had been the gamekeeper's house on a large estate overlooking the Rhine. This was in the German village of Karlswald, in the American zone of occupation. Had the children not been kept there, not been given the warmth and food and clothes that could be begged for them, they might have wandered off the edges of the earth, searching for parents who had long ago stopped searching for them. Every mild afternoon, the nuns marched the children 2 by 2 through the woods into the village and back for the ration of fresh air. The village carpenter, an old man who was given to thoughtful rests between strokes of his tools, always came out of his shop to watch the bobbing, chattering, cheerful, ragged parade, and to speculate with idlers his shop attracted as to the nationalities of the passing children's parents. See the little French girl? He said one afternoon. Look at the flash of those eyes. And look at that little Pole swing his arms. They love to march to the poles, said a young mechanic. Pole? Where do you see any poles? Said the carpenter. There, the thin, sober-looking one in the front, the other replied. He's too tall for a pole, said the carpenter. And what Pole has flaxen hair like that? He's a German. The mechanic shrugged. They're all German now. So what difference does it make? He said. Who can prove what their parents were? If you had fought in Poland, you would know he was a very common type. Look, look, who's coming now? Said the carpenter, grinning. Full of arguments as you are, you won't argue with me about him. There we have an American. He called out to the child. Joe, when are you going to win the championship back? Joe, called the mechanic. How is the brown bomber today? At the very end of the parade, A lone, blue-eyed colored boy, 6 years old, turned and smiled with sweet uneasiness at those who called out to him every day. He nodded politely, murmuring a greeting in German, the only language he knew. His name, chosen arbitrarily by the nuns, was Karl Heinz, but the carpenter had given him a name that stuck. I don't know. I thought I heard something. Giving him a name that stuck, the name of the only colored man who had ever made an impression on the villagers' minds, the former heavyweight champion of the world, Joe Louis. Joe, called the carpenter, cheer up. Let's see those white teeth sparkle, Joe. Joe obliged shyly. The carpenter clapped the mechanic on the back. And if he isn't a German, too, maybe it's the only way we can get another heavyweight champion. Joe turned a corner, shooed out of the carpenter's sight by a nun, bringing up the rear. She and Joe spent a great deal of time together, since Joe, no matter where he was placed in the parade, always drifted to the end. Joe, she said, you are such a dreamer. Are all your people such dreamers? I'm sorry, sister, said Joe. I was thinking. Dreaming. Sister, am I the son of an American soldier? Who told you that? Peter. Peter said my mother was a German and my father was an American soldier who went away. He said she left me with you and then went away too. There was no sadness in his voice, only puzzlement. Peter was the oldest boy in the orphanage, an embittered old man of 14, a German boy who could remember his parents and brothers and sisters and home and the war and all sorts of food that Joe found impossible to imagine. Peter seemed superhuman to Joe, like a man who had been to heaven and hell and back many times and knew exactly why they were where they were, how they had come there, and where they might have been. You mustn't worry about it, Joe, said the nun. No one knows who your mother and father were, but they must have been very good people because you are so good. What is an American? Said Joe. It's a person from another country. Near here? There are some near here, but their homes are far, far away, across a great deal of water. Like the river? More water than that, Joe. More water than you have ever seen. You can't even see the other side. You could get on a boat and go for days and days and still not get to the other side. I'll show you a map sometime, but don't pay any attention to Peter, Joe. He makes things up. He doesn't really know anything about you. Now catch up. Joe hurried and overtook the end of the line, where he marched purposefully and alertly for a few minutes, but then he began to dawdle again, chasing ghost-like words in his small mind. Soldier, German, American, your people, champion, brown bomber, more water than you have ever seen. Sister, said Joe, are Americans like me? Are they brown? Some are, some aren't, Joe. Are there many people like me? Yes, many, many people. Why haven't I seen them? None of them have come to the village. They have places of their own. I want to go there. Aren't you happy here, Joe? Yes, but Peter says I don't belong here, that I'm not a German and never can be. Peter, pay no attention to him. Why do people smile when they see me and try to make me sing and talk and then laugh when I do? Joe, Joe, look quickly, said the nun. See up there in the tree? See the little sparrow with the broken leg? Oh, poor brave little thing. He still gets around quite well. See him, Joe? Hop, hop, hippity hop. One hot summer day, as the parade passed the carpenter's shop, the carpenter came out to call something new to Joe, something that thrilled and terrified him. Joe, hey Joe, your father is in town. Have you seen him yet? No, sir. No, I haven't, said Joe. Where is he? He's teasing, said the nun sharply. You see if I'm teasing, Joe, said the carpenter. Just keep your eyes open when you go past the school. You have to look sharp, up the slope and into the woods. You'll see, Joe. I wonder where our little friend the sparrow is today, said the nun brightly. Goodness, I hope his leg is getting better, don't you, Joe? Yes, yes, I do, sister. She chattered on about the sparrow and the clouds and the flowers as they approached the school, and Joe gave up answering her. The woods above the school seemed still and empty, but then Joe saw a massive brown man, naked to the waist and wearing a pistol, step from the trees. The man drank from a canteen, wiped his lips with the back of his hand, grinned down on the world with a handsome disdain, and disappeared again into the twilight of the woods. Sister, gasped Joe. My father, I just saw my father. No, Joe, no, you didn't. He's up there in the woods. I saw him. I want to go up there, sister. He isn't your father, Joe. He doesn't know you. He doesn't want to see you. He's one of my people, sister. You can't go up there, Joe, and you can't stay here. She took him by the arm to make him move. Joe, you're being a bad boy, Joe. Joe obeyed numbly. He didn't speak again for the remainder of the walk, which brought them home by another route far from the school. No one else had seen his wonderful father or believed that Joe had. Not until prayers that night did he burst into tears. At 10 o'clock the young nun found his cot empty. Under a great spread net that was laced with rags, an artillery piece squatted in the woods, black and oily, its muzzle thrust at the night sky. Trucks and the rest of the battery were hidden higher on the slope. Joe watched and listened tremblingly through a thin screen of shrubs as the soldiers, indistinct in the darkness, dug in around their gun. The words he overheard made no sense to him. Sergeant, why we gotta dig in when we're moving out in the morning? And it's just maneuvers anyhow. Seems like we could have kind of conserve our strength and just scratch around a little to show where we'd have dug it if there was any sense to it. For all you know, boy, there may be sense to it before morning, said the sergeant. You got 10 minutes to get to China and bring me back a pigtail. Here? The sergeant stepped into a patch of moonlight, his hands on his hips, his big shoulders back, the image of an emperor. Joe saw that it was the same man he'd marveled at in the afternoon. The sergeant listened with satisfaction to the sounds of digging, and then, to Joe's alarm, strode toward Joe's hiding place. Joe didn't move a muscle until the big boot struck his side. Ah! Who's that? The sergeant snatched Joe from the ground and set him on his feet hard. My golly, boy, what you doing here? Scoot, go on home. This ain't no place for kids to be playing. He shined a flashlight in Joe's face. Doggone, he muttered. Where you come from? He held Joe at arm's length and shook him gently like a rag doll. Boy, how you get here? Swim? Joe stammered in German that he was looking for his father. Come on, how you get here? What you doing? Where's your mammy? What you got there, Sergeant? Said a voice in the dark. Don't rightly know what to call it, said the sergeant. Talks like a crowd and dresses like a crowd, but just look at it a minute. Soon a dozen men stood in a circle around Joe, talking loudly, then softly to him, as though they thought getting through to him were a question of tone. Every time Joe tried to explain his mission, they laughed in amazement. How he learned German? Tell me that. Where your daddy, boy? Where your mammy, boy? Sprechen Sie Dutch, boy? Looky there. See him nod? He talks it all right. Oh, you're fluent, man. Mighty fluent. Ask him some more. Go get the lieutenant, said the sergeant. He can talk to this boy and understand what he's trying to say. Look at him shake, scared to death. Come here, boy. Don't be afraid now. He enclosed Joe in his great arms. Just take it easy now. Everything's going to be all right. See what got? By golly, I don't believe the boy's ever seen chocolate before. Go on, taste it. Won't hurt you. Joe, safe in a fort of bone and sinew, ringed by luminous eyes, bit into the chocolate bar. The pink lining of his mouth, and then his whole soul was flooded with warm, rich pleasure, and he beamed. He smiled. Look at him light up. Doggone if he didn't stumble right into heaven. I mean, talk about displaced persons, said the sergeant, hugging Joe. This here's the most displaced little old person I ever saw. Upside down and inside out and every which way. Here, boy, here's some more chocolate. Don't give him no more, said the sergeant reproachfully. You want to make him sick? Nah, Sarge, nah. Don't want to make him sick. No, sir. What's going on here? The lieutenant, a small, elegant Negro, the beam of his flashlight dancing before him, approached the group. Got a little boy here, Lieutenant, said the sergeant. Just wandered into the battery. Must have crawled past the guards. Well, send him on home, Sergeant. Yes, sir, I plan to. He cleared his throat. But this ain't no ordinary little boy, Lieutenant. He opened his arms so that the light fell on Joe's face. The lieutenant laughed incredulously and knelt before Joe. How'd you get here? All he talks is German, Lieutenant, said the sergeant. Where's your home? Said the lieutenant in German. Over more water than you've ever seen, said Joe. Where do you come from? God made me, said Joe. This boy is going to be a lawyer when he grows up, said the lieutenant in English. Now listen to me, he said to Joe. What's your name, and where are your people? Joe Lewis, said Joe, and you are my people. I ran away from the orphanage because I belong with you. The lieutenant stood, shaking his head, and translated what Joe had said. The woods echoed with glee. Joe Lewis. I thought he was awful big and powerful looking. Just keep away from that left. That's all. If he's Joe, he's sure found his people. He's got us there. Shut up, commanded the sergeant suddenly. All of you just shut up. This ain't no joke. Ain't nothing funny in it. Boys all alone in the world ain't no joke. A small voice finally broke the solemn silence that followed. "No, ain't no joke at all. We better take the jeep and run him back into town, Sergeant," said the lieutenant. "Corporal Jackson, you're in charge." "You tell him Joe was a good boy," said Jackson. "Now, Joe," said the lieutenant in German softly, "you come with the sergeant and me. We'll take you home." Joe dug his fingers into the sergeant's forearms. "Papa! No, Papa, I want to stay with you." "Look, Sonny, I ain't your papa," said the sergeant helplessly. "I ain't your papa." "Papa, man, he's glued to you, ain't he, Sergeant?" said a soldier. "Looks like you ain't never going to pry him loose. You got yourself a boy there, Sarge, and he's got hisself a papa." The sergeant walked over to the jeep with Joe in his arms. "Come on now," he said. "You let go, little Joe, so's I can drive." "I can't drive with you hanging on, Joe. You sit in the lieutenant's lap right next to me." The group formed again around the jeep, gravely now, watching the sergeant try to coax Joe into letting go. "I don't want to get tough, Joe. Come on, take it easy, Joe. Let go now, Joe, so I can drive. See, I can't steer or nothing with you hanging on right there." "Papa, come on over to my lap, Joe," said the lieutenant in German. "Papa!" Joe, look, you," said a soldier. "Chocolate. Want some more chocolate, Joe? See? Whole bar, Joe. All yours. Just let go of the sergeant and move over into the lieutenant's lap." Joe tightened his grip on the sergeant. "Don't put the chocolate back in your pocket, man. Give it to Joe anyways," said a soldier angrily. "Somebody go get a case of D-bars off the truck and throw 'em in the back for Joe. Give that boy chocolate enough for the next 20 years. "Look, Joe," said another soldier. "Ever see a wristwatch? Look at the wristwatch, Joe. See it glow, boy? Move over in the lieutenant's lap, and I'll let you listen to it tick. Tick, 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 Joe. Come on. Want to listen?" Joe didn't move. The soldier handed the watch to him. "Here, Joe. You take it anyway. It's yours." He walked away quickly. Man, somebody called after him. "You crazy? Paid $50 for that watch. What business a little boy got with it? With any $50 watch?" "No, I ain't crazy, are you?" "No, I ain't crazy. Neither one of us crazy, I guess. Joe, want a knife? You gotta promise to be careful with it now. Always cut away from yourself, here? Lieutenant, when you get back, you tell him always cut away from himself." "I don't want to go back. I want to stay with Papa," said Joe tearfully. "Soldiers can't take little boys with them, Joe," said the lieutenant in German. "And we're leaving early in the morning." "Will you come back for me?" said Joe. "We'll come back if we can, Joe. Soldiers never know where they'll be from one day to the next. We'll come back for a visit if we can." "Can we give old Joe this case of D-bars, Lieutenant?" said a soldier carrying a cardboard carton of chocolate bars. "Don't ask me," said the lieutenant. "I don't know anything about it. I never saw anything of any case of D-bars. Never heard anything about it." "Yes, sir." The soldier laid his burden down on the jeep's back seat. "He ain't gonna let go," said the sergeant miserably. "You drive, Lieutenant, and me and Joe will sit over there." The lieutenant and the sergeant changed places, and the jeep began to move. "By Joe! You be a good boy, Joe. Don't you eat all that chocolate at once, you hear? Don't cry, Joe. Give us a smile. Wider, boy. That's the stuff. Joe, wake up, Joe." The voice was that of Peter, the oldest boy in the orphanage, and it echoed damply from the stone walls. Joe sat up, startled. All around his cot were the other orphans, jostling one another for a glimpse of Joe and the treasures by his pillow. "Where did you get that hat? Where did you get the hat, Joe? And the watch? And the knife?" said Peter. "And what's in the box under your bed?" Joe felt his head and found a soldier's wool knit cap there. "Papa," he mumbled sleepily. "Papa?" mocked Peter, laughing. "Yes," said Joe. "Last night I went to see my papa, Peter." "I went to see my papa, Peter." "Could he speak German, Joe?" said a little girl wonderingly. "No, but his friend could," said Joe. "He didn't see his father," said Peter. "Your father is far, far away and will never come back. He probably doesn't even know you're alive." "What did he look like?" said the girl. Joe glanced thoughtfully around the room. "Papa is as high as this ceiling," he said at last. "He is wider than that door." Triumphantly, he took a bar of chocolate from under his pillow. "And as brown as that." He held out the bar to the others. "Go on, have some. There is plenty more." "He doesn't look anything like that," said Peter. "You weren't telling the truth, Joe." "My papa has a pistol as big as this bed almost, Peter," said Joe happily, "and a cannon as big as this house. And there were hundreds and hundreds like him." "Somebody played a joke on you, Joe," said Peter. "He wasn't your father." "How do you know he wasn't fooling you?" "Because he cried when he left me," said Joe simply. "And he promised to take me back home across the water as fast as he could." He smiled eerily. "Not like not like the river, Peter. Across more water than you've ever seen. He promised. And then I let him go." Weird story. What up, guys? Just chilling, just chilling. Just gonna start practicing. All right. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely face. Plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, you can find it here. And mine is Tiffany Twisted. She got that Mercedes Benz. I think it was. Wait. Wait. She calls friends. While they dance in the courtyard. Sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember. Some dance to forget. So I called up my captain. Please bring me my wine. He said, we haven't had that spirit here since 1969. Still those voices are calling from far away. Wake you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely face. Plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, you can find it here. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of colitas, rising up, rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Sweet. I hope this doesn't go too heavy, but. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. Mm. Hmm. Got it. Okay, so it's. Oh man. Wait. Oops. Wait, that sounds so weird. Hold on. What? forget this part. Something like. Interesting. There's like a million versions of this, dude, and it's just like, what the heck? Wait, what? Oh, I screwed that up then. Hold up. She don't want to go out tonight. Mm-hmm. In a pipe, she flies to the motherland. So love to another man. It's too cold outside for angels to fly. Angels to fly. Ripped gloves, raincoat, try swim, stay afloat, stay afloat. I think that's how it goes. Dry house, wet clothes, loose change, banknotes, dry throat, dry throat, dry throat. Call girl, no phone. They say she's in the class 18, stuck in her daydream, been this way since 18, but lately her face seems slowly sinking, wasting, crumbling like pastries, and they scream. The worst things in life, the worst things in life. God dang it. Yeah, that's right. The worst things in life come free to us, 'cause we're all just under the upper hand. Go mad for a couple grams. She don't wanna go outside tonight. And in a pipe she flies to the motherland. Sells love to another man. It's too cold outside for angels to fly. Something like that. Dude, this is like the 100th version of it, though. It's so wild. The guy wrote it twice. One in A, I think, and then one in... Shoot, I lost it. I don't even know where it went. Yeah, one in A, and then one in, I think, G? Yeah, in the key of G. But that's with the capo. Dude, what a weird song, bro. Kind of over this song, not gonna lie. Let's go with... Thank you for the raid, Manda. Your heart when you say I want it that way. Tell me why. Yo, welcome in, guys. Yeah, I'm just jamming out, playing some scales. What up, Doug? What up, Bobby? Hell yeah, thank you. Thank you, Amanda, for the raid. Much love. Yeah, that's from Adventure Time, if anybody's wondering. Yeah, really, really exciting stuff. These scales, appreciate you guys. Wait, I messed that one up. Yo, let's watch a video. What up, Silverlink? How's it going, dog? Thank you for coming in, dude. Hell yeah. All right, let me put on something cool. I don't know. What do you guys want to watch? You guys want to watch some more Mike? Okay, Mike. That was such a cool video the other day that Mr. Ivan showed me, and it was sweet. Let's see if I can find one. Can we watch SK Uwu? Hell yeah, dude. What is that, man? I'm down to watch it. 100% yes. 100% yes, dude. Hell yeah. Let's check it out. All right. Here, let me Mm. 11 hours ago.
Time. Alright. I think
Mm.
it's Pal World time.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. How do I do a sweet shout out, man? Do I just do the SO thing?
Let's see. Alright.
Yeah. There we go. Oh, damn, yeah. I figured. I was like, man, I gotta figure this out. Nice wall. Oh, shit. Let me unplug this. Oh. My wall? You like my wall, dude? Thank you, bro. I appreciate it, man. Dude, look at the vein. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Oh, sweet. Yeah, you like the wall back here. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, some sweet paintings. I got some stickers and shit too. Hell yeah, Bobby. Bro, what are you watching now?
Let me just get my controller out.
Pale World, right? Pale World. Wait, did I pick the right one? I don't know if I picked the right one, dude. Oh, heck yeah. Dude, ain't nobody looking at her play Fortnite. They might watch Pal World though, if they're Pal World fans, right? I loved Pal World. I put so much like time into it, and by so much I mean like probably like 10 hours. But I want to get it on PC and play it again. That shit would be mad fun, dude. Hell yeah. You want to see something cool though? I stole that from my nephew. I forget the name of it, but it's one of those devil incarnate brain rot mechanism things. It is the rot of the brain, dude. Oh, dude, I suck at this so bad. I just need to get it to like autofocus, and I just can't.
Hi, intruder to me.
Oh.
Hi, Hands.
Hands.
Hi, Alex Tren. Thank you for the raid. What Daniel do? Bucko Pogs for the Raiders.
I forget what the name is of it. It's like, I don't know. Elephant Nisi, Bodega BC, something like that. I don't know. Oh, it's Lorelli La, yeah. Lorelli La, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dude, that is so on point. You're angry? Why? What's wrong? I'm angry. What's the matter, Manda? Why are you angry?
I'm gonna take some of their berries.
Cause Bobby kicked me TF off the game. Bobby, why'd you do that? Why'd you kick her off the game?
I should probably make some more
Go to
costumes.
sleep.
Oh, they're coming from all the way over there.
Oh, like if you don't want to
Alright.
play with me, just say so. Oh, dude.
Let's see.
I'm down to play whenever you guys want. Oh shit, I'm not the best. I'm not the best. I used to play a lot of Warzone and a lot of like Fortnite and stuff, a lot of FPS. But it's been a long time since I've played. She has to wake up at 5 and drive 2 hours alone. Oh my god. That is far. Yo. Oh my goodness.
Oh, is that a
2
lucky?
hours.
It's a
Holy
lucky
crap.
chicken.
You better be careful,
Oh, I'm trying to get his
Amanda.
body.
Oh my god.
Hi, Pedro.
And the Impala, hell yeah. I take it you're whipping in the Impala. Dang it, that car is a beast. Hell yeah. Nope. Jeep. Oh, sick, man. Still. I hope you're, getting well rested and driving safely. Because sometimes it isn't always,
I feel like that's
you. Sometimes it's, the other people on the road. That's like stuff my parents would always like tell me.
Nice. Maybe I should sleep until
Jeeps are sweet,
so
though.
that they can work on the cake.
Do I really have to sleep though?
I want to get in a new.
What time are you heading out? Cause it's midnight now, right? Or like maybe like 11 for you, depending like where you're at.
Oh wow, that's really slow. Okay. I'm gonna put the lucky chicken in here.
At 6 or 7. Has anybody beat Deltarune.
Hello,
Wait, so
Sparta
you
people.
have 6 or 7 hours.
Hey there, Desert Wolf.
Or wait, so is it 11 p.m. or is it midnight?
Hello, Nero Neurology.
10:55, dude. Yeah, so you have to get up in like. You probably are gonna get up an hour early. So Bobby's right.
Hello,
Like
100 name.
5 hours. You're gonna get up in 5 hours because I don't know
I should
if you have to
make
get ready
the
for whatever.
spears
But
now. Hello, Nacho God.
I'll read you a bedtime story out of this book I've been reading randomly. Dude, I don't even know what it's about, but yeah. I think it's just a bunch of different stories, honestly.
Hello, Vada.
That tastes like this is insane. How do you find this? Yeah.
Man, if you need to get up early tomorrow, like,
Do we do the food review?
genuinely
Yeah.
go to
Ready
sleep
for food
because
review?
you have to do a 2-hour drive.
Been ready for months.
We get
And
bread.
doing a 2-hour
I'll
drive
try
while
that.
you are
I think it's
tired
probably
is
good.
not good.
Compared
Go to
to,
bed. I'm watching the gameplay. Oof, Doug is yelling at me.
You got corn smut?
The corn smut's like mold, right?
Yeah, it's like mold that grows on corn. You got these. These are
Duck eggs? Kill me, dude. You're not eating that. I'm your mother.
No, we're all.
I was wondering if that was
we have
blue.
this.
What is
It's
that?
Miracle Berry makes everything that you eat sweet.
Even shampoo.
Even Fallon.
No.
Yeah. So after this is a palate
We're gonna
cleanser,
eat
and then we're gonna
boogers.
try them all again.
I wouldn't eat that duck egg if you. I fucking
Yes,
hate
driving
that.
when
Like
you
that
are
gives
sleepy
me.
is not safe.
Oh,
I agree.
Miracle Berry, then the
I
duck
agree.
egg.
You should
Oh, I
definitely
might have
drive
to.
safely.
Are you
gotta
good at doing
eat
that?
everything first, and then do it again with the Miracle Berry.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I'm gonna go dry heave in my fucking car while you guys do this. The thought of that, like, oh.
Do you take a video in there? So it's the dry heaving.
Yeah.
part?
Just,
Okay.
You're gonna eat this, all right?
So first.
Wait, so is everybody cool with No Country for Old Men? If anybody else wants to watch something
edible
different,
chalk.
just
So you have to
just
get
let-
the
let
mic.
me know or let me
You have
know.
to get the mic close to your mouth because this is like an ASMR part.
I'm gonna open it up for you.
All right.
This looks.
Okay.
Look at it.
Thank
Like, it
you
comes
for
in a
the
fucking.
alert.
It's a white powder in a plastic bag. This looks so
Luca,
good.
I'm just gonna be chilling
Look at
until
that.
Doc goes
It's
on.
edible, dude. So it smells like nothing.
It's not
I'm
flavored?
guessing it's gonna. No, it's not flavored. All right. Tastes like nothing. What is the purpose of this?
ASMR.
Fitness.
Really?
Did you ever go to the old school video rental stores back?
It tastes
in
like
the
a
day?
shirt.
Tastes like
Dude,
Fallon.
hell yeah.
Oh my god. Literally tastes like I ate
Also,
a
how
shirt.
you fitness? Is he okay?
look
Yeah,
like
man, I'm
Mark
doing good,
McGrath.
bro.
Can I
Thank
try
you
it?
for asking, man.
Dude,
I'm
that
just
is like
chilling,
the
bro.
worst thing ever.
I was just doing scales.
Would you just call me?
I'm gonna rate that a 0 out of 10.
Really?
Just hanging out.
And then it makes your teeth all coated
Oh,
with
man,
chalk.
I felt like
Oh, that's
shit
fucking gross.
earlier. Like when I woke up. Oh, dude, I felt horrid. It was awful. I think it was because I drank I think it was like 2 Red Bulls or like a Monster and a Red Bull yesterday. And just, oh man, just bad, all bad. So today I'm really paying for it, but I'm feeling better now, so far. So
Delicious.
are you
bits and crunchy.
are you getting on soon, Doc? Are you gonna get on and play some
Wait,
Witcher?
I loved it. I wish it came.
Holy, be careful, yo. Oh, sweet. Okay, awesome, man. Hell yeah, dude. I love The Witcher, bro. I wish I could read the books, but man, they're a little too above my skill level. So I just watched the show. Oh shit, I got an alert, yo. I was check Steam gifts. Oh, dude, sweet, man. Okay. I was thinking something a small break before The Witcher. Okay. Nice, man. Oh, dude, yeah. And I did love those rental stores, man. I would go there all the time with my mom. They were awesome. We had one called Pick a Flick. We had one called Movie World. And like at my uncle's houses and stuff, we'd go to like Blockbuster and everything. Like rent the games, dude. Hell yeah. Wait, let me. I'll keep
Came
it
in
going.
more because I finished in almost 2 days. I stretched it out because I didn't want to eat it all in one shot.
I didn't know dinosaurs could leave fucking reviews on on Yelp. That's obviously a fucking
That's
cyborg.
not a human being.
Yeah, clearly that's not a human. I stretched it out.
It's like a creepypasta, like a slender, fucking scary slender figure.
It's like a 9-armed being living in the middle of North Dakota. Chalk, stretch it out 2 days. Fucking psycho. Just ordering chalk from Russia.
Shredded jerky.
What kind of jerky?
Yeah, that's more like it. Yeah,
you're leaving out one big element of the jerky. Though.
Don Poncho's.
It's spider jerky.
All right, you got me. It's bum skin. It's like shower floor from Venice Beach, like fucking public showers and shit. What? Come on, angels.
Yeah, they scraped the patina off the drain.
Yeah, they're like, hey, it's like toenails and fucking like scalp fungus.
Hope
and
you
shit.
like the
Soaking,
game.
with cumin.
Somebody said it smells and tastes like
Dude,
fish food.
I don't know how
let's
to
get
check it. I'm trying to find it.
That sounds
right
better
now.
than
I'm not
chalk. Let's do it. I'll go for it.
No way.
I will eat
Do I just
anything
go to
besides
library?
the eggs. I'll eat only after
Really?
Miracle Berry. Yeah, I'll eat anything, man.
This one's pretty good.
Wait,
You don't look so happy about it, dude.
It has to like reconstitute in your mouth first.
I still don't have my taste back.
Yeah.
It tastes like
Probably
So it's
happy,
just
right?
texture. No, it actually does. Has a good flavor.
It tastes like a dog smells kind of.
Steam.
Like a wet dog or just.
Oh, penny gifts.
It does
I
look like
found
what you'd find in the bottom
dude,
of a Venice
thank
Beach. It
you,
looks
bro.
like hair and toenails and fucking.
Dude, oh my god, that's
shower trap.
amazing.
So like if your dog got into some
Fuck
like stuffed
yeah.
animal or something and like shit out the stuffing.
Bro, this looks
Which is
so
what I also
cool,
call
bro.
homeless people
Oh my
showers.
god, how do you
Are we
play
gonna do
this,
on the
dude?
potted meat?
Yeah, let's
Should I play it? Can I play it right now?
You're not even eating it.
For like a second. This looks so cool. Hell yeah. Wait, I gotta make sure I open it up first. Hell yeah, I wanna play right now. That'd be so sweet. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, bro. Gosh, dude, I'd give you a giant hug right now and just squeeze you so like. Oh, thank you. Oh, dude. That is so awesome. Thank you so much, bro. Hell yeah. Play it whenever. Click the green bell in the top right. Oh, dude. Hell yeah, bro. I hope it starts up. Where did it go? Wait, I think I lost it. What the heck? Where did it go? Dude, what was it called again? Retro Rewind. There it is. Hell yeah. There we go. Sweet, man. Thank you. It is downloading right now, bro. Oh my goodness, bro. Oh god, yeah. I'm pumped. This is so awesome. There we go. I started to gain consciousness right when all the blockbusters were closing down. Heck yeah, man. Yeah, it's so weird. 'Cause like that transition, I remember. I think I was in like middle school, and people started talking about ordering games off of like a phone number or like a website, and then they would like mail it to you. And I was like, what if you just keep the game? And then people were like, then you can't get another one. But if you send it back, you get a new one. And it was like, you know, like the thought of it was just like mind blowing. There we go. Oh snap! Hold on, I gotta change monitors. There we go. Heck yeah, bro. Game capture. Where's it? There we go. Hell yeah. Sweet. I think you should be able to hear it now. Controls. Should I use a controller? Or just keyboard? Through little shots by hell yeah, dude. It absolutely did, bro. Looking back, man, I would have just shorted. I would have got right into investing, bro, and just shorted the shit out of all those places. And then I would have bought some Bitcoin. More Bitcoins. Grand opening. It's 1990, the golden age of movie rentals, and your dream is about to become reality. You are now the proud owner of a video store. Your first day is about to begin, but the shop needs a little love. Time to set up a few shelves, buy some movies, and decorate your store before your first customers walk through the door. Hell yeah. Crouch. Spring. Oh. Heck yeah. Access the catalog located in the office. This looks like it. Using the catalog, order 3 shelves to display your movies. Oh, dude, Tamagotchi, that's so cool, bro. Pack up your new shelves in the back store. All ordered items will be delivered there. Pick up. Oops. Oh, sweet. Grab your boxes and place your shelves in the sales area. Oh wait, I have to go to another one, right? There we go. Heck yeah. You can also modify some objects such as the shelf and checkout counter. Let's see. From your computer, order movie funnels in the market. Dude, yeah. Flower under the bridge. The bun flushed away. The Minotaur separation. Blobby blurst. Ivan even fitness plays the games I gift him. I did play the game you gifted me for 2 hours. How many is that? 6 out of 10. Okay, we got 7. The monster that followed you home. Midnight mushroom drive. Bloody elephant. My stranger never called. Subnautica 2 is in early access. I don't even play the games I gifted myself. Yeah, I heard about Subnautica 2 being pretty cool. Do you guys like playing it? Have you both played it? Oh wait, that's a drama shelf, right? Okay. Wait, does it change based on what I put in there? Okay, sweet, yeah. Ivan, I made you, you're me, learn ballet. Ivan got gifted Cyberpunk, played that game for 30 minutes and never again. Oh, no way. Dude, Cyberpunk. When are you streaming it so I can design my house? Bro, I have 4 hours in Cyberpunk. You can't design your house, just the general style. Hop a VC right now, I'll show you, Ivan. Play more blood. Display your movies. Wait, this one's drama, so it goes here. Drama goes here. There we go. There we go. Heck yeah. I can watch, but I can't talk right now. I'm about to brush my teeth. Right on, hell yeah. That's fine. Just type in Discord. The shiny breakfast at sea, the demonic cash, the tub, a true burden, the infection in the dark, the breakup over the surgeon, the sad skull, the keyboard in a small town, the loaf lurking in the field, Templar in detention, and Sunset Baron. Dude, some of these would be hilarious animes, I feel like. Thank you for the lurk, Bobby. Yeah, thank you again for the game, dude. Hell yeah, bro. This just seems hella fun, bro. Like, I love chill stuff like this. It's so cool. The angry teacher. Death to the Spirit. The Sad Princess. Dr. Lane's Chosen Fishbowl. The Low Family Tree. Scary Serum Nightmare. The Mammal's Perfect Sunset. Lonely Bird. The Race Car Rockstar. And Midnight Hobo Drive. These are some awesome ass movies. Save your game. Save your progress with the time clock machine in the back store. Alright. Bobby's restarting his computer. Did you watch any more like okay vids? Dude, I want to. I was gonna put that on actually. And then Bobby suggested that we watch this one girl. I forget her name. Let me see real quick. It was SK Suwu. Really good gameplay. Really good veinage. Really good veins. Dude, I'm about to put some more mic on right now. I think I just saved, right? Hell yeah. Yeah, SAU, right? Or I thought it was SKU or something like that. Yeah, dude. She seemed chill. She likes Pal World, I think. I think that was the last game she played. Dude, yeah, let's check those out. Where the heck is the there we go. Right here. Alrighty. Dude, yeah. So we watched the China one, the one playlist he had, but let's find some more on there. That seems so awesome. Like, let me check to see if he has any other ones. Oh wow. Oh yeah, that was put together by a viewer, I think. Let's just search in here. Oh wow, alone off-grid in deep rural China. Stream so I can sub. Those are cool because he meets some people. You're already sub, blood. I need to renew. Drinking in China. Drinking in rural China for beginners is the first one I saw. Hell yeah, dude. Let's do that. That sounds awesome.
Welcome to China.
I chose the wrong time to start drinking again. Mate, I'm in a taxi and I have to pay with a QR code and the guy's thingy doesn't work. So now I'm stuck in this taxi and my train's in 15 minutes. Alipay, brother. Alipay not working.
Here, let me shrink my camera.
If you are ever stuck somewhere and you can't pay, that guy's Alipay wasn't working, which is an app that you need to pay in China. Carry around US dollars with you wherever you are in the world. You can buy your way out of shit with US dollars. You might have to give them a bit extra. Oh, I'm gonna miss this train, aren't I? Oh no. Where? Here? Passport.
Sounds good.
13 minutes.
I hope the volume's okay. If it's ever too loud or something.
我去跟我买的是几多意思啊？
啊？ Good. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. This is the thing about traveling in China. Nothing's really easy, especially over in the West. I'm in the deep west of China right now, and not a single person speaks English, which is, I get it. They don't have to, of course they don't, but it just makes things really difficult. Passport. DJI, Chinese brand. It's a Chinese. That's a Chinese company. You're the first person that I've found that speaks English in Kashgar.
Thank you.
Can you show me where to go?
You need to go through the underground and go to platform number 3.
Nice to meet you, cousin. Take care, brother. Rekmet. I never know whether to say Rekmet, which is Uyghur for thank you, or Xie, which is Mandarin for thank you. Because sometimes you can't really tell.
Check out
Today, we are taking a journey 2,000 years back in time
anniversary
across the Taklama clan.
Oh yeah, baby.
We're going through the desert along the Silk Road to a place you've probably never heard of. And we're going to try and sleep outdoors and camp again.
I love that.
But before that,
is so awesome.
We've got a 10-hour train journey. I wonder how many of these mystery meat sticks I can eat in that 10 hours.
Hell yeah.
So this is what 1,000 kilometers of nothing but pure desert looks like. The word Taklamakan in Uyghur translates into "he who enters will not return." And for good reason. The vast waterless interior of this desert made it impossible to make a direct route. So there's a northern road, which I travelled last year, and a southern road, which I'm on now. And even these safe roads, you know, Silk Road traders would have had to deal with constant sandstorms, dehydration, and bandit attacks. Being on this train now, it's just another reminder of how easy it is to live now. We live in the easiest time to live in history.
Oh, dude, I love Michael Jackson.
Kara kaşlı güzel yarim aşkından üzülse meyleteceğim.
See you, goodbye.
Cursed Carl Weezer there.
You might be thinking right now, Michael, why have you come to a remote, rural, nothing town on the edge of the Taklamakan Desert on the southern route of the Silk Road? Well, I came here to explore the Naya ruins. The town of Naya was once a flourishing hub on the southern branch of the Silk Road, but it was probably abandoned, swallowed up by sand, and then 2,000 years later, it was rediscovered by a British explorer named Aurel Stein. And I've just found out that the Naya ruins are about 200 kilometers into the middle of the desert. And there's no road to get there. And you probably need a permit to get there. So, yeah. I didn't even ask for a taxi. This lady just said, "Do you want to get in my taxi?" And she's a passenger. So, Madam, Mingzu? Mingzu?
名字吗？啊，你知道阿姨。
阿姨，阿姨。Ah, okay. Very nice. We go with this lady.
给你拉到密封县玉楼塔那个地方嘛，最繁华的地方，吃饭的有，住宿的有。
Ah, okay.
啊，睡觉的地方有，吃饭的地方有，好吧？这个地方过去。
Okay, I have no idea what you're saying, madam. I only speak English. English.
密封县来的时候嘛，还没是平房，啊，要路也小小的。嗯，我知道的。
这个地方有孩子有吗？
有，我的孩子嘛，日本去了，捡本儿是吗？
你在家里吗？还
在日本去了，他们天天劳动，我打电话都去了。
嗯。
Thank you. That was the easiest free ride I've ever had in my entire life. I didn't ask for it. I wasn't looking for it. But she just said, "Do you want to jump in my taxi?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." Since we're already in the the modern town of Naya, which is 200 kilometers away from the ruins of Naya, I thought, why don't we go and try to camp in the desert to experience what it would have been like to camp and sleep on the old Silk Road. The last time I entered China in 2024, I had one of the most painful travel experiences to date. There was no Wi-Fi, I had no way to find my hotel, not a single person spoke English, and I couldn't translate anything on my phone. Eventually I found my hotel, but not after spending 4 hours in a Chinese network office translating every single detail of my passport to register for a SIM card, and I swore I would never do it again. Now, I would never promote anything on this channel that I didn't truly believe in, and I'm telling you right now, the Airalo eSIM is the biggest game changer in modern travel I've ever come across. eSIMs are pre-installed SIM cards inside your device, so you don't have to worry about getting a physical SIM card when you get to a new country that you don't bloody speak the language of. It's extremely easy to use. Here's how it works. You get an eSIM from Airalo before your trip, install the eSIM, land in the country, activate it, and immediately connect. Airalo has eSIMs for over 200 destinations, and you can even get regional eSIMs for Europe and Asia. I'm just telling them about Airalo eSIM. Airalo eSIM. He gets it. And the thing about using Airalo eSIMs in China is that it completely bypasses the firewall, so you can access WhatsApp, Instagram, and other banned apps, and it's like having a superpower. You do not need a VPN. If you want an easy, trust me, if you want an easy, hassle-free, and affordable way to stay connected on your travels, download Airalo now using the link in the description or the QR code, which is probably about here, and you'll get $3 off your next eSIM by using the code MIKE, M-I-K-E, MIKE. Thanks, Airalo.
Oh, sweet, dude.
Hi! Good morning!
Looks cool.
Hello! Good English. Very good English.
Hell yeah.
Bye. Oh, my goodness. You're from? Zhonghua? Me, Ingwa. England. Ingwa. Okay, I'm gonna go this way, okay? I don't want to draw my attention to myself anymore, and I think that talking to children on the street will probably do that. Yingwa. He thought I was from America. Should we go and speak to this policeman? Ni hao, sir.
And then I found out, the reason why I was thinking there's 2 mods for this game that are like
This way.
mods, or maybe just patches.
This way. Okay, Sissini, thank you. Hey, bro. How are you? You good? You good, bro?
Right here. Yeah.
Cool. I like this town already. Everyone's smiling. Everyone's cool, man. What's up, bro? You good? You good? Hello. You speak some English?
These mods included like
A little.
skybox fixes, and
My Chinese is very bad. What's your name?
My name is Gona.
Gona and lads on now. Gona, lads on now. Nice to meet you guys. Take care. Take care. Wow, what polite, lovely children we have here in the town of Minfeng, Naya, middle of fucking nowhere. This is cool. 1 pack of this, please, madam. 谢谢。谢谢。英国。谢谢。Hello, my friend. How are you? Nice to meet you, my brother. 英国。
来这多久了？
No Chinese, only English. I speak English. Maybe you can help me. Okay, so.
我想在小镇的边缘露营，我带了一个帐篷。好
Yeah.
谢谢。你最好
This way?
那里有露营跟露营的。
有在前面。
前面就
This
有
way.
露营的。
Okay, thank you, madam. Goodbye. Bye-bye. See? People in China are bloody lovely, aren't they? Let's go down here, I reckon. Hi. Michael. My name is Michael. What's your name? Asinek and? Ekaden, nice to meet you. Hello, sir. Ingwa. Hello, my friend. Food? No, I don't need food. I'm going camping. I need to go camping before the sun goes down. So the people that live here, they are Uyghurs. They're not Han Chinese. You get a few Han Chinese, but mostly Uyghur. And they say Rekmet instead of Sheshe. Hi. Hi, how are you?
Apparently it's like a,
Wow, this is pretty intense, isn't it?
Hotline Miami.
Hey, bro.
Oh my
how are
goodness,
you?
look
You
at the
good?
ash on that
Nice to meet
cigarette,
you.
bro.
Any English?
Chinese.
I already messed with all the
Cool, man.
settings.
Take it easy. Bye-bye, Shisha. Yeah, let's take a picture.
Be okay.
Cool, bye. Hi.
哪个国家的？
Ingwa. Ingwa. I need to go. Sorry, brother. I need to go before the sun sets. And there's a police car definitely following me, so I'm just going to ask them. The best thing to do is speak to them. Ni hao. How are you? I'm looking to go camping somewhere just outside of the town. I have a tent with me.
我们把你带到房车营地。
Okay, let's go. Yes, okay, cool. Okay.
刚才那个外国人把我拦下来了，就刚给你打电话汇报。
不可能去野外露营吗？
Here? Okay. So the policeman is telling me that I'm not allowed to go camping in a wild area.
我那边嘛，这下参加我帐篷随便。
Okay.
что нам без труб фанкция инди а тут до себе что вообще.
I don't see much issue with it so far.
Могу.
Check it out.
我们现在把你送不过去，然后我给你指出路线，然后有人在那边接你。
谢谢 Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much.
把手机拿出啊！你从这边直走，然后有人过来接你，好吧
Oh shit.
Thank you, sir. 谢谢
Oh, fuck, I could have read that.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I
Bye-bye.
just ate
Recommend.
some lore. God damn it, okay.
So,
Some lore. Fuck.
the policeman said I'm not allowed to go camping. But here's the thing, right, that I'm going to explain to you. I'm in a place called Xinjiang. Very surveilled, very politically sensitive area. Now, you might be thinking, Mike, why don't you just go out into the desert and camp? Well, because I've already raised about 15 flags since I got off the train. And when you're being followed by a police car, the best thing to do, especially in China, is to just approach them and say, hey, could you help me? And it just, number one, it just shows that you're not a kind of threat, or you're not here doing anything bad. Hello. And 99 times out of 100, they will help you. He just told me to walk this way and someone is going to pick me up. That's all he said. So, yeah. I'm bleeding. Brilliant. It's gone from me wanting to camp out in the dunes in the ancient bloody ruins of Naya to sleeping in an RV park.
Oh, holy
Oh, 你们昨天对。
Oh, ni hao.
你好，你好。
Nice motorbike, Yamaha.
Dude, sweet.
Very nice.
Motorcycle.
我这个排量小，150。
My bike is
I
small,
like
50cc.
it. I don't speak Chinese. Ingwa.
Sweet, man.
哦，英国。
Yingwa.
I
Yinggoren.
mean, compared to like a commuter bike.
Yeah,
like
I'm just
300,
here.
Not very big,
You
but still,
Welcome,
like,
thank you.
compared to like a moped, it's like 50cc.
I don't understand.
你随便找地方。
随便。
I want to camp. Hang on a minute.
咱们的话听不懂，你就在这随便这儿
Just pick anyone.
可以随便在哪搭都行。
就草地里这个。
Okay.
这都行。
Okay, thank you. Hello, my friend. Ni hao. How are you, my friend? You okay? Nice to meet you.
都那个位置那边。
This way.
对。
Okay, 对。I think these are my new police friends that have come to pick me up.
Dude, that is so cool, man. The police over there are
Hello,
so
my friend.
awesome, dude.
我们安排一下位置。
Okay, I don't understand what you're saying. Oh, what have you got over here, bro? Hello, my friend. Ni hao. This looks good. I'm definitely going to eat. Oh, they've got beer as well. I really
Holy
want
cow.
to drink.
Nice.
I haven't had a drink in about 5 weeks. And I really want one.
Dude, sweet. I can't wait to find a beautiful freaking like fearless friend to just go
I like your singing, bro.
with me to do
You're a singer.
something like this. This would be so
等我唱完，
sweet.
稍等一会儿。
If I can't find
cool.
one, I think I'll
Enjoy.
just
Thanks, brother.
go all by myself and just go alone.
He was singing in his truck. So cool. Right. The policemen have fucked off. You know what I'm going to do tonight? I think I've earned it. I'm going to have a beer, and I'm going to be like, right, and I'm going to use it as a test. Can I drink just a couple of beers? Just cut to me like
The next scene,
blackout
just, like,
drunk singing
yeah,
with that
taking
guy in his
shots,
truck.
Mad shots. Hell yeah, dude.
So the policeman said,
God, that would be so
call us
awesome.
in trouble. Call us if you're in trouble, and then I will take 24X school bus tonight to protect your safety. F knows. This is exactly like Outdoor Boys, isn't it?
I need to find some shelter.
I feel like I'm on Outdoor Boys. This is exactly like Outdoor Boys. This is exactly like Outdoor Boys. This is just like Outdoor Boys.
I've got to climb 2,500 vertical feet up over that saddle.
This is exactly like Outdoor Boys, isn't it?
Dude, I just love that so much. That is fucking hilarious. I gotta climb 2,500 vertical feet. This is just like that. It's just in a fucking parking lot. I love that. That is so awesome. Fuck yes. Oh god, yeah.
So this is what I'm working with. Like a true outdoor boy, I thought, well, instead of carrying a big heavy bag, I'll choose to not bring something to sleep on for this trip. So I've just got a sleeping bag and that's it. And I'm going to use like some, I'm lightheaded. I'm going to use some clothes as a pillow. That's a good idea. He's putting a ground sheet out.
God,
does that mean the bottom of my tent's going to get soaking wet?
我说你的帐篷有点小，没事。
I know, but there's only one person, so it's okay. 谢谢。It's a tiny tent, to be fair. 你好。你好。Oh, 谢谢。
没事。
Thank you so much.
Dude, watermelon, hell yeah.
Look at that.
Fuck yes.
Lovely bit of watermelon. Ni hao, how are you?
How are you?
Very good. Thank you for the watermelon. 谢谢你. Let's take a picture together.
Okay.
Thank you, my friend. 谢谢. Thank you, madam. So I've decided I am going to drink a beer. The only reason why I wanted to quit drinking was because I was just drinking too much, I was partying too much. And now, I'm here, I'm on a campsite in China, I can just drink a couple of beers and go to bed. 2 bottles of 53% Chinese baijiu.
Ooh, dang.
Brother, you have Piju?
Sounds strong.
Piju. Oh my goodness. Cold beer.
Hey.
A 6, bloody hell, that's good. That's bloody cheap, isn't it? That's about 60p for a big bottle of beer. Uh-oh, I chose the wrong time to start drinking again.
He's my husband.
He's your husband? Oh, cool. You've got a very good husband here. It sells delicious, cheap beer. He's selling me a nice bottle of Piju. Well, nice to meet you, madam. I'm going to drink my beer, okay? Maybe I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Thank you so much. Take care. Time to drink a beer and smoke a cig. Basically, I'm going to Bali in like 3 weeks. Whenever I get back to Vietnam, I'm going to Bali for 2 months. And since Iraq, I've basically been traveling non-stop. So I've put on a shitload of weight. I was partying too much. So in Bali, I'll be there for 2 months and I'll be sober. So if you're going to be in Bali in June and July, come and see me. 西藏你去吗? Going to Tibet? No. I am not allowed to travel to Tibet without a guide.
如果你要可以去，我感觉他跟我们一块走的话，
你要出国？
没有他说他没有导游去不了西藏。
西藏？
你去西藏是吧？
哎，我们要去西藏。
几边？
你拿
刚好学门外语。
但我不知道说，等一下我问一下啊。
I don't know anyone that can take me to Tibet. That's why I can't go.
Me.
You?
Yeah.
Are you going?
It's me. 我们要去西藏走羌塘无人区，我们要沿着中国的边境一圈。
When do you think you'll be in Yunnan?
6月底或者是7月。
Going with you to Tibet would be the coolest thing ever, but unfortunately, I don't think I have time.
今天晚上可以跟我们一起吃点饭，喝点酒，我们互相都认识一下。
Yes, 对，谢谢你，谢谢。So I didn't get to camp in the wild on the Silk Road, but you know what? I got to come here to this cool campsite, meet local Chinese people who have invited me to eat and drink with them. So everything happens for a reason. Oh my goodness. My new Chinese friend has just gone into the shop. Oh, fuck me. And bought 2 bottles of 53% Chinese baijiu. Oh no. That's not good news. That is not good news. I just ordered a lot of delicious food. I am now waiting for it to be delivered. Yeah? 我理解。
哦，我理解。很标准啊。
我理解。
You don't want Piju? Piju? No Piju?
痛风，我是一个痛风患者，不能喝啤酒。
Oh, okay. I understand. It's much healthier to drink 53% Chinese alcohol.
用中国话来讲，这个叫纯粮酿造。
So this is very pure Chinese alcohol and it's good quality, correct?
在中国53度以上的白酒才是纯粮酿造，保证不是勾调。
Does that mean that I will not be sick tomorrow?
对的。
Good.
来一个。
Cheers. Thank you, brother. Cheers. Cheers.
这最后一天我。
Apparently, because it's 53%, it doesn't give you hangovers. Oh God. Oh.
可以吗？
Oh, very good.
Are you okay?
Yes, 对 thank you.
你说的对，我俩预计在西藏停留1个月以上。
Unfortunately, I only got a 15-day visa, so I'm on a bit of a time limit. Otherwise, I would absolutely love to join you in Tibet.
Welcome to China.
Thank you, brother. Ooh. Delicious biju. Piju, I mean. Not Piju, Baiju. My policeman friends are back again.
Police friends.
Yeah, police friends.
我给你的是说帮我们配合一下，我们登记你的信息。
The police are having a very good look at my passport.
再往前倒7年的话，
They're probably going to see that I've already been to China like 3 times in the past year. I came for a wedding once, and then when I went to North Korea, I went through as well. They're probably going to see the North Korea the stamp, they're going to see the Iraq stamp, and they're going to think, what the fuck is this guy doing? Gambe. Okay. So basically, when you come to Xinjiang, because as I said before, it's a very surveilled area. They want to keep tabs on everyone, especially foreigners, and wherever you stay, they need to kind of keep a track of like your name, your number, your passport number, which is why I guess they don't want me camping in the wild areas. Even though last year I used to just camp in like petrol station car parks and shit.
I think it is.
They just also took a scan of my face. Can I ask
I don't know how
why you register foreigners and why you need to scan them?
不是
因为新疆前一段时期经历过一次治安的特别严格的时期，所以现在新疆是全国最安全、治安最严格的城市。
I understand. Thank you for the clarity.
我们出来的时候也是这样一样的待遇。
So it's not just foreigners; it's all people that are traveling. Okay. Everyone. Okay. So it's not just foreigners that need to be scanned. It's anyone that's traveling from place to place. Apparently.
中国历史最牛的领袖毛主席是专抽这个中华，所以中华在中国是一个很传奇的 smoke。
Okay. Yes, I understand. I don't understand. Thank you, brother. So also, I was going to try and quit smoking, but everyone here in China smokes. Thank you, brother. And Changxi just brought me. Giving you 2 packs of cigarettes isn't much, but oh, dude, thank you, brother. And Changxi just got me 2 packs of Chunghua, which are the best cigarettes you can smoke in China. Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
谢谢你. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
很高兴，现在签证中国现在落地签比有严。啊，不是，他给巴基斯坦那头过来的。
巴基斯坦那边进喀什这边过来的。
Pakistan all the way along to Vietnam.
一路骑自行车。
不是，是坐车打车。当地的一些民族啊，或者是当地的居民啊。
他们都是一样吧？上次我看到了那个若干的一个地方，2个人我看到了一个女的，一个男的。
干杯！
中外对战的话，咱中国人不
干杯！
来，
干杯！干杯 ！Cheers, brother！ 干杯！ Meh. Oh, these are okay. Meh. Okay, so these are sheep. I'm assuming from the sound of meh, these are sheep kidneys.
No.
Lamb kidney. Baby, it's the kidney of a baby sheep. Your birthday is in 8 days.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
干杯，干杯，干杯，干杯 brother.
中国的白酒，
白酒 53% Chinese booze.
干杯
Cheers.
Yeah. So there is a saying here in China, "La yu feng cha." It means that life is long and we have many opportunities. Yes, bro. These boys were like, "La yu fu chang." La yu fu chang. They said "La yu fu chang," which means we may not see each other soon, but there is plenty of time to see each other. Life has many opportunities. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Ganbei, brother. Ganbei, ganbei.
Dude, that is so awesome. I just love that so much, dude.
But me, Ganbei. Ganbei.
It's like just such party-heartedness. Hell yeah.
No, I can't play guitar. I can't play guitar. I can't play guitar.
Dude, I'll just meet up with this guy and become his bard. Drinking with strangers, hell yeah, man. I don't really drink that much, to be honest. I think the last time I drank was like 4th of July, like 2 years ago. But I'm not like against it or anything. I just haven't really done it in a long time. Hell yeah, everyone's super friendly, man. It looks so amazing.
保卫他的生活，直到大山崩塌，夜幕覆盖北华北平原，又想起了手套的那。
We like Jim Carrey. We like the Truman Show.
Ganbei, brother.
这颗心就是罢了，这个世界就整个崩溃。
Damn, that dude's got some pipes. Oh yeah.
今生今世要死，就一定要死在你手里。 就一定要死在你手里，就一定要死在你手里。如此生活30年，直到大厦崩塌，一生。
谢谢你，谢谢。Hey, should I put like captions?
Sure. The police came over, and to me, he translated very quietly. He was like, "Hello, sir. we would love it if you could keep your voice down because people are trying to sleep, in like very politely. And then he spoke to Changxi and he was like, you need to shut the fuck up now. Oh God. I've just remembered why I quit drinking. Because hangovers ruin everything. When I was 21, I used to work in a party hostel in Budapest. And I used to be able to drink consistently all day and all night for months, for literally months. And I would never feel bad, I would always feel good. And I just can't do that anymore. I just can't do that anymore, unfortunately. It's not a bad thing because it means that I can be healthy and live a kind of normal life. But yeah, sometimes I wish I could because it's bloody good fun. Oh, I don't feel good. I don't feel good.
Hell yeah, dude. Once you're like over 25 years old, you're just like over it, right? You're like, man, forget it. I'm not doing this anymore. Like, I just get sick.
Facebook, yes. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Brother. Thank you, brother. Yeah? Yes, brother. See you, bro. See you. Take care, brother. Okay. Let's do this. Round 2. See you, bro.
Dude, I can't get over how awesome that hat is. That is such a sweet...
一路顺风. Thank you, brother. 谢谢. Thank you, bro. Changxi, thank you. Facebook, bro. I'll message you on Facebook, okay? Thank you, Changxi. Thank you, Daddy. Okay, see you, bro. Bye, Changxi.
Man, he's right. This
Love
is
you,
just
bro.
like
Take
outdoor
care.
boys.
Yes, bro. Take it easy, bro.
Dude, hell yeah. Facebook is Dude, oh my goodness, that reminds me of so many good times I've had with like people and stuff, man.
Wow,
Oh,
dude.
that was incredible, bro.
That's cool. Brother, very good. Very, very, very good.
Man, I swear, one day I'm gonna get a picture of Sam. I'm gonna put it on here and show you how similar they look. It's crazy how identical they are. Oh, we have Alone Off Grid in Deep Rural China, and then we have the China you won't see anywhere else. Oh, he's wearing the hat in this one too. I feel like we should wear this one, or we should watch this one. Wait, he's got the hat on in this one too. Dang, man. Wait, show. Hell yeah. Okay, so it looks like we just did this one. China you won't see anywhere else is next. Heck yeah.
This isn't the most ideal situation.
Oh, dude, I have to go to the restroom real fast. I'll be quick. I'll be very quick.
to be in. Is it just me, or does the world feel more divided than ever? Like every headline is just another reason to fear someone who looks or sounds different to you. Well, I say f that. While governments argue about money, borders, and nuclear weapons,
It's nominating you for the Peace Prize.
I'll be out here looking for humanity. Right now, I'm in China. And while I'm sure they'd love me to show you some paid, state-approved tour guide bullshit, I've got other plans. I want to go to Tibet. You know, where little Buddhist flags dance in the wind and spirituality flows like pure glacial water. But I can't go to Tibet because it's bloody restricted. Mike, why is it restricted? Well, of course it's because some foreigners get altitude sickness. So instead, I'm attempting to hitchhike 2,000 kilometers across the ass end of nowhere to China's other Tibetan region, the one you've never heard of. And along the way, I'll be doing what I always do, connecting with people.
Oh, yeah.
One Chinese toll station at a time.
Hell yeah, dude. Sweet, man. Red Bull, Chinese Red Bull, dude.
Now, there's no train out of this Chinese town that you've definitely never heard of, Ruochang in Xinjiang. So we're going to try our luck on the road. This says hitchhiking in Chinese, and if you pronounce it slightly differently, it means eating shit. 麦克，名字麦克。你是哪国人呢？ Yeah， 英国。英国人。英国人。
你到西宁，从华东沟到西宁，从这个地方，青海你不都到华东沟都到青海了？到华东沟，你只有到石棉矿。
Is this the road to Qinghai?
到石棉矿上有到青海的车。
这是通往青海的路吗？
对。
I'm starting to think if this is the best place. Basically, Qinghai is that way. There's only one road to get there.
你去不了青海，只能客运站那边上个线路车，你只能去客运站买个票，然后可以去青海。
I don't know what's going on, my friends.
如果你不着急，我把你带上。
Thank you, my friend.
艾沙江，
Michael. 艾沙江 is a Uyghur. Qinghai.
I know.
This way, no Qinghai.
No.
Where are we going now?
我现在办点事儿，处理点事儿，处理完了几分钟就处理完了，然后咱们出发。
So we've joined my new friend. He had to go and deal with something for a few minutes. And then, I think he's going to take me somewhere to get a better lift on the road. I'm so bad with Chinese names. It's always like, my name is and I'm like, oh, my name's Michael. Rekmed.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. You take care. Thank you, sir. Goodbye. Yeah, madam. This lovely lady's having a little dance in the morning. You're smashing it as well. Absolutely smashing it. We've met a guy and he's going 70 kilometers down the road, and I think that's pretty good. I just want to get out of this area, to be honest.
你是警察？
Nice to meet you, sir. Rekmed.
前面发生了交通事故，我们要走高速公路。
Sometimes getting a lift 70 kilometers is just great news. If you can do 10 of those in a day, you've done 700 kilometers. And I think I need to travel roughly about 900 kilometers in the next couple of days to get to Golmud.
这是我们世界上第二大沙漠塔克拉玛干沙漠，这边是。
我知道天气很大，又干又热，所以我很期待在山上。
We are, I'm still like 300 kilometers away from the edge of Xinjiang, and it's just everywhere you look, desert for miles and miles and miles. You do not want to get stuck out here.
Dude, That would suck, man. Being stuck in the desert.
So
Oh
the
my
thing,
God.
the annoying thing about China is now they're developing so quick that the roads are not on Google Maps. I've just asked the gentleman and he said it's this way, which means it's time to do a little bit of charming with the old toll booth staff. This is the Mike OK hitchhiking tip of the day. Yay! If you're somewhere like China, print out, right, a letter that says, my name is Michael and this is who I am, this is where I'm from, this is what I'm doing and this is where I'm going. Make it nice and polite and friendly and you can give it to a driver and they just know about you immediately. So it kind of just breaks that barrier a little bit and it's very, very helpful. No, can you speak English?
No.
No? That was really good English though. I'm going to Qinghai.
Qinghai.
Go to Xining.
Okay.
Yay! Thank you, madam. 谢谢你，谢谢你. Thank you, brother.
They always look them up. That is so awesome.
Yay! 谢谢你。你去哪里？西宁。西宁方向。西宁方向。
So my friend here is travelling to Xining, which is 1,400 kilometers away from the airport, which in this truck will probably take, I want to say about 3 days.
Michael O'Kennedy.
那他妈大学咋读的？等一下。你要去你青海那边，有可能不让你过。
I have a visa for China, so of course I am allowed to go.
这个具体的我也不知道为啥不让过。你不信你过去试一下。
你先去看一下嘛。
啊，你现在继续坐着车，然后到青海那边去，
看一下。
到那边看那边怎么说。你现在坐着车，然后去青海，到了那边看那边的警察怎么说。
Okay, 谢谢. Thank you, sir. 谢谢您, 谢谢. That was really confusing. They said that I may not be allowed to go to Qinghai, which is the state I'm about to enter. And I said, dude, well, they said, well, give it a go, but we'll see what the police say once you get into Qinghai. But I don't see any reason why I wouldn't be allowed to. Fantastic. So the time now is nearly 5 p.m. I think I've grossly underestimated or overestimated how long this is going to take me. Underestimated, I think. I think I'm just going to travel with this guy until about an hour before the sun goes down and then hop out and try and find somewhere to sleep.
That is such balls, bro. He has such balls for that. That is so awesome, dude.
你好. How are you? Down? Oh, I need to come down. Whoa. 你好.
你好，旅游的。
I'm from India, Pakistan, 中国, Vietnam. All the way around to Vietnam. No, I don't understand either.
Oh snap.
几个月了？
I moved the mic because I was eating
你来中
something.
国几个月了？
But
I've only been here for
yeah.
about 1 week.
I hope that's a little bit better.
I think tonight I will
Or
try
do you
to
mean
set
the-
up my tent
the video
somewhere
audio?
along this road. Is that possible?
Yes.
Alright.
这里边
Sweet,
有个
man.
城市，你可以
Sweet.
到里
Yeah,
边
I'd
去
still like
居
to
住，
chew
这
right
里
to
面
the
有酒店
microphone.。
格尔木离这大概
Alright, cool.
400多公里。
I appreciate it.
格尔木离西宁还有大概
Goldwood
900多公里、
to
800多公里，但是你从这下去以后到格尔木再到西宁都可以。
I've got 2 options. I can keep going with this guy along the highway, for the next few hundred kilometers, or in about an hour and a half we're gonna eat some food, and then after that, about an hour and a half later, there's a turning that kind of heads in a bit more directly the area that I want to go in. But it's a rural road, there are going to be a lot less cars there, and I don't know if I'll be able to sleep anywhere. I mean, I've got a tent, so I guess it doesn't matter, but it just might be pretty bleak. Probably be a pretty bleak night's sleep. But I think I'm going to do that. Thank you, my friend. The lovely man at the petrol station just gave me a iced tea. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, sir. I'd like to invite you to have lunch with me, and I would like to pay.
我加完油之后，咱们再过去吃饭。
是美国人？英国。英国人。英国啊。英国的。We're gonna do a TikTok together. Do you like my hat? It's cool, right? 你好。谢谢。You're welcome, brother. Oh. I reckon he bats for the other team.
What did he mean by that?
It's
was he like?
It's a lot of desert.
Like he was
in every direction.
Picking on him or something.
And also on the side of the road, there's barbed wire. There's like tall barbed wire and these green fences.
Oh damn.
That are those green fences over there.
That's for the other team.
Taking up the side of the road that are blocking me from getting out. So my driver, he is going to be heading east. I'll show you on a map, it's much easier. East, and I need to be heading south. Sun's going to be going down in about half an hour. There is a toll booth here. I'm going to ask the people at the toll booth if I can camp near or around their toll booth, because immediately after that we're going to have to part ways anyway. Goodbye, my friend. Take care. Right then. Be prepared for a lot of probably very weirded out toll station stuff. Every bloody time I say I want to go wild camping, it just never really works out. I mean, this isn't really wild camping, is it? It's also bloody cold. Ugh. Maybe I could sleep in here. Ni hao. Ni hao, sir. How are you? Let me just show you this.
Just, like,
this will help you.
He's just like, ni hao.
你要去哪？
格尔木的。
格尔木。
格尔木的。
哦，格尔木。
格尔木 yes. But I'm hoping to sleep somewhere tonight. I have my tent with me, and I'm hoping to camp. Is it okay if I camp outside your office?
如果我去你办公室外面可以吗？
可以。
Is it okay? Like, here? Cool.
Dude, they always let him inside. That's so awesome.
沙发可以吗？沙发。
He lets him have a
Is this okay?
Oh my
Can I
God.
sleep here? Okay, hang on a minute.
Dude,
Right.
what a
Basically,
champion.
let me just figure this out.
Good God.
So tomorrow
bro.
I will travel south on this road, and
I just think of all the places in America where they would just like chuck this guy out into the street and not even think twice about it. They'd be like, "Get the fuck out of here!" Right? Like, much less trust them inside someplace. You know, just like how it is. Like, oh my God.
I will leave early in the
So
morning
wild.
when the sun comes
Yeah,
up.
dude, could never, bro. Ever,
Okay.
right? Like,
Thank you, my friend.
oh my God, dude.
谢谢。
吃饭了没？
I just ate a
Have you
meal with a
eaten
truck
yet?
driver,
Dude.
so right now I'm not hungry. 谢谢. I'll sit here.
That is so
Thank you,
awesome,
sir.
bro.
Thank you so much.
I honestly feel like we're all just staying like in
Thank you so much.
this guy's
Sissy,
videos,
okay.
torturing ourselves. Just like torturing ourselves, staying like here.
Tell me now, right? Tell me now. Okay, and people are going to say, oh, Michael K's being paid by China and everything's set up. Tell me now where you can walk into this is the second time this has happened to me in China. Tell me now somewhere you can walk into a toll station, okay, a homeless dude with a tent, and walk in and go, do you know somewhere I can sleep? And he says, yeah. Within seconds, he goes, yeah, sleep on the tent, sleep on the sofa in my office. Do you want some food as well? Are you joking me? Are you joking me? This is why I feel so safe travelling in this country. I feel so safe. Doesn't matter where I get dropped off. Doesn't matter how stranded I am. I know
Without fail,
that I'm going to be okay. I know I'm going to be okay.
Dude.
Because people just want to help me.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
That is so beautiful, dude. Holy shit.
Thank you, my friends. Thank you, my lovely
so beautiful,
toll
dude.
station
I love
friends.
that so much. Oh my god, I'm proud of food anyways.
Well. Thank you so much, guys.
Holy shit.
Thank you so much.
That is incredible.
How are you? Mingzi? Michael.
My name is Wang Yunghai.
Your name is Wang Yunghai. Nice to meet you, brother.
God, that is so amazing.
Look, we've even got a heater, we've got electricity, thank you, and we've got some lovely food. Thank you so much. I can't express how grateful I am to both of you. Thank you so much.
你早上什么时候下来？
9 o'clock. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. Goodbye. That's absolutely mental. Absolutely mental.
Dude, hell yeah, that is. Oh my goodness. I love that. That is so incredible. God, dude. He's like just a homeless dude walking in here. He's like, yeah, in my office. Would you like some food?
I woke up several times with the world's worst stomach. Oh, it was not nice, man. And they only had those like hole in the floor toilets. Oh, dude.
Right on.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And brother, let's go outside. Goodbye. Right then, my friends. All of these cars are going to Sinning, which is east. We want to go south. I'm pretty sure the road that we're trying to get on is going to get pretty bloody rural, so there's not going to be many cars driving down it. But hopefully, by the end of the day, bye. Hi. By the end of the day, we should be in some Tibetan area. If you're wondering why I'm not getting a ride now, there's just no point. Can you see these cars here? Most of every single car that's coming past was turning around and then going on that road, which is what I don't want. I want to go straight, so it would just be, it's much easier to walk the 1-2 kilometers and skip that whole turning.
Oh, dang, right on. Okay, this is the one where he meets those two guys. Hell yeah.
That's where we're going. Guillermo, or in English, Golmud. Big Tibetan area, baby.
Dude, it's just all desert. That is so awesome.
This isn't the most ideal situation to be in because there's no shade and very little traffic. So I've got to get a ride before that sun gets really hot, basically. Come on, Mikey, positive mental attitude. Let's go, there's 2 cars coming and one of them's gonna pick me up.
PMA, PMA, PMA.
Yay. 你好. How are you? 你去哪里？
我们到四川。
四川. How are you, brother? Got a mood.
格尔木。
格尔木. Look at this.
要打车吗？
Is it okay?
Yeah, dude.
It's so crazy how quickly you can go from kind of a little bit sad to really, really, really happy when you hitchhike. 谢谢, Cool. My name is Michael and I'm traveling to Gormud and I'm just traveling through Qinghai. Eventually I will go to Sichuan, Yunnan and then Vietnam. If it's okay with you, I would love to travel with you along this road for part of your journey.
能看懂汉字吗？
Hang on a minute.
我们去成都应该会路过格尔木。我的朋友见到你非常激动。
这让我很开心，很高兴被2个好人接走。
我的朋友见到你非常开心，他说他激动的不会开车，因为我们这边很少遇到外国人，我们没有去过外国，希望你能给我们讲一讲外国的一些文化或者是那边的生活习惯。这边，
哎，谢谢 cigarettes。
我们会度过一个愉快的一天，一个愉快的旅行。我的朋友有很多话想跟你说，可是他激动的不知道该怎么说。等到吃饭的地方以后，我们可以去好好交流一下。特别想和你交个朋友，因为我们在新疆长大，在中国长大，没有外国朋友，所以特别想和你交个朋友。
We can definitely be friends.
来到中国，就是来到我们的家，我们要尽我们的地主之谊，这是中国人民的一种风俗习惯。
That is so
你是我
awesome,
们的外国
That
友
is
人
so awesome.
到我们中国就必须我们请你吃饭，既然相遇就是朋友，请你给我们这一次请你吃饭的机会。
Yeah, it's like that in the Philippines too. I feel like, but
Okay,
oh, dude,
thank you so much.
I feel like the Philippines is
I
very
will buy
much
you
like
both some packs of cigarettes in return.
hit and miss, man. Like,
好的，实在感谢，这就是我们友情的交换。
yeah, you might want to go. You might want to go to the Philippines to like travel a little bit and stuff. But dude, if you end up in the wrong area, you can never just like. Oh man, it's so dangerous.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Gosh, man. It's like you can't. It's like you can't even go wrong. Here, like, in his videos, it's so incredible.
This is a Muslim restaurant. 你好. Wowzers. There's a Chinese woman wearing a hijab.
你也是穆斯林吗？
是的。
Ah, cool. Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Salam alaikum. Cool. I didn't even know these guys are also Muslim.
我会说我们新疆的方言，也会说我们回族的语言。
So these guys are part of the Hui ethnic minority. They're not Han Chinese. They're not Uyghur. They are Hui, and we're about to have a Hui meal, Chinese Muslim meal. Sambotai. Sambotai. Sheep's ribs.
Yeah.
This is Hui Muslim Chinese sheep ribs. That is a lovely bit of sheep's ribs there. Mingzi? Bean Thai.
Ice veg.
Girl baby.
Girl baby. That's Marja's beautiful little 1-year-old baby girl. So cute, dude.
Oh my god, that is amazing.
I'm very, very full. Very, very, very full.
Dude, he eats like a freaking king out there. And he's just like,
Take.
不用。
no need. Don't worry about it. Oh my god.
So I've decided that I have massively underestimated how big China is. I've been traveling for like a week and all I've done is just move. So I've decided, right, we're still going to see Tibetan culture. So I've decided I'm going to stick on the road with these boys. We're going to go and rest now. and I'm going to travel with these boys halfway to their destination to a lovely little Tibetan town. And from there, we'll make a new plan.
Dude.
Okay.
Molandi.
Yeah, Molandi, this is the one. So we put the hotel that the boys booked for us, they don't let foreigners in. And I felt really bad because he'd already paid for it. So I said, look, I'll sleep in the car. You boys do your thing. I'll sleep in my bloody tent. And they said, no. So I secretly booked us a nice hotel round the corner. He's mental. Okay, right. 8:02. Okay, listen, boys. Give me a knock when you are ready.
如果晚上不走的话，你可以喝酒吗？我朋友想跟你喝点酒。
Yes, of course. Yeah, okay. Right, see you guys in a bit. So I've booked those boys a room for the night. I've booked me a room, and I said to them, how about this? Because they said they only wanted to stay for a few hours. They said we could stay here until 12, and then we could drive through the night. And I said, are you in a rush at all? Are you in a rush to get to Chengdu? And they said, no, we're in no rush at all. And I said, look, we stay here. I've just manipulated this entire situation of mine. I said, why don't we stay here the night, right? If you want to have it, because he said he wanted to drink some wine with me. So I said, if we could drink some wine together later on. We stay here the night. And in the morning, we then continue to Chengdu. We stop off at the Tibetan town for a few hours, if you want to. And then we travel to Chengdu together. Do you know what I mean? And they said, yes, sounds like a great plan. So that's a good adventure. Ooh, I'm gonna have a big, nice little nap now.
Dude, he's moving and grooving. He's loving it. That is so fun. Oh, they're playing pool, bro. Hell yeah. Dude, this is so sick. Oh my god.
Ah! Oh.
It's very standard.
I've always been very proud of my ball movements. 2 got the money, I caught the soul. Yes, bro. Yeah. Since the day I got here a week ago, it'll be over a week ago, now about a week ago. I've just been traveling, I've just been on the road. And I've forgotten to stop and actually have any fun. And now I get to have fun with 2 dudes who don't even speak the language, same language as me. That picked me up about 9 hours ago. So cool. Goodbye.
so
Thank you.
lucky.
Bye. Shito Jendo Boo. Hey, I got you again, dude. Wow. Oh. Yay. Good job, bro. Shito Jendo Boo.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm on a 4-winning streak. Shito Jendo Boo. Oh, 5 in a row. Shito Jendo Boo. Shito Jendo Boo. Shito Jendo Boo. Shito Jendo Boo.
Yeah.
Dude.
Gambe.
Sorry, Gambe.
Oh my god, that looks like such a blast, dude. Hell yeah.
The religious belief here is that women are not allowed to wear shorts and short skirts to show any part of the body, including hair.
So what's really interesting about the Hui Muslim minority in China is that ethnically they are Han Chinese, but culturally and religiously they are Hui Muslim. They're Muslim. And it's a really interesting mix. Only 0.8% of China's population are made up of these Hui Muslims, like my friends here. But they're still the second biggest minority in all of China. And it's just, I just find it fascinating because you really, this is going to come across terribly like small-minded of me maybe, but you don't really put hijab and Han Chinese together. Does that make sense in your head? You don't think about it that way. And the Hui Muslims are seen by the government here in China as the model Muslim minority.
You don't really put anything together when you're like
linguistic and cultural kind of integration that they have had with Chinese system.
Away from everything, you know.
Red Bulls for the tired driver. Red Bulls for the tired driver. Take 2. You're good, brother.
Hey, money, my back, lick my. 你好 bitches.
Dude, that reminds me of a movie, bro.
这什么路啊！我操！
这个高速，高速。
And then he how bitches. Oh no, oh no. What did I do? Dude, I think it was them. Honestly, I think it was them.
My. Hey, money, my back, lick my. 你好 bitches.
Dude, their cars are so sweet too. Hell yeah.
我说这什么路啊！我操！
这个高速，高速。Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
我的巡航还没过。
Oh yeah. We're definitely getting stuck into the mountains now. In about 300 kilometers in this direction, we'll get to Golog, which is one of the highest inhabited regions in all of China.
Wow. Hell yeah.
他们说就是我回成都的路上，一路上都是风景，因为我回成都嘛。我说
我们也去成都。
那你们路上看到的风景很漂亮，还要到我们要西藏和甘孜那边，理县啊，你知道我们那边很漂亮。
是啊，
我们那边的山水更清秀，和西江还要粗犷一点，更漂亮。你们就是要风景在路上。
哎，我们一路边走边玩的都是。
他听不懂的。
那他妈有风吗？
旁边是啊。
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 你看好旁边是啊。
先生，你搞得你他妈你要住一样的，你他妈去住嘛？你那么激动，
那你掉头
嘛？我操！
掉头过去，你看我住不住？
我给你激动的，你他妈要住似的，我儿子的，一个妈东西他妈的。
掉头。
降一下子，妈要多降多皮降，你告诉我儿子。
降一下。
他妈住两下嘛，住一两下。
哎，你又不掉头。
是的，感觉要把你拉上过去住似的，我儿子。
看傻逼。
Oh my goodness. Hell yeah.
Welcome to the small Chinese Tibetan town of Duwa. Now I know what you're thinking, Mike, where the bloody hell's Duwa? Well, it's in a region called Golog. Now there are 180,000 people living in Golog and 90% of them are ethnically Tibetan. Look, this is Tibetan writing. Hello, sir. I know, I'm just having a look. Tibetan writing over here. This is Chinese writing. This is Tibetan writing. How are you, my friend? How are you, sir? Let's have a look around before the sun goes down. We've got about 2 hours to get a little bit of Tibetan culture that I've been dying for like 3 days now. Let's go and see what a real Tibetan Chinese town looks like. Where can I see some interesting Tibetan culture here?
然后你从那儿下去，你那儿有广场。
This way and this way.
对对对。
Okay, thank you.
好，没事没事。
Okay, thank you. Bye bye. So, if there are Tibetans and Tibetan culture living here in Qinghai and Yunnan in China, then why isn't this area restricted? Why is central Tibet restricted?
Yeah.
Why can't I go there? Well, there's a few reasons. Qinghai and Yunnan have always been a mix of different groups. Han Chinese, Hui Muslims, like my friends I'm traveling with, Mongols, Tibetans, of course. So that has made it easier for the Chinese government to kind of integrate them into the Chinese system. The altitude's really high, by the way, so my breath's going to be screwed. It made it easier for the Chinese government to integrate them in society, in the Chinese system. Now, Central Tibet, up until the 50s, was politically independent. It was ruled by the Dalai Lama. Now, when China tried to kind of gain control of Tibet in 1954, I want to say, there was a big uprising. There was a big backlash. There were protests. And guess who doesn't like protests? China. China then kind of cracked down on Tibet, locked it up, like locked it in. What's the word I'm looking for? Locked it in and turned it into the Tibetan autonomous region that it is today. And that's why I can't go there. That's why I can't travel there. They probably did a bunch of other really bad shit as well that I can't really talk about, especially not here. But what we can do is look for Tibetan culture in China. See how much of it, I can see flags on top of the hill. I'm gonna go and look for them. Tashi Delek! All my Tibetans coming back to me now. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. I lived with last year, about 2 years ago nearly now, I lived with a tribe of Tibetan nomads up in India, in Ladakh. And Tashi Delek, that's what I learned how to say. You say hello in Tibetan, it's Tashi Delek. Let's try and use that today. Tashi Delek, Tashi Delek, Tashi Delek, Tashi Delek. Cool. Buddhist Tibetan monks walking around in their Tibetan robes. Are you Tibetan?
Yes.
Cool. Tashi Delek, Tashi Delek. Where can I go and see some Tibetan culture? Maybe?
No.
No? No? Can't I go and visit the flags on the hill? This way. Okay. Thank you, my friend. Jule. Tashi Delek. Hey, dude. Yak in the road. Yak in the road. Is the temple this way?
Dude.
Okay, thank you. Jule. Tashi Delek. Lovely Tibetan people. Okay, this way and here. Okay, thank you, Tashi Delek. She told me to go straight ahead to get to the temple. Ni hao. Ah, wow. This is the Tibetan prayer wheel making shop.
That is really cool.
Are you Tibetan? How are you? How are you? How are you, sir? Can I have a look? It's okay? Thank you, my friend. Tashi Delek, Tashi Delek. Wow, so these are Tibetan, we're going to try and see some up on the hill. Prayer wheels. And you'll have them in various Tibetan towns, Ladakh, here, Tibet, of course. And as you come past, you can spin them and say a prayer, and that prayer then gets sent off into the world. What I'm really interested in are these flags. I love these flags. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about them when we get up on top of the hill. Very cool. Tashi Delek. Tashi Delek, my friend. Goodbye. Goodbye. Take care. Bye-bye. Cool. You'll also find that tourists do not come here, especially foreign tourists. You know, we're in the middle of nowhere right now. And when foreign tourists want to come and see kind of Tibetan culture in China, they go up to Shangri-La, which is where I'm going to be going there. We're not going to be doing the touristy stuff though. Tashi Delek.
Dang, dude. That looks so interesting.
Tashi Delek.
Oh my goodness.
Tashi Delek.
Hold on a second.
다시 들락. So I guess this must be the monastery up here, because he's about the 17th monk I've seen knocking about. 다시 들락. This way. Okay. 다시 들락.
Hello.
英国.英国人.
What's your name?
My name is Michael. Michael. Michael.
Hello, 你好.
Oh, what's that, brother? How are you?
How are you?
Are you Tibetan?
回族.
Huizu. Oh, Huizu. Oh, okay. Salam alaikum, brother.
Salam alaikum.
Salam alaikum, my brother. What's your name?
Dabu.
Dabu. Nice to meet you, Dabu. Take care, brother. In about 10 square meters, we've got a Hui Muslim, a Tibetan, and a Chinese, Han Chinese dude.
Wow, dude. Holy cow.
The altitude, man, it must be at about 4,000 meters right now.
Hell yeah.
I don't know if it's the altitude or the 20 Chinese cigarettes a day that I've been smoking. Oh. So we know these flags are, they're Buddhist, they originate from Tibet, but what are they? Well, every flag has on it a kind of an ancient mantra written in Tibetan, and the colour of each flag symbolises a different element. So the white flag symbolises the air, the blue flag symbolises the sky, the green flag symbolises water, the red flag symbolises fire, and the yellow flag or orange flag symbolises the earth. Now, Buddhists believe that these flags hold prayers, and if they go up onto a high point like we are now, you'll generally only see them on hills and mountains. They go to really, really high lengths to put these flags up. They believe that they have prayers within them, and the wind then carries those prayers and spreads them across the world. How beautiful is that? How beautiful is that? And of course, over time, the flags get worn, they get faded like this. Now, that's meant to happen. They're meant to get faded. They're meant to be faded to teach us or to remind us about the law of impermanence. Nothing is permanent. Nothing is forever. You might be watching this vlog now thinking, thank God, because I didn't think this vlog was ever going to end. But no, nothing is permanent. You, me, the world, the earth, the universe, it's all going to end one day. And on the most basic, tangible level, these flags remind us of that. So remember, next time you're sad, next time you're lonely, next time it feels like nothing is going your way, remember the law of impermanence.
Dude, Bobby,
it's not
I love
gonna
the
last
game.
forever.
I can't wait to play it. It's more,
Everything's going to end. Everything's going to end. Whether you're the richest person in the entire world or the poorest person in the entire world, it's all going to end one day. Everything.
Hell yeah.
And it's kind of a really freeing mentality to live by. And it's something I'm going to try to do in the future.
W's in the chair.
It's been an awesome, awesome few days on this video that I'm making now. We've done a lot of cool shit. Slept in a toll station for the second time in my life. Got picked up by some absolute legends. Marge and Chien To, my Muslim friends that I'm traveling with. They're down in the city. So I'm going to enjoy my last day with them. We're going to head to the city. I'm going to put the camera away and enjoy my time with them. And yeah, on the next video, we're going to be going even deeper into the mountains, even closer to the border of Tibet. So yeah.
Hell yeah.
Remember, nothing lasts forever. Everything's going to be okay. The Buddhists said so.
That is so amazing, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. That is so incredible, bro.
In 1933, a British author named James Hilton wrote a novel called Lost Horizon. In it, he described a utopian paradise hidden in the Himalayas, a place of peace, purity, and spiritual wisdom. He called it Shangri-La. Now, right now, I'm standing in Shangri-La, but something just doesn't feel right about it. Oh, about 25 now, I think. We've done about 25 seconds. We'll go for one. Then we'll go for one. This is the one now. This is the one. Shangri-La, China. Named after Hilton's mythical paradise, it was a city meant to evoke peace, purity, and untouched beauty. But what I found was something very different. Gift shops, consumerism, digital influencers, and content creators hoping to capitalize on Tibetan culture for engagement. This isn't the utopia James Hilton imagined. But Mike, by documenting Shangri-La as a creator, aren't you also contributing to the same cycle of cultural commodification you're criticizing, and therefore literally a part of the problem? Shut up, kid. Come with me on a mission as I leave the city behind in search of my own version of Shangri-La. One that might still exist somewhere in the mountains.
This is probably going to be one of the worst sleeps I've ever had. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, brother. You take care. Bye-bye. Bye. Hey.
他徒步去尼罗。
I'm hoping to arrive in 2 days. I believe that if I walk for about 2 days in this direction, we will arrive in the small Tibetan village of Niru. And that's about as far as the plan goes. It's about 34 kilometers away. Sexy boy! Cool, man, take it easy.
Very good.
Very good.
Very good.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Damn, he's ripped.
So Niru, the town that they just came from, is a 36-kilometer walk. So it should take me about 2 days. And then from there, I'm going to do about another 20-kilometer walk the next day. Here's the kicker. I've got 3 days left on my China visa. So if anything goes wrong, no, I'll be in big trouble with Chinese immigration. Right, so there are definitely snakes about then. There's definitely some snakes. No, walking. No, walking. Bye-bye. We gotta go up there, up over that hill. Hey, how are you boys?
Good.
For me?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Well,
thank you, brother.
where do you come from?
In Yingguo.
Oh, Yingguo.
Yingguo.
England.
Are you going to Niru?
Yes.
Ah, me too.
That's good. Tent,
That's
you took the tent?
I have my tent with me, yeah.
Wow.
So.
Amazing.
Cool, man. Enjoy.
Okay.
Thank you for the Coca-Cola.
Okay.
Take care. Bye-bye. Bye. Niru. Yeah. It's okay, walking. Thank you, 谢谢. One video, you're on the side of the road begging someone to give you a lift. And the next video, you're on the side of the road with cars offering you lifts and you're saying no to them. Is it just me, or is it absolutely mental that there is a cactus right here in the bloody middle of the forest in China? You belong in a desert in Mexico. You belong in a desert in Mexico. Now that down there is the Niru River. And I believe if we follow it non-stop for the next 2 days, we will reach Niru Village.
我找车，我也是你走的。
Thank you, sir.
你这边走。
Yeah.
厉害。
Oh.
That's tough.
It's starting to absolutely shit it down with rain. I tried waiting out for like 5 minutes, but I've got no idea how long it's going to last, so kind of got to crack on really. Generally doesn't last too long, an hour or so, sometimes even less. And I think I'd rather get it out now than later on when I try to find somewhere to camp. Niru, hi, how are you? There you go, dude. Welcome, bye. Yeah, it's okay. I'll be there in 2 days. It's okay. 谢谢. Bye. That was the coolest looking Chinese dude I've ever met in my entire life. See? That was about 20 minutes of rain. So we're 13 kilometers down, and I want to try and do another 10 today, and that leaves us with only 9 tomorrow, and it means that we can take our time a little bit more. Niao, you're gonna electrocute me if you do that. I'm joking. Yes, brother. See you. Such a shit joke. God, look at that stunning little village. We're nowhere near Niru yet, nowhere near. But we are going to be able to walk through a cute little village. I think this area is made up of a mix of ethnicities. Hui Muslims, Han Chinese, obviously, Tibetans, and I want to say another one, but I can't remember what it is. But the deeper you go into this valley, the more kind of Tibetan, the more pure Tibetan people become. I'd quite like to find somewhere to have a little cup of tea. This is sweat. Ni hao. How are you? You speak a little English?
Yes, a little.
Go! You're the first person I've met in a long time that speaks English.
Right.
So no, where are you from? Kunming?
Yes.
Ah, okay. I'm going to Kunming.
Right.
No, I'm going to go to Niru and then Kunming.
Oh.
Yeah. That's the plan. And then Vietnam. You know Vietnam? The country? Yunnan. Vietnam. Yunnan. Yes, Yunnan.
英语太差了，对不起。
I've been Homeland, a really good series. I watched was Ludwig and Michael Reeves.
Thank you so much.
Have you heard of it?
I'm going to take a blue one.
Okay.
Thank you so much. You're an angel.
No, I'll have to check it out.
Oh, thank you so much.
They went from
you
the
are
bottom
angels.
of Japan
Thank
to the
you,
top
guys.
of Japan with
This is
very
from
little understanding of Japanese.
Vietnam.
No translator,
Vietnam.
no GPS navigation, and only riding motorbikes. Now they just finished their tip-to-tip through China. Holy shit. No, I haven't checked that out. Dude, that sounds amazing. Yeah, we should definitely watch that.
Yeah.
That
Not
sounds
Lun.
incredible also.
It's from Vietnam.
Thank you.
Yeah, go.
Oh, yeah.
Go. Vietnamese gum. Very cool. I miss Vietnam. I can't wait to go back.
你要去七彩瀑布吗？
Are you going to the
19公里，
Rainbow Waterfall?
还有
kilometers.
19公里，
Still 19
住了60年。以前我们走路的时候走2个小时半就到尼祖村了，落地上来5个小时。现在是平路，要去香格里拉要走3天的路。
See you.
哎，
Take care.
慢走啊，慢走。
Thank you. Bye bye. Right then. Chuya.
Yes.
Sweet. Take care. Thank you. I never seen someone smoke a ciggy through a bong before. Damn! The Chinese love building dams. If China see a river, they will build a dam. If they see a body of water, they're like, let's build a dam. Now this marks the beginning of the Tibetan area. This, I believe, is Tibetan writing. I think this is Tibetan writing. One of them is Tibetan writing. And from this point onwards, we are entering the pure Tibetan area. Tibetan Buddhists believe in something called Baul. Baul are hidden valleys believed to be like spiritual havens, and they only reveal themselves to the spiritually ready. Now, if you take that metaphorically, I believe it means that you are meant to find what you're meant to find when you're meant to find it. Does that make any sense? Right, it's 4:30 p.m. It's starting to rain, so I think it's time to start actively looking for somewhere to sleep. The problem is, I'm in a valley with hills either side, so there's not really a lot of flat ground. So the next sign of civilization we see, I'm gonna ask them where I can camp. 你去哪里？
我去泥水流门客栈，去南疆。
I'm going to Niru. Niru.
你要去泥水。
Can I get in the back?
Yes.
5 minutes?
Nice.
Okay. I don't really know where these guys are going, but wherever they're going, maybe we could stay with them.
Pretty cool, man. Hell yeah. The propeller's just going crazy, dude. Oh, hell yeah, what's this, dude? Let's check it out.
Okay, sir, I have a present for you. Thank you, brother. You're welcome. Yes. This is your home. Cool. Yeah. Yes, brother. Yes, da. Let's. I will definitely come in and have a cup of tea. Thank you, brother. Right, so took us 8 hours to get halfway, and then about 5 minutes to get the rest of the way. Nice to meet you, madam. Nice to meet you. But bloody hell, what's this? Oh, I can't drink that, mate. I can't drink that. No, thank you, sir. Piju. Only Piju. Cheers. Gambe. Brother, I can't drink this. I'll have one shot. Drink. You're definitely already really drunk. Ooh, fucking hell. Yummy. Gambe.
Oh, it's the event link for moving it. Oh, thanks, man. Okay. Sweet.
We got picked up about 25 minutes ago, and I'm already drunk.
Yes.
Yeah. Fucking hell. Oh no, I'm drunk.
这个给他了，是不是？这个给你抽个烟说一下。要吃饭的话，他们包这个去这个。就是是不是？你怎么一个跑到中国？英国人不要啊！民主世纪遗产，为啥？为啥？你知道没有？这个东西，这个山，有的山
什么东西都有，是不是啊？看一下，到处看都有，是不是啊？
对，thank you, sister.
喝点吧。
Me and this old man have now nearly finished an entire bottle of 46% alcohol in the past, I would say, 19 minutes.
走这个10斤了，是不是啊？哎，一走下不行，我也不行。
We'll drink this and then we go, and then I go. I was supposed to be doing a wholesome walk through the Chinese countryside to find the real Shangri-La. Exactly. No, no, I don't want more booze. No, 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 no. Mail. It's cool. This is a cool hat. Okay, that's a cool fucking hat. Well, I'll have one more cigarette with you and then I'm going. One more. What's going on?
按时这路了。 因为走在。
Look at all these lovely goodies that the Tibetan people have given me. I'm so drunk, man.
我现在跟你说嘞。
Take your shoe. Take your shoe. Touching the leg. Touching the leg. Oh God. This video has very, very rapidly turned from wholesome man hitchhiking through the Chinese countryside to drunk man trying to find the first place he can sleep. Option number 1, a Tibetan bloody thing.
Bloody thing.
The flags, the altitude's pretty high, which is why I'm breathing so heavy. It's nothing to do with the alcohol consumption. Where are you? Wait, hang on. Where are you? And I'm so I've decided that it's 7 p.m. and we are going to go and camp. Oh, the fucking horse is gone.
He's saying Blink-182.
What snacks did they give me? Blueberry sparkle drink, an entire, oh, that's gone. An entire chicken leg, cookies. Lovely bit of chicken for my supper. Right. As long as I don't move a single inch during the night, I should be okay. Oh. Didn't sleep very well. Oh, and the inside of my tent smells like a sumo wrestler's jockstrap. So, but hey, this is cool, isn't it? So the good news is we're an entire day ahead of schedule, so we're not in a rush as much. And 20 kilometers beyond those mountains is a lake. So I figured we'd make our way there. Hello. Hello. Oh my God. Hey, good boy. Hey, good boy. Nuchinali Shudu. Shudufu. That is where I slept last night. And now, look at this. I kind of wish I'd tried to find somewhere better to camp last night. Wow. See those beautiful, maybe wild horses? 你好吗？
要去哪里？
Shudu fa. This way. Shudu, this way?
对对，然后到
Or this way?
啊，
Shudu, where's Shudu?
There's like
This way.
restaurants everywhere.
That way or that way?
对对，
This way? This way?
对，
Jigger or jigger?
这边，走这里
This way.
嗯，
Okay. Thank you, my brother.
昨天你那底下遇到我嘛？你这边走，
Yeah.
厉害。
Oh, I don't understand, bro. That's the extent of my Chinese, unfortunately.
你几点钟到这里？
Any English? Ingwa? Inggoren? What's he saying? Oh,
He told us you all the way you just walk.
yes. I walked from Luoji. Luoji town. Well, actually, I walked about halfway and then
You never get a bar?
well, I walked halfway and then a car put me in the back of the truck.
He say put you up, you don't want?
No, it's okay. No, I'm walking. Goodbye.
好，拜拜，拜拜。
The next 4 hours are going to be a climb to 13,000 feet, which is like mountain territory. So there's going to be a lack of oxygen, and it's just going to be tough, especially when you're hungover, carrying about 15 kgs on your back.
Wow, dude. That's so beautiful.
I've got a feeling it's going to start to rain soon. I can feel it. It's literally just started raining. So we've been walking about, I don't know, 5 hours? 4 hours? 4 hours, 5 hours? The river runs across this valley, and I believe I've got about another 4 or 5 hours to the lake, which I believe is that way. I don't know if I feel like making it there tonight. There's a sign here that says this place is the management station, but it looks like there ain't no managing going on. Oh, fucking hell. Very soon we're going to be climbing up again. We're going to be going over a pass, a mountain pass, which is 13,000 feet, about 4,000 meters. We're only 75 miles away from Burma right now. And the reason, the elevation here is really high, but it's still so green and lush. And that's because this area gets the kind of back end of the tropical storms that will happen in, Burma, Thailand, whatever. Keeps it this lush green atmosphere. It's beautiful. Fuck off. I'm convinced that the bugs think I'm a flower when I wear my hat. See? We started here in Niru. We travelled this way, and now we are here in Kong Long Shaodoi. So we've still got shitloads more to go. You see these things? That's the mountain. So once we get to about here, it looks like it flattens out. So that shouldn't take long. The reason that this has taken me as long as it has is because it's just been brutal. We're at, what are we at now? 3,225 meters. That's high, man. If we can get to around here by the end of play today, or even here, we can camp. And then tomorrow, easy peasy lemon bloody squeezy Chinesey. I feel like I could fall asleep standing up right now. According to my watch, I only got 4 hours sleep last night, and this elevation is just kicking my ass. It's 6:58. We've got about an hour of good sunlight left. I need to find somewhere flat to camp ASAP. Looks like a hunter's cabin, and I think it looks like home for tonight. See, I guess lots of people come and stay here because they've got a no smoking sign. Pros of sleeping in this tonight: sheltered, be a bit warmer, heaps of firewood around, we can make a little fire. The cons are I don't have much water left at all. So I was like, maybe I could find a farmer or someone who can boil me some water, and then also I can then use that boiled water to cook my noodles. I've got noodles with me. I'm also starving, so... Woo! No, it could be miles until I find a farmer that can give me some boiling water. So let's count up the supplies that we've got for dinner. About 300 millilitres of water, 1 Hello Sea lemon juice drink, 2 packs of raw uncooked noodles, crackers, 3 cakes, 4 sausages, a pack of cookies, and 1 pack of Chunghwa cigarettes.
Looking rough.
I'd love to make a fire in there. Someone's already done it on the other side. But I guess lighting a fire, I might burn the whole fucking thing down. Yummy. It's just me and you now, Hello Sea lemon juice drink. Let's see how you get on. Please be nice. I'm so thirsty. I'm so thirsty. Just seen some cattle, and now I'm starting to think maybe this is some kind of cattle shed. I'm gonna go to bed, because now I'm starting to think about bears and shit. This is probably gonna be one of the worst sleeps I've ever had. I'll see you in the morning.
Damn.
I've had worse sleeps in my life, but I've definitely had better. It wasn't very comfortable, that's all. I haven't got a roll mat. But other than that, no scary animals or scary people. Right then, me old muckers. I'd say we've got about 6 kilometers to go until we reach the lake. And then from there, I need to hitch a ride because I've got a train in about 10 hours. Watch is out of battery. Man, I know it's windy and wet, but this place is cool, man. It's just a big, we're in the middle of the mountains right now, and it's just a big flat piece of open land. A few farmers dotted around the edges, and they just have this whole thing to themselves. This would be your world, you know? Nothing outside of these mountains matters. This is what matters. Your yaks, your sheeps, your family. If Shangri-La ever did exist, I'm sure it would probably look a little bit like this. I brought some gifts with me to give to some of the people that live out in these really remote regions. I brought some water bottles and a flask. Oh God, and an umbrella. Let's see if we can get rid of these. Tassi de leg. Tassi de leg.
这里过去。
Shudu.
对。
This way or this way? This way. Okay. Talk to you. Talk to you.
Their
Bye bye.
bears are
Bye bye.
absolutely
Talk to you. Bye.
huge.
No. Take. Bye.
Oh my God. Why does my camera suck so bad? This thing sucks so bad.
Well,
dude.
my friends,
so
I can see a very, very large body of water. Wow.
Focus. I want to show you sweet baby. Sweet baby.
We did it. It might be pissing it down with rain. It might be nearly too misty to not be able to see the lake. But we did it. See, how much better is this than Shangri-La, the city of Shangri-La? Don't let these tourism boards and these countries all over the world, not just China, all over the world, don't let these tourism boards fool you. There is so much more shit to see out there. You just got to look for it. And the more I think about it, I'm starting to realize that maybe Shangri-La was never meant to be a place. Maybe it was never meant to be a location, a physical location. Maybe Shangri-La is a state of being. A state of being that only comes when you have some kind of inner peace. And it's going to take me a long time until I find my Shangri-La. But the past few days and the past few weeks have been a pretty good start.
Hell yeah.
Sorry. This way. Okay. Thank you, sir. Here you are. Goodbye, sir. Thank you. Take care. I'm going to make my way there I believe there's a main road there. So I'm going to see if I can hitchhike a ride back to the city. Because I've got a train at 6 o'clock, and then tomorrow is the last day of my China visa. So I'll see you on the next one, where we'll be going to the border of Vietnam. I'm going to take this last kilometre or two, put the camera away, and have this last bit of walk to myself. Thank you for watching. If you're still watching at this point, thank you. It really means a lot.
Dude, that's incredible, man. I got scabies from sleeping in a pig shed. Scabies, and was fined for illegally entering a national park without paying. He is now scabies free. Oh my goodness, dude.
Well, my friends, it's been an amazing summer. We've done so much. We've traversed the Karakoram Highway in Pakistan. We got stuck on the world's highest border. We entered China's most restricted region. We hung out with Tajiks. We got drunk with Uyghurs. We slept in a Chinese toll booth station for the second time in my life. We hitchhiked with legends. We explored the Tibetan areas of China. And I probably got scabies from sleeping in that pigsty in the woods. But all good things must come to an end. Let's cross the border from China into Vietnam, a place that I've lived for 4.5 years of my life, and I can't wait. I'm also going to be answering some of your questions along the way. And I've got a really good plan for when we cross the border into Vietnam. It might not work. Okay, sir, let's go.
Why are people so fucking nasty, man? Why are they always gonna ask these fucking disgusting questions?
Sir, Vietnam.
What's your body
Look at it, my wonderful, wonderful Vietnam.
你去过越南吗？
去过越南了，
对，
去过。
Okay, my friend, you take care. Goodbye, goodbye. I always find these border towns really interesting. Because the people that live here, you know, they've spent their entire lives just meters away from a different country. That's Chinese there, and then it's written in Vietnamese underneath. People that live here probably maybe even speak both languages. These could be a bunch of Vietnamese people getting ready to go home. Or they could be Chinese, and that might sound racist.
Thank you.
Okay, come on now.
Cảm ơn.
Money change? Bao tiền. 300.
2,100,000.
2,100,000. 100. 2 triệu 100,000. Right, here's the plan. As we speak, my friend Dylan is running the entire length of Vietnam from Ho Chi Minh all the way to Hanoi. It's going to take him about a month. He's doing it for a children's charity called Blue Dragon Foundation, and they're a charity that helps street kids and rescues children from, you know, horrific abuse and human trafficking. So, I've got an idea. I'm going to buy, right now I'm going to buy a brand new motorbike. We're going to drive it all the way to Hanoi along the Red River. We're going to give it to Dylan when he finishes his race, his run, and then raffle it off, and we're going to raise money for this children's charity.
Who wants to win a motorbike?
I think it's a bloody good idea. Bao tiền? I'd say, what's our range? Probably about 600 or 700 quid.
25 triệu.
25 triệu. Okay. It's about 800 pounds. 800 pounds exactly. You need a citizen's ID to register a vehicle. Okay. Do you have any vehicles that are already registered? So I can't buy a brand new out-of-the-box motorbike in Vietnam because it needs to be registered with a license plate, and to do that you need a citizen ID, which I don't have. But the lovely lady in the motorbike shop is sending me to a used motorbike place where hopefully we can find something that isn't a piece of shit. Tôi muốn mua một chiếc xe máy. Hey. Okay, xin cảm ơn. Thank you. Hello, madam. How are you? How are you? Xin chào, xin chào. Bao tiền?
Bao tiền đây, giá tiền đây, đọc đi về. Đi đâu này? Tiền đâu này?
I mean, I don't want anything too expensive, because if the raffle doesn't do well, then we actually end up losing money for the charity. It's a bit dirty. There you go. Yay! See? This isn't even the motorbike that I'm going to get. She's just taking me to the ATM. Here you are, madam.
Nó mua xe nhà cháu. Nó đi mua xe nhà cháu, nó phải rút tiền. Vâng, nhà cháu bán xe dưới này. Vâng.
Right, we got it down to 15 million. 15 million Vietnam dong.
This is ripping a bomb, dude. Hell yeah.
Nè. Anh nhận tiền đủ nha.
That leaves me with not a lot of money.
Leaves me
There
with
she
not a
bloody
lot of
is.
money.
Come on, Ang. I feel like a child.
Xin đấy, máy bao tiền.
Right, how the fuck am I going to get this on here? Come on. Come on. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay, so after riding it for about a minute, is it a piece of shit? No. Is it a 400 quid bike? Yes. Is it going to raise some money for children that are being trafficked? Yes, it bloody well is. I've also just noticed it's got one bloody mirror. Here's a question from Jimmy. Mike, you are so funny and clever and very, very handsome. And talented as well. How do you manage to stay connected to the internet on your phone while you're traveling to all of these countries that you go to? No one asked me this, I just needed to talk about it. I'm not even wearing the same clothes. Aerolo eSIM! I'm telling you right now, the Aerolo eSIM is the biggest game changer in modern travel I've ever come across. I have been personally using Aerolo eSIM quite literally for a year before they'd even approached me and asked me if I want to work with them. eSIMs are me, it's hot. eSIMs are pre-installed SIM cards inside your device, so you don't actually have to go and get a physical SIM card from a network office in a country where you don't speak the language. It's incredibly easy to use. Here's how it works. You get an eSIM from Aerolo before your trip, install the eSIM, land in the country, activate it, immediately connect. It's that easy, and you'll just be connected to the internet for your entire trip. I use them in every country I go to now. Aerolo have eSIMs in over 200 destinations, and you can even get regional eSIMs for like Europe and Asia. So if you want an easy hassle-free way to stay connected on your travels, use Aerolo eSIM now with the QR code. If you use this QR code or the link in the description, you will get $3 off your next eSIM by using the code MIKE, M-I-K-E, Mike. Thanks, Aerolo. QR code is there, description's down there somewhere. Back to the video, thank you. Lovely day for a motorbike trip through the Vietnamese countryside. Viet là gì? Hả? Tiếng Việt. Dứa. À.
15.000.
15.
Dạ.
This is a question from Max. How did you get so good at hitchhiking? I'm not that good at it. I just have perseverance. You've got to stand on the side of the road, big smile on your face, and just have some hope and give out positive energy. Someone nice will pick you up. You're not going to get a dickhead picking you up. Do you know what I mean? Not in Asia anyway. Here's a question from Finn. Are there any downsides or negative effects that come with traveling the world and trying new things? Yes. Loneliness. I've been incredibly lonely before when I've traveled alone. Social battery. Because you're alone, you then need to turn your social battery to 11 out of 10 so you can meet new people, and then it becomes drained, and then you become burnt out. Self-doubt. When you're on your own all the time, it's difficult to keep your motivation up and your morale up. Can I do this? What am I doing here? I had You know, just last week I was with my friends and my girlfriend and my family, and now I'm alone in the middle of nowhere. So yeah, it's not easy, but around the corner there is always something positive. Xin chào chị ơi.
Có uống nước.
Claire. Good to see you, sir. Cha?
Báo cáo đồng chí.
Cha?
Tôi là
Nước chè.
Tôi. Vâng. I keep speaking Chinese. Một chút tiếng Mỹ ấy.
Nhưng bạn là người nước nào ấy?
Anh Quốc. Anh Quốc.
Anh cứ giỏi tiếng Việt
Anh Quốc. Anh Quốc, xin lỗi.
Ủa thôi ăn thế thôi. Ăn nhiều nó to. Đây. Bác đang có bạn người Anh vào nhà chơi đây, đang nói chuyện nhưng mà bác không nghe được tiếng này. Mày nói chuyện với chú ấy đây. Xin chào. Hỏi thăm như nào? Nói tiếng Anh đi.
Hello.
Dude, they love their bongs, don't they?
Cảm ơn. Okay, sir. Goodbye. Thank you, my friend. Goodbye. Xin chào anh. Xin chào.
Chào nhá.
See, that's what I mean when I say something positive always comes around the corner.
I need pizza. Hell yeah, bro. What kind of pizza do you want? Hell yeah. I had a pepperoni hot
This one's from
pocket earlier.
Benj Goon on Instagram.
It's pretty good, dude.
In what ways has this kind of travel healed past wounds? The reality of it is, and I'm sorry to say, but travel isn't going to actually heal your past traumas or your past wounds. And I learned that the hard way. A couple of years ago, I broke up with my girlfriend of 3 years, and it was a very emotional breakup. And I immediately after we broke up, I went to India, and I spent 5 months in India. And I was, meeting new people, having new relationships, embracing all this culture and all these stories. And my work, I was making videos, and I remember thinking, wow, I'm so over this. Like I kind of just skipped the whole, and I'm really bad with breakups. I skipped the whole kind of breakup. I didn't have those emotions. And then after that 5 months was up, when everything stopped and I started working again, it all hit me. All of that emotion that I hadn't dealt with and hadn't worked on hit me. And I remember speaking to my ex-girlfriend, and she was, this was 5 months later, she was kind of done with it. She was so over it. She actually had a new relationship at that point. And I realized that I hadn't actually processed the breakup. I hadn't actually done any work on it or healed those wounds. I just covered it up. I just kept myself busy. As I said, I was meeting new people and doing new things, and I didn't actually have the time to sit with it and process it. So yeah, it was a big delayed breakup for me that I had to then deal with 5 months actually after we broke up. So as I said, travel isn't going to heal your wounds. Only you can do that by actually processing it and sitting with it and working on it. Noah Maddox writes, "What in your life has supplied you with the densest amount of peace?" 3 times in my life I've done Vipassana meditation courses in India. You can do these courses all over the world, not just India. They're completely free. You don't pay for accommodation, you don't pay for food, you don't pay for the teachings. You can donate at the end if you want to. Vipassana is the practice of observing your thoughts, your feelings and sensations without reacting to them in order for you to kind of better understand your own mind. It's not specific to any sect, so any religion can do it. And you observe for 10 days these 5 precepts. No stealing, no lying, no killing of any being, no sexual activity of any kind, and no intoxicants. You also don't communicate with anyone, so you're completely silent for the entire 10 days. You can't read, you can't write, you don't have your phone with you. The peace and presence that I felt on these 10-day courses is unlike anything I've ever experienced. It's incredibly difficult. You want to leave after the 2nd day, 3rd day, 4th day, 5th day. I still use the meditation in my life in some ways, but I want to do it more. I highly, 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 highly recommend that you look at Vipassana. I'll put a link to so you can learn more about it. Jack asks, where do you buy your linen shirts? I get them made in Hoi An, Vietnam. You can get them made for like $30, tailor-made. They're stunning. Not this one, but they're stunning and they last for a very, very long time. Let's go. There you go, bro. Boom. Ready?
Con hỏi đi, con hỏi bác cho lên.
Oh. Whoa, that was a good magic trick, wasn't it? Whoa, that was cool. Hayley Merton, do you ever miss home life? Just doing the 9 to 5 with everyone else? I don't miss having a 9 to 5 job. I truly believe I'm the luckiest man in the world and I've got the best job ever. Do I miss the lifestyle that comes with a 9 to 5? Kind of, yeah. For a couple of reasons. One of them is routine. I haven't had anything that resembles a routine since before North Korea, which was in January. And even before that I was in Iraq, and then before that I was away. So like I miss going, like waking up and going to the gym at the same time every day, which I haven't seen the inside of a gym for about 4 months. You can probably tell I gained shitloads of weight. Going to the gym and having this, eating meals at the same time and eating the same food, you know, each day, so you can kind of regulate what you're eating. It's something I really miss and something that I need to work on, because I can't go on having this lifestyle where I just eat fried noodles, you know, each day for dinner and a couple of beers and a pack of cigarettes. So I'm working on that. The other thing I miss about that lifestyle is kind of having a normal relationship. It's really difficult to balance a normal, healthy relationship when you're, you know, who wants to date a guy that's, you know, away for at least 6 months a year? And then even then, when he isn't away, he's like, you know, maybe you've got a job as a teacher or something, and I'm away, and it's just, we don't align. Our lives don't align at all. And, you know, unless I found a relationship with someone else that travels a lot, but then we'd both be traveling a lot. The other thing is, I could maybe bring a girl with me on these adventures. I don't think I want to do that. I don't think I really want to do that. Not at this stage anyway, unfortunately. So yeah, I do miss the lifestyle of having the 9 to 5, just because of the routine and the relationships, really. Ghibli Punk, do you ever get scared that you won't stop travelling and settle down? Hey, there he is. Not scared, maybe concerned. I'm 29 years old now. If I do this for the next 5 years, what do you reckon? Do you think I'll get scared? Do you think I'll get scared about settling down? Whoa. I definitely don't want kids, I don't think. Not after hanging out with these two for the past 5 minutes. I would imagine I'm probably going to get married and have kids, maybe, one day. I'm not really bothered about it. This is from James Seeney, this is. If Amazon...
I honestly feel the same way as that expression on his face, like...
I would imagine I'm probably going to get married and have kids, maybe, one day. I'm not really bothered about it. This is from James Seeney, this is. If Amazon, BBC or Nat Geo turned to you tomorrow and offered you your own show, would you accept it, or do you prefer your creative freedom? Yes. No, I've actually been approached by producers, by a producer who wanted to pitch a show to Channel 4, or a documentary. I don't know how that's going, but yeah, I'd love to have a show. It'd be cool. I've talked to, you know, I've got like an agent kind of guy. We've talked about pitching a show in the next 5 years, which would be great, wouldn't it? Alberto Garcia, how do you provide income for yourself while traveling so much? I get paid. I actually get paid real bloody money to do what I'm doing right now, which is insane. I get money from AdSense on YouTube. So for every 1,000 people that watch, I get a couple of dollars. And I also, you might have noticed I've started doing brand deals. Now, people are like, oh, don't do brand deals, you're a sellout. And it's like, okay, well, you try going to work every day without getting paid. Do you know what I mean? Unfortunately, I need to do brand deals with companies because it allows me to continue doing this. This is my job now, isn't it? I know, right? People are complaining that I'm getting paid for the job that I'm doing. I know, that's what I said. Right, I'll see you tomorrow, where we'll be heading all the way to Hanoi. Ow. In 130 kilometers, we will have finished our 7,000 kilometer journey from Skardu, Pakistan to Hanoi, Vietnam, baby. Oh, God. Quickfire round, Jennifer Sedgwick. Quickfire round, Jennifer Sedgwick asks, can you ever see yourself moving back to the UK for good? Not for a while. I don't think my country's in a very good place at the moment for many reasons. Economically, I think unless you're super wealthy, it's not a great place to live right now. And it's been run for a while by a bunch of hypocrites. Christina Bone. As a woman watching your video, I wonder what places you visited that are most safe for solo travel as a female person or a female identifying person. I'm a man, so this is really difficult for me to answer. However, I know many women who have solo traveled in all parts of the world and been totally fine everywhere. And I also know women that have traveled solo or with friends and they've had unfortunate experiences. The fact of the matter is, anywhere you go can be unsafe for women. You can walk in London after dark, at night time, and something could happen to you. Same in Australia, same in the West, US, anywhere. My personal opinion is you can't let your life be dictated by what might happen to you, because you've let that win, and you've closed off all of these doors, all of these beautiful doors that could be open for you. You've closed them because you're worried something might happen to you. So I don't think there's anywhere you should close off. But in terms of safe places, Vietnam's bloody safe. China, you're probably much safer in China than you are on the streets of London. You're definitely more safe in Vietnam. So yeah, Southeast Asia, you can't go wrong with Southeast Asia. What do you do when the camera is off? I do like the same stuff. I still speak to locals, I still hang out with locals, I go for dinner, I go walking. When I get to a new place, I won't take the camera out usually. I'll just get a feel for it and I'll go for dinner and I'll say hi to people and whatever. And that usually gives me a bit more confidence for when I do take the camera out. But in terms of when I'm not filming at all, like I'll take a break, I'm about to go to Bali for the summer, I'll be hanging out there. Or I travel with friends, go and visit friends, just chill out really, man. Chill out. Oh, this. Cơm và thịt. Cơm và thịt và nêm, mà bột nêm và this one. 60.000, okay. This is one of my favorite meals in all of Vietnam. It's super simple. It's called Cơm Bin Gian, which translates into affordable rice, because the workers, the construction laborers in the local area will come here and they can get a meal for very cheap. My good friend Ralph, who I haven't seen in about 10 years, asked me, do you question mainstream media more or less after seeing so much of the world? Are places always less dangerous / scary than what we're told in the UK? I think the thing, I know I've kind of like fed into this whole mainstream media thing and what they're not showing us and whatever. What we got to remember is these are businesses and they need to get clicks and they need to make money from those clicks. And unfortunately, you know, good thing happens in Cambodia doesn't get as many clicks as bad thing happens in Cambodia. So of course what we see about these places is for the majority of it is negative. Do I see places as less dangerous and less scary?
Yo, I'm gonna heat up some pepperoni. You gonna pay me to go to India? Oh, I know, right, dude? I feel that. I feel that, honestly.
Yes, 100%,
Michael,
of course,
live
because
after 8.
all
Hell
we've
yeah,
ever
dude.
seen about Iraq, for
Do it,
example,
bro.
is that it's, you know, been at the centre of so many wars and battles and killings. And then I went there
Check your
and
throne, bro. Check your throne thing.
I realised just how normal it is and how lovely the people are and how caring they are and how much they want. They truly, truly, truly want peace. The people that we see in the news are the 0.001% that want war. We don't see the 99.999% that want peace.
Exactly.
So I feel very safe in these places. They want peace, and they want us to be safe when we go there, so that we can then spread that message to the world.
Yeah, dude.
Thank you, Ralph.
God, it looks so good. It looks so delicious.
Nate McClimmons. A lot of locals in the places you travel are super welcoming and hospitable, even in places that Western education has told us not to travel to or that people don't like us there. What is the feeling you get when someone, potentially who you've met in a war zone, buys you food or provides you a safe space free of charge? I think the act of giving or offering hospitality in the Middle East or India or even China is something that's so deeply ingrained in their culture. And when someone that maybe has a lot less than you or has been through so much, you know, in terms of trauma, gives you something, you can sometimes feel a sense of guilt. Why me? Why are they giving it to me? I don't need this thing. But you need to realize that hospitality is not about wealth. It's about shared humanity, literally. And when you accept that meal or that place to stay or that cup of tea or that cigarette, whatever it is, in that moment when you're sitting with that person, you are equal. You realize you've become equals. There is no one better than the other. It's not I have more than him, so I'm better. He has more than me, so he is better. He's been through more than me, so I should have, you know, I should feel guilty. No, it's two people from different parts of the world and different cultures and different backgrounds sharing some sense of humanity. Xin chào anh. Anh quay không? Right, let's go back to Hanoi and finally finish this long, long journey together. The key is getting the bike.
That is so cool. Wow.
It's been an absolute pleasure having you with me on this trip. And I mean that in a literal sense.
That fucking hat is killing me.
I spend a lot of time alone, traveling alone, just being alone, hotel rooms, tents in bloody cabins in the bloody woods. But actually I don't feel like I'm alone. I feel like I've got you with me. And it really makes the experience better. So yeah, I can't tell you how thankful I am. Thank you.
Fuck yeah, dude. Thank you for showing me this channel, Ivan. Hell yeah, man. 2 months later.
Oh, baby, I just wanna dance with the devil and swing my jewel. Till I'm broken, I can't afford no more. Gonna keep myself out of trouble.
The date is the 9th of August 2025. And in order to raffle the bike off, I've had to put on essentially an entire fucking festival in one night. This is what it looks like. Oh, sorry, yeah. Oh, banging out. We've got people over here. We've got a band over here. The band's not playing at the moment.
The man who is responsible for tonight, Mike, he's going to go to the floor. He's going to give you a story about a bike that you have to listen to. But thank you very much for coming out tonight and giving your money to charity. Thank you for putting up with me. I've been snowing enjoying the night. This is the man behind the button. So here we go. Who wants to win a motorbike? So I bought this motorbike in the border of China, I bought it down and I took it straight into Yamaha town. I juiced it up, it's got brand new fucking shopping cart. It's just got so much new shit. It's Mikey Harlow there, is it on? Give it a fucking... This is what you want to win. Now then, I need one person to pull out the ticket for the motorbike. James, where are you from, James? Canada, give up for James from Canada. This has got to be a moment, James. You go slowly. I need you to close your eyes for me, James. I need you to close your eyes. I need you to very, very slowly, James, pull out a ticket for me. Very slowly. Very slowly. Right, okay, so 1, 2, 8, 9, 2.
Did you win the motorbike? Oh my God, you won the motorbike! Yes, you did! Yes, you did! You fucking lucky man!
$1,400, hell yeah.
Oh my God.
Can you drive?
Fuck yeah, that was beautiful, dude. That was so beautiful. Thank you for showing me that. Hell yeah, that was amazing. I don't even know what I'm doing now, dude. I think I'm just gonna... Oh yeah, let me see something real quick. I wanted to try something out before, but it's fucking. It's kind of weird. See if I can figure it out, figure it out, figure it the fuck out. Wait. Oh shit. Wait, what is this? Oh, what is this? I don't know what that was, but I'm unplugging it. Okay, and then I think I have to plug that in there, and then I have to. think it's should work. Yeah. Hopefully. Okay, let's try something. British lead. Mm, 12 strings, pitch lead. Oh wait. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Yo, I want to say thank you to Amanda for the bits. Thank you, Mr. Ivan, for another great, freaking sweet suggestion with Mike. Okay, I think next time we're gonna have to see that tip to tip stuff. Thank you, Bobby, for chilling out. Thank you, Doug, for hanging out, and Silverlink, and anybody else. I don't think I missed anybody, but if I did, I'm sorry. And I love you from the bottom of my heart. Have a great day. And be safe. Dude, I love Kirby. Forgotten Land. Yo, it was really good, dude. Oh my god, dude. This is scary.